to stop Rawl. Prequel to Stone of Tears, RC 41792. Some Violence, 1994. From the Book Jacket. Wizard's First Rule marks the debut of a brilliant new fantasy writer. Truly epic in scope and filled with burning intensity, it is the story of Richard Cypher, a modest woodsman in a world achingly beautiful, alive with the joys of nature. A world the reader comes to love as fiercely as do Richard and those around him. Though a mere woodsman, he is the one destined to battle the ultimate adversary, Darken Rawl, an evil mage who bids to destroy all that Richard holds good and beautiful, dooming him and the rest of the people of Westland to a living hell of subjugation and degradation. Richard's life is changed utterly when he saves Kaelin, a beautiful woman who is desperately fleeing Rawl's assassins as she tries to find Zed, the last great wizard. Only Zed can anoint a seeker of truth, one pure of heart and strong of purpose, who must wield the terrible power of the legendary Sword of Truth. Only the seeker can prevent Rawl from acquiring the 3 boxes of Orden, which grant their possessor power over all living things. As Rawl's plan nears its fateful culmination, Zed calls upon Richard to become the seeker. At first reluctant to take up the sword and dare the perils that lie ahead, Richard accepts the challenge when he realizes that his newfound love for Kaelin would wither under the lash of Rawl's dark dominion. Rawl, a mage for whom no atrocity is too foul, has gained 2 of the 3 boxes. Should he complete the set and unlock its magic, not even Richard, whose father long ago taught him the box's secrets, will be able to keep Rawl from fulfilling his destiny. Breathlessly exciting, told with the sure skill of a great storyteller, Wizard's First Rule is an unforgettable novel that will captivate readers as few fantasies have done before. Destined to become a classic, it marks but the beginning of a truly extraordinary fantasy cycle, The Sword of Truth. About the author. Terry Goodkind, an acclaimed wildlife artist, lives in New England. He is currently working on Wizard's Second Rule. For Jerry. Acknowledgments. I would like to thank some special people. My father, Leo, for never once telling me to read, but instead reading himself and thus infecting me with curiosity. My good friends Rachel Kalant and Gloria Avner for taking on the task of reading the raw manuscript and offering valuable insights, and for their steadfast belief in me when I needed it most. My agent, Russell Galen, for having the guts to be the first to pick up the sword and making my dreams reality. My editor, James Frankel, not only for his exceptional editorial talent, guidance, and improvements in this book, but also for his boundless good humor and patience at teaching me to be a better author along the way. The good people at Tor, one and all, for their enthusiasm and hard work. And 2 very special people, Richard and Kaelin, for choosing me to tell their story. Their tears and triumphs have touched my heart. I will never be the same again. Reader's note. The map found in the print edition is not included in this recording. End of note. Wizard's First Rule. Chapter 1. It was an odd-looking vine. Dusky, variegated leaves hunkered against a stem that wound in a stranglehold around the smooth trunk of a balsam fir. Sap drooled down the wounded bark, and dry limbs slumped, making it look as if the tree were trying to voice a moan into the cool, damp morning air. Pods stuck out from the vine here and there along its length, almost seeming to look warily about for witnesses. It was the smell that had first caught his attention, a smell like the decomposition of something that had been wholly unsavory even in life. Richard combed his fingers through his thick hair as his mind lifted out of the fog of despair, coming into focus upon seeing the vine. He scanned for others, but saw none. Everything else looked normal. The maples of the upper Venn forest were already tinged with crimson, proudly showing off their new mantle in the light breeze. With nights getting colder, it wouldn't be long before their cousins down in the Heartland woods joined them. The oaks, being the last to surrender to the season, still stoically wore their dark green coats. Having spent most of his life in the woods, Richard knew all the plants, if not by name, by sight. From when Richard was very small, his friend Zed had taken him along hunting for special herbs. He had shown Richard which ones to look for, where they grew and why, and put names to everything they saw. Many times they just talked, the old man always treating him as an equal, asking as much as he answered. Zed had sparked Richard's hunger to learn, to know. This vine, though, he had seen only once before, and it wasn't in the woods. He had found a sprig of it at his father's house, in the blue clay jar Richard had made when he was a boy. His father had been a trader, and had traveled often, looking for the chance exotic or rare item. People of means had often sought him out, interested in what he might have turned up. It seemed to be the looking more than the finding that he had liked, as he had always been happy to part with his latest discovery so he could be off after the next. From a young age, Richard had liked to spend time with Zed while his father was away. Richard's brother, Michael, was a few years older, and having no interest in the woods or Zed's rambling lectures, preferred to spend his time with people of means. About 5 years before, Richard had moved away to live on his own, but he often stopped by his father's home, unlike Michael, who was always busy and rarely had time to visit. If his father had gone away, he would leave Richard a message in the blue jar telling him the latest news, some gossip, or of some sight he had seen. On the day 3 weeks before, when Michael had come and told him their father had been murdered, Richard had gone to his father's house, despite his brother's insistence that there was no reason to go, nothing he could do. Richard had long since passed the age when he did as his brother said. Wanting to spare him, the people there didn't let him see the body. But still he saw the big, sickening splashes and puddles of blood, brown and dry, across the plank floor. When Richard came close, voices fell silent except to offer sympathy, which only deepened the writhing pain. Yet he had heard them talking in hushed tones of the stories and the wild rumors of things come out of the boundary, of magic. Richard was shocked at the way his father's small home had been torn apart, as if a storm had been turned loose inside. Only a few things were left untouched. The blue message jar still sat on the shelf, and inside he found the sprig of vine. It was still in his pocket now. What his father meant him to know from it, he couldn't guess. Grief and depression overwhelmed him, and even though he still had his brother, he felt abandoned. That he was grown into manhood offered him no sanctuary from the forlorn feeling of being orphaned and alone in the world, a feeling he had known before when he was young and his mother died. Even though his father had often been away, sometimes for weeks, Richard had always known he was somewhere and would be back. Now he would never be back. Michael wouldn't let him have anything to do with the search for the killer. He said he had the best trackers in the army looking, and he wanted Richard to stay out of it for his own good. So Richard simply didn't show the vine to Michael, and went off alone every day searching for the vine. For 3 weeks he walked the trails of the Heartland woods, every trail, even the ones few others knew of, but he never saw it. Finally, against his better judgment, he gave in to the whispers in his mind and went to the Upper Ven forest, close to the boundary. The whispers haunted him with the feeling that he somehow knew something of why his father had been murdered. They teased at him, tantalized him with thoughts just out of reach, and laughed at him for not seeing it. Richard lectured himself that it was his grief playing tricks, not something real. He had thought that when he found the vine, it would give him some sort of answer. Now that he had, he didn't know what to think. The whispers had stopped teasing him, but now they brooded. He knew it was just his own mind thinking, and he told himself to stop trying to give the whispers a life of their own. Zed had taught him better than that. Richard looked up at the big fir tree in its agony of death. He thought again of his father's death. The vine had been there. Now the vine was killing this tree. It couldn't be anything good. Though he couldn't do anything for his father, he didn't have to let the vine preside over another death. Gripping it firmly, he pulled, and with powerful muscles ripped the sinewy tendrils away from the tree. That's when the vine bit him. One of the pods struck out and hit the back of his left hand, causing him to jump back in pain and surprise. Inspecting the small wound, he found something like a thorn embedded in the meat of the gash. The matter was decided. The vine was trouble. He reached for his knife to dig out the thorn, but the knife wasn't there. At first surprised, he realized why and reprimanded himself for allowing his depression to cause him to forget something as basic as taking his knife with him into the woods. Using his fingernails, he tried to pull out the thorn. To his rising concern, the thorn, as if alive, wiggled itself in deeper. He dragged his thumbnail across the wound, trying to snag the thorn out. The more he dug, the deeper it went. A hot wave of nausea swept through him as he tore at the wound, making it bigger, so he stopped. The thorn had disappeared into the oozing blood. Looking about, Richard spotted the purplish-red autumn leaves of a small nannyberry tree, laden with its crop of dark blue berries. Beneath the tree, nestled in the crook of a root, he found what he sought, an alm plant. Relieved, he carefully snapped off the tender stem near its base and gently squeezed the sticky, clear liquid onto the bite. He gave a smile to old Zed for teaching him how the alm plant made wounds heal faster. The soft, fuzzy leaves always made Richard think of Zed. The juice of the alm numbed the sting, but not his worry over being unable to remove the thorn. He could feel it wriggling still deeper into his flesh. Richard squatted down and poked a hole in the ground with his finger, placed the alm in it, and fixed moss about the stem so it might regrow itself. The sounds of the forest fell dead still. Richard looked up, flinching as a dark shadow swept over the ground, leaping across limbs and leaves. There was a rushing, whistling sound in the air overhead. The size of the shadow was frightening. Birds burst from cover in the trees, giving alarm calls as they scattered in all directions. Richard peered up, searching through the gaps in the canopy of green and gold, trying to see the shadow's source. For an instant, he saw something big and red. He couldn't imagine what it could be, but the memory of the rumors and stories of things coming out of the boundary flooded back into his mind, making him go cold to the bone. The vine was trouble, he thought again. This thing in the sky could be no less. He remembered what people always said, trouble sires 3 children, and knew immediately that he didn't want to meet the 3rd child. Discounting his fears, he started running. Just idle talk of superstitious people, he told himself. He tried to think of what could be that big and red. It was impossible. There was nothing that flew that was that large. Maybe it was a cloud or a trick of the light. But he couldn't fool himself. It was no cloud. Looking up as he ran, trying for another glimpse, he headed for the path that skirted the hillside. Richard knew that the ground dropped off sharply on the other side of the trail, and he would be able to get an unobstructed view of the sky. Tree branches, wet with rain from the night before, slapped at his face as he ran through the forest, jumping fallen trees and small rocky streams. Brush snatched at his pant legs. Dappled swatches of sunlight teased him to look up but denied him the view he needed. His breath was fast, ragged. Sweat ran cold against his face, and he could feel his heart pounding as he ran carelessly down the hillside. At last, he stumbled out of the trees onto the path, almost falling. Searching the sky, he spotted the thing, far away and too small for him to tell what it was, but he thought it had wings. He squinted against the blue brightness of the sky, shielding his eyes with his hand, trying to see for sure if there were wings moving. It slipped behind a hill and was gone. He hadn't even been able to tell if it really was red. Winded, Richard slumped down on a granite boulder at the side of the trail, absently snapping off dead twigs from a sapling beside him while he stared down at Trunt Lake below. Maybe he should go tell Michael what had happened, tell him about the vine and the red thing in the sky. He knew Michael would laugh at the last part. He had laughed at the same stories himself. No, Michael would only be angry with him for being up near the boundary, and for going against his orders to stay out of the search for the murderer. He knew his brother cared about him, or he wouldn't always be nagging him. Now that he was grown, he could laugh off his brother's constant instructions, though he still had to endure the looks of displeasure. Richard snapped off another twig, and in frustration threw it at a flat rock. He decided he shouldn't feel singled out. After all, Michael was always telling everyone what to do, even their father. He pushed his harsh judgments of his brother aside. Today was a big day for Michael. Today, he was accepting the position of first counselor. He would be in charge of everything now, not just the town of Heartland anymore, but all the towns and villages of Westland, even the country people, responsible for everything and everyone. Michael deserved Richard's support. He needed it. Michael had lost a father, too. That afternoon there was to be a ceremony and big celebration at Michael's house. Important people were going to be there, come from the farthest reaches of Westland. Richard was supposed to be there, too. At least there would be plenty of good food. He realized he was famished. While he sat and thought, he scanned the opposite side of Trunt Lake, far below. From this height, the clear water revealed alternating patches of rocky bottom and green weed around the deep holes. At the edge of the water, Hawker's Trail knitted in and out of the trees, in some places open to view, in some places hidden. Richard had been on that part of the trail many times. In the spring it was wet and soggy down by the lake, but this late in the year it would be dry. In areas farther north and south, as the trail wound its way through the high ven forests, it passed uncomfortably close to the boundary. Because of that, most travelers avoided it, choosing instead the trails of the Heartland woods. Richard was a woods guide and led travelers safely through the Heartland forests. Most were traveling dignitaries, wanting the prestige of a local guide more than they wanted direction. His eyes locked on something. There was movement. Unsure what it had been, he stared hard at the spot on the far side of the lake. When he saw it again on the path where it passed behind a thin veil of trees, there was no doubt. It was a person. Maybe it was his friend Chase. Who else but a boundary warden would be wandering around up here? He hopped down off the rock, tossing the twigs aside, and took a few steps forward. The figure followed the path into the open at the edge of the lake. It wasn't Chase. It was a woman. A woman in a dress. What woman would be walking around this far out in the ven forest in a dress? Richard watched her making her way along the lake shore, disappearing and reappearing with the path. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, but she wasn't strolling slowly either. Rather, she moved at the measured pace of an experienced traveler. That made sense. No one lived anywhere near Trunt Lake. Other movements snatched his attention. Richard's eyes searched the shade and shadows. Behind her there were others. 4 men in hooded forest cloaks, following her, but hanging back some distance. They moved with stealth, from tree to rock to tree, looking, waiting, moving. Richard straightened, his eyes wide, his attention riveted. They were stalking her. He knew immediately this was the third child of trouble. Chapter 2. At first, Richard stood frozen, not knowing what to do. He couldn't be sure the 4 men really were stalking the woman, at least not until it was too late. What business was it of his anyway? And besides, he didn't even have his knife with him. What chance did one man with no weapon have against 4? He watched the woman making her way along the path. He watched the men follow. What chance did the woman have? He crouched, muscles tight and hard. His heart raced as he tried to think of what he could do. The morning sun was hot on his face, his breathing rapid with fear. Richard knew there was a small cutoff from Hawker's Trail somewhere ahead of the woman. Hurriedly, he tried to remember exactly where. The main fork to her left continued around the lake and up the hill to his left, to where he stood and watched. If she stayed on the main trail, he could wait for her, then tell her about the men. Then what? Besides, that was too long. The men would be on her before then. An idea began to take shape. He sprang up and started running down the trail. If he could reach her before the men caught her, and before the cutoff, he could take her up the right fork. That trail led up out of the trees onto open ledges away from the boundary and toward the town of Heartland, toward help. If they were quick, he could hide their tracks. The men wouldn't know that the 2 of them had taken the side trail. They would think she was still on the main trail, at least for a while, long enough to fool them and lead her to safety. Still winded from the earlier run, Richard panted in labored breaths, running down the trail as fast as he could go. The path had quickly turned back in to the trees, so at least he didn't have to worry about the men being able to see him. Shafts of sunlight flashed by as he raced along. Old pine trees lined the path, leaving a soft mat of needles to cushion his footfalls. After a time, Driving himself headlong down the path, he started looking for the side trail. He couldn't be sure how far he had gone. The forest offered no view for a fix, and he didn't remember exactly where the cutoff was. It was small and would be easy to miss. With every bend bringing new hope that this would be the place he found the cutoff, he pushed himself on. He tried to think of what he would say to the woman when he finally reached her. His mind raced as fast as his legs. She might think he was with her pursuers, or be frightened by him, or not believe him. He wouldn't have much time to convince her to go with him, that he wanted to help. Coming over the top of a small rise, he looked anew for the fork, but didn't see it and kept running. Now his breath came in ragged gasps. He knew that if he didn't reach the split before she did, they would be trapped, and their only options would be to outrun the men or to fight. He was too winded for either. That thought drove him on harder. Sweat ran down his back, making his shirt stick to his skin. The coolness of the morning had turned to choking heat, though he knew it was only his exertion that made it seem that way. The forest passed in a blur to each side as he ran. Just before a sharp bend to the right, he came at last to the cutoff, almost missing it. He made a quick search for tracks to see if she had been there and taken the small path. There were none. Relief washed over him. He dropped to his knees and sat back on his heels in exhaustion, trying to catch his breath. The first part had worked. He had beaten her here. Now he had to make her believe him before it was too late. Holding his right hand over a painful stitch in his side and still trying to catch his breath, he started to worry that he was going to look silly. What if it was just a girl and her brothers playing a game? He would be the fool. Everyone but him would have a good laugh. He looked down at the bite on the back of his hand. It was red and throbbed painfully. He remembered the thing in the sky. He thought about the way she had been walking with a sense of purpose, not like a child at play. It was a woman, not a girl. He remembered the cold fear he had felt when he saw the 4 men. 4 men warily shadowing a woman. The third strange thing to happen this morning. The third child of trouble. No, he shook his head. This was no game. He knew what he had seen. It was no game. They were stalking her. Richard came partway to his feet. Waves of heat rolled from his body. Bent over at the waist, with his hands braced on his knees, he took a few deep breaths before straightening to his full height. His eyes fell on the young woman as she came around the bend in front of him. His breath caught for an instant. Her brown hair was full, lush, and long, complementing the contours of her body. She was tall, almost as tall as he, and about the same age. The dress she wore was like none he had ever seen, almost white, cut square at the neck, interrupted only by a small tan leather waist pouch. The weave of the fabric was fine and smooth, almost glistening, and bore none of the lace or frills he was used to seeing, no prints or colors to distract from the way it caressed her form. The dress was elegant in its simplicity. She halted, and long, graceful folds regally trailing her gathered about her legs. Richard approached, and stopped 3 strides away so as not to appear a threat. She stood straight and still, her arms at her side. Her eyebrows had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight. Her green eyes came unafraid to his. The connection was so intense that it threatened to drain his sense of self. He felt that he had always known her, that she had always been a part of him, that her needs were his needs. She held him with her gaze as surely as a grip of iron would, searching his eyes as if searching his soul, seeking an answer to something. "I am here to help you," he said in his mind. He meant it more than any thought he had ever had. The intensity of her gaze relaxed, loosening its hold on him. In her eyes, he saw something that attracted him more than anything else: intelligence. He saw it flaring there, burning in her, and through it all he felt an overriding sense of her integrity. Richard felt safe. A warning flashed in his mind, making him remember why he was there, that time was dear. "I was up there," he pointed toward the hill he had been on, "and I saw you." She looked where he pointed. He looked too, and realized he was pointing at a tangle of tree limbs. They couldn't see the hill because the trees blocked the view. He dropped his arm dumbly, trying to ignore the miscue. Her eyes returned to his, waiting. Richard started over, keeping his voice low. I was up there on a hill above the lake. I saw you walking on the path by the shore. There are some men following you. She betrayed no emotion, but continued to hold his gaze. How many? He thought her question strange, but answered it. 4. The color drained from her face. She turned her head, surveying the woods behind her, scanning the shadows briefly, then looked back to him once more, her green eyes searching his. Do you choose to help me? Except for her color, her exquisite features gave no hint as to her emotions. Before his mind could form a thought, he heard himself say, yes. Her countenance softened. What would you have us do? There's a small trail that turns off here. If we take it and then stay on this one, we can be away. And if they don't? If they follow our trail? I'll hide our tracks. He was shaking his head, trying to reassure her. They won't follow. Look, there's no time. If they do? She cut him off. Then what is your plan? He studied her face a moment. Are they very dangerous? She stiffened. Very. The way she spoke the word made him have to force himself to breathe again. For an instant, he saw a look of blind terror pass across her eyes. Richard ran his fingers through his hair. Well, the small trail is narrow and sheer. They won't be able to surround us. Do you have a weapon? He answered by shaking his head no, too angry with himself for forgetting his knife to voice it aloud. She nodded. Let's be quick, then. They didn't talk once the decision had been made, not wanting to give away their location. Richard hurriedly concealed their tracks and motioned her to go first, so he would be between her and the men. She didn't hesitate. The folds of her dress flowed behind as she moved quickly at his direction. The lush young evergreens of the ven pressed tight at their sides, making the path a narrow, dark green walled route cut through the brush and branches. They could see nothing around them. Richard checked behind as they went, though he couldn't see far. At least what he could see was clear. She went swiftly without any encouragement from him. After a time, the ground started rising and becoming rockier, and the trees thinned, offering a more open view. The trail twisted along deeply shaded cuts in the terrain and across leaf-strewn ravines. Dry leaves scattered at their passing. Pines and spruce gave way to hardwood trees, mostly white birch, and as the limbs swayed overhead, little patches of sunlight danced on the forest floor. The birch's white trunks with black spots made it look as if hundreds of eyes were watching the two pass. Other than the raucous racket of some ravens, it was a very quiet, peaceful place. At the base of a granite wall that the path followed, he motioned to her, putting a finger over his lips, letting her know they had to step carefully to avoid making sounds that would echo their location. Whenever a raven cawed, he could hear it reverberate through the hills. Richard knew this place. The shape of the rock wall could carry a sound for miles. He pointed to the moss-covered round rocks littering the flat forest floor. He showed her that he meant for the two of them to step on the rocks to avoid snapping sticks hidden under the leaf litter. He moved some leaves to show her sticks hidden there and pretended to break them, then cupped his hand to his ear. She nodded her understanding, lifted her skirts with one hand, and began to step up on the rocks. He touched her arm to make her look back again and mimed slipping and falling, to let her know she had to be careful because the moss was slippery. She smiled and nodded again before hurrying on. Seeing her smile was unexpected, and it warmed him, softening the edge of his fear. Richard allowed himself a small dose of confidence about their escape as he stepped from one mossy rock to another. As the path climbed steadily upward, the trees thinned more. The rock, taking over from the soil, offered trees infrequent opportunity to put down roots. Soon the only trees grew in crevices and were gnarled, twisted, and small, wanting to offer no purchase to the wind that could pull them from their meager anchoring. They slipped quietly out of the trees and onto the ledges. The path wasn't always clearly marked, and there were many false trails. She often had to turn to him, and he directed her by pointing or with a nod of his head. Richard wondered what her name was, but his fear of the 4 men kept him from talking. Even though the trail was steep and hard, he didn't have to slow on her account. She was a strong climber and quick. He saw that she wore good boots of soft leather, the kind of boots worn by one used to traveling. It had been well over an hour since they had come out of the trees, climbing steadily upward into the sun. They were heading east on the ledges before the trail cut back to the west later. The men, if they had followed, would have to look into the sun to see them. Richard kept them crouched as low as possible and checked over his shoulder often as they climbed, scanning for any sign of the men. When he had seen them by Trunt Lake, they were staying well hidden, but it was too open out here for them to hide. He saw nothing and started to feel better. They weren't being followed. The men were nowhere to be seen, and were probably miles down Hawker's Trail by now. The farther from the boundary and the closer to town they got, the better he felt. His plan had worked. Seeing no sign that they were being followed, Richard wished they could stop for a rest, as his hand was throbbing, but she gave no sign that she needed or wanted a break. She kept pushing on as if the men were right on their heels. Richard remembered the look on her face when he had asked if they were dangerous, and quickly rejected any thought of stopping. As morning wore on, the day became warm for this late in the year. The sky was a bright, clear blue, with only a few white, wispy clouds drifting by. One of the clouds had taken on the undulating form of a snake, with its head down and tail up. Because it was so unusual, Richard remembered seeing the same cloud earlier in the day. Or was it yesterday? He would have to remember to mention it to Zed the next time he saw him. Zed was a cloud reader, and if Richard failed to report his sighting, he would have to endure an hour-long lecture on the significance of clouds. Zed was probably watching at this very moment, fretting over whether or not Richard was paying attention. The path took them to the south face of small, blunt mountain, where it crossed a sheer cliff face for which the mountain was named. Crossing the cliff near mid-height, the trail offered a panoramic view of the southern Ven forest, and to their left, in cloud and mist, almost hidden behind the cliff wall, the high, rugged peaks belonging to the boundary. Richard saw brown, dying trees standing out against the carpet of green. Up closer to the boundary, the dead trees were thick. It was the vine, he realized. The two of them advanced quickly across the cliff trail. They were so clearly in the open, with no chance to hide, that anyone could spot them easily. But across the cliff, the trail would begin to head down into the Heartland woods, and then into town. Even if the men did figure out their mistake and follow, Richard and the woman had a safe lead. As it neared the far side of the cliff face, the path started to broaden from its treacherous, narrow width to a space wide enough for two to walk side by side. Richard trailed his right hand along the rock wall for reassurance, while looking over the side to the boulder field several 100 feet below. He turned and checked behind. Still clear. As he turned back, she froze in mid-stride, the folds of her dress swirling around her legs. In the trail ahead, that only a moment earlier had been empty, stood two of the men. Richard was bigger than most men. These men were much bigger than he. Their dark green hooded cloaks shaded their faces, but couldn't conceal their heavily muscled bulk. Richard's mind raced, trying to conceive of how the men could have gotten ahead of them. Richard and the woman spun, prepared to run. From the rock above, two ropes dropped down, and the other two men plummeted to the path, landing on their feet with heavy thuds. They blocked any retreat. They were as big as the first two. Buckles and leather straps beneath their cloaks held an arsenal of weapons that glinted in the sunlight. Richard wheeled back to the first two. They calmly pushed their hoods back. Each had thick blonde hair and a thick neck. Their faces were rugged, handsome. "You may pass, boy. Our business is with the girl." The man's voice was deep, almost friendly. Nonetheless, the threat was as sharp as a blade. He removed his leather gloves and tucked them in his belt as he spoke, not bothering to look at Richard. He obviously didn't consider Richard an obstacle. He appeared to be the one in charge, as the other three waited silently while he spoke. Richard had never been in a situation like this before. He had always managed to avoid trouble. He never allowed himself to lose his temper, and could usually turn scowls to smiles with his easy manner. If talk didn't work, he was quick enough and strong enough to stop threats before anyone was hurt, and if need be, he would simply walk away. He knew these men weren't interested in talking, and they clearly weren't afraid of him. He wished he could walk away now. Richard glanced to her green eyes and saw the visage of a proud woman beseeching his help. He leaned closer and kept his voice low but firm. "I won't leave you." Relief washed over her face. She gave a slight nod as she settled her hand lightly on his forearm. "Keep between them. Don't let them all come at me at once," she whispered. "And be sure you aren't touching me when they come." Her hand tightened on his arm, and her eyes held his, waiting for confirmation that he understood her instructions. He didn't understand her reasons, but gave a small nod of agreement. "May the good spirits be with us," she said. She let her hands drop to her sides, turning to the two behind them, her face dead calm, devoid of emotion. "Be on your way, boy." The leader's voice was harder. His fierce blue eyes glared. He gritted his teeth. "Last time offered." Richard swallowed hard. He tried to sound sure of himself. "We will both be passing." His heart felt as if it were coming up into his throat. "Not this day," the leader said with finality. He pulled free a wicked-looking curved knife. The man to his side pulled a short sword clear of the scabbard strapped across his back. With a depraved grin, he drew it across the inside of his muscled forearm, staining the blade red. From behind, Richard could hear the ring of steel being drawn. He was paralyzed with fear. This was all happening too fast. They had no chance. None. For a brief moment, no one moved. Richard flinched when the four gave the howling battle cries of men prepared to die in mortal combat. They charged in a frightening rush. The one with the short sword swung it high, coming at Richard. He could hear one of the men behind him grab the woman as the man with the sword raced toward him. And then, just before the man reached him, there was a hard impact to the air, like a clap of thunder with no sound. The violence of it made every joint in his body cry out in sharp pain. Dust lifted around them, spreading outward in a ring. The man with the sword felt the pain of it too, and for an instant his attention was diverted past Richard to the woman. As he came crashing forward, Richard fell back against the wall, and with both feet hit the man square in the chest as hard as he could. It knocked him clear of the path into midair. The man's eyes went wide in surprise as he dropped backward to the rocks below, the sword still held over his head in both hands. To Richard's shock, he saw one of the other two men from behind him falling through space too, his chest ripped and bloody. Before Richard could give it a thought, the leader with the curved knife charged past, intent on the woman. He hammered the heel of his free hand into the center of Richard's chest. The jolt knocked the wind out of him and flung him hard against the wall, smacking his head against the rock. As he fought to remain conscious, his only thought was that he had to stop the man from getting to her. Summoning strength he didn't know he had, Richard snatched the leader by his husky wrist and spun him around. The knife came around in an arc toward him. The blade flashed in the sunlight. There was a savage hunger in the man's blue eyes. Richard had never been so afraid in his life. In that instant, he knew he was about to die. Seemingly from out of nowhere, the last man with a short sword covered in gore smashed into the leader, driving his sword through the other's gut, slamming the wind out of him. The collision was so fierce, it carried both over the side of the cliff. All the way down, the last man howled in a cry of rage that ended only when they met the boulders below. Richard stood stunned, staring over the edge. Reluctantly, he turned to the woman, afraid to look, terrified he would see her gashed open and lifeless. Instead, she was sitting on the ground, leaning against the cliff wall, looking drained but unhurt. Her face had a faraway look. It was all over so fast he couldn't understand what had happened or how. Richard and the woman were alone in the sudden silence. He slumped down beside her on rock warm from the sun. He had a powerful headache from having his head whacked on the wall. Richard could see she was all right, so he didn't ask. He felt too overwhelmed to talk, and could sense the same in her. She noticed blood on the back of her hand and wiped it off on the wall, adding it to the red splatters already there. Richard thought he might throw up. He couldn't believe they were alive. It didn't seem possible. What was the thunder without sound, and the pain he felt when it had happened? He had never felt anything like it before. He shuddered, recalling it. Whatever it was, she had something to do with it, and it had saved his life. Something unearthly had occurred, and he wasn't at all sure he wanted to know what it was. She leaned her head back against the rock, rolling it to the side toward him. "I don't even know your name. I wanted to ask before, but I was afraid to talk." She vaguely indicated the drop-off. "I was so frightened of them, I didn't want them to find us." He thought maybe she was about to cry and looked over at her. She wasn't, but he felt that he might. He nodded his understanding of what she said about the men. "My name is Richard Cypher." Her green eyes studied his as he looked over at her, the light breeze carrying some wisps of hair across her face. She smiled. Side 2, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 37. Before he could answer, Kaylin spoke up. Richard had forgotten she was still standing next to him. "Please forgive your brother. It was not his fault. He came to guide me into Heartland, and I was late in coming. I pray he is not dishonored in your eyes because of me." Michael's eyes glided down the length of her before returning to her face. "And you are?" Her back stiffened as she stood tall. "I am Kaylin Amnell." Michael gave a slight smile and a small bow of his head. "So, you are not my brother's escort as I thought. And where have you traveled from?" "It is a small place far away. I am sure you would not know of it." Michael didn't challenge the answer, but turned to his brother instead. "You will stay the night?" "No, I have to go see Zed. He's been looking for me." Michael's smile melted. "You should keep better friends. No good can come of spending your time with that contrary old man." He turned back to Kaylin. "You, my dear, will be my guest tonight." "I have other arrangements," she said warily. Michael reached around her with both arms, cupped both hands to her bottom, and pulled the lower half of her body hard against him, his leg pressed between her thighs. "Change them." His smile was as cold as winter night. "Remove your hands." Her voice was hard and dangerous. Each stared into the other's eyes. Richard was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what his brother was doing. "Michael, stop it!" They both ignored him and continued to confront one another, faces close, eyes locked together. Richard stood next to them, feeling helpless. He could sense that both wanted him to stay out of it. His body tensed, muscles hard, readying to disregard the feeling. "You feel good," Michael whispered. "I think I could fall in love with you." Kaylin's breathing was slow and restrained. "You do not know the half of it." Her voice was even and controlled. "Now remove your hands." When he did not, she slowly placed the fingernail of her first finger on his chest, just below the hollow at the base of his neck. As they glared at each other, she slowly, ever so slowly, began to drag her fingernail downward, ripping his flesh open. Blood ran down skin in rivulets. For a brief moment, Michael didn't move, but then his eyes could not disguise the pain. He flung open his arms and staggered back a step. Without looking back, Kaylin stormed out of the house. Richard gave his brother an angry glare he could not suppress and followed her out. Chapter 4. Richard ran down the walkway to catch up with her. Kaylin's dress and long hair flowed behind as she marched along in the late afternoon sunlight. When she reached a tree, she stopped and waited. For the second time that day, she wiped blood off her hand. As he touched her shoulder, she turned, her calm face showing no emotion. "Kaylin, I'm sorry." She cut him off. "Do not apologize. What your brother did, he was not doing to me, he was doing to you." "To me? What do you mean?" "Your brother is jealous of you." Her face softened. "He is not stupid, Richard. He knew I was with you, and he was jealous." Richard took her arm and started walking down the road away from Michael's house. He was furious with Michael, and at the same time he was ashamed of his anger. He felt as if he were letting his father down. "That's no excuse. He's first counselor. He has all anyone could want. I'm sorry I didn't put a stop to it." "I did not want you to. It was for me to do. What he wants is whatever you have. If you had stopped him, having me would be a contest he would have to win. This way he has no more interest in me. Besides, what he did to you about your mother was worse. Would you have wanted me to have stepped in on your behalf?" Richard put his eyes back to the road. He choked off his anger. "No, that was not for you to do." As they walked, the houses became smaller, closer together, but remained clean and well kept. Some of their owners were out taking advantage of the good weather to make repairs before winter. The air was clean and crisp, and Richard knew by the dryness of it that it would be a cold night, the right kind of night for a fire of birch logs, fragrant but not too hot. The white-fenced yards gave way to larger garden plots in front of small cottages set farther back from the road. As he walked, Richard plucked an oak leaf from a branch hanging close to the road. "You seem to know a lot about people. You're very perceptive. I mean about why they do what they do." She shrugged. "I guess." He tore little pieces off the leaf. "Is that why they hunt you?" She looked over as they walked, and when his eyes came to her, she answered, "They hunt me because they fear truth. One reason I trust you is because you do not." He smiled at the compliment. He liked the answer, even though he wasn't sure what it meant. "You aren't about to kick me, are you?" A grin came to her face. "You are getting close." She thought a moment, the smile fading, and went on. "I am sorry, Richard, but for now you must trust me. The more I tell you, the greater the danger to both of us. Still friends?" "Still friends." He threw the skeleton of the leaf away. "But someday you will tell me all of it?" She nodded. "If I can, I promise I will." "Good," he said cheerfully. "After all, I am a seeker of truth." Kalen jerked to a halt, grabbed his shirt sleeve, and spun him to face her wide eyes. "Why did you say that?" she demanded. "What? You mean seeker of truth? That's what Zed calls me, ever since I was little. He says I always insist on knowing the truth of things, so he calls me seeker of truth." He was surprised by her agitation. His eyes narrowed. "Why?" She started walking again. "Never mind." Somehow, he seemed to have broached a sensitive subject. His need to know the answers started to shoulder its way around in his mind. They hunted her because they feared truth, he thought, and she became upset when he said he was a seeker of truth. Maybe she had become upset, he decided, because it made her fear for him, too. "Can you at least tell me who they are? Those who hunt you?" She continued to watch the road as she walked next to him. He didn't know if she was going to answer him, but at last she did. "They are the followers of a very wicked man. His name is Darken Rawl. Please do not ask me any more for now. I do not wish to think of him." Darken Rawl. So, now he knew the name. The late afternoon sun was behind the hills of the Heartland Woods, allowing the air to cool as they passed through gently rolling hills of hardwood forest. They didn't talk. He didn't care to talk anyway, as his hand was hurting and he was feeling a little dizzy. A bath and a warm bed were what he wanted. Better to give her the bed, he thought. He would sleep in his favorite chair, the one with the squeak. That sounded good, too. It had been a long day, and he ached. By a stand of birch, he turned her up the small trail that would lead past his house. He watched her walking in front of him on the narrow path, picking spiderwebs off her face and arms as she broke the strands strung across their way. Richard was eager to get home. Along with his knife and the other things he had forgotten to take along, there was something else he had to have, a very important thing his father had given him. His father had made him the guardian of a secret, made him the keeper of a secret book, and had given Richard something to keep always, as proof to the true owner of the book that it was not stolen, but rescued for safekeeping. It was a triangular-shaped tooth, 3 fingers wide. Richard had strung a leather thong to it so he could wear it around his neck, but like his knife and backpack, he had stupidly left the house without it. He was impatient to have it back around his neck. Without it, his father would be a thief, just as Michael said. Higher up, after an open area of bare rock, the maples, oaks, and birches began to give way to spruce. The forest floor lost its green for a quiet brown mat of needles. As they walked along, an uneasy feeling began to itch at him. He gently took Kalen's sleeve between his thumb and forefinger, pulling her back. "Let me go first." he said quietly. She looked at him and obeyed without question. For the next half hour, he slowed the pace, studying the ground and inspecting every branch close to the trail. Richard stopped at the base of the last ridge before his house and squatted them down beside a patch of ferns. "What's wrong?" she asked. He shook his head. "Maybe nothing," he whispered, "but someone has been up the trail this afternoon." He picked up a flattened pine cone, looking at it for a short time before tossing it away. "How do you know?" "Spider webs." He looked up the hill. "There aren't any spider webs across the trail. Someone has been up the trail and broken them. The spiders haven't had time to string more, so there aren't any." "Does anyone else live up this trail?" "No, but it could be just a traveler passing through. But this trail isn't used much." Kalen frowned, perplexed. "When I was walking in front, there were spider webs all over. I was picking them off my face every 10 steps. "That's what I'm talking about," he whispered. "No one has been up that part of the trail all day, but since the open place we came through, there haven't been any more." "How could that be?" He shook his head. "I don't know. Either someone came out of the woods back by the clearing and then went up the trail, a very hard way to travel." He looked her in the eyes. "Or they dropped in out of the sky. My house is over this hill. Let's keep our eyes sharp." Richard carefully led the two of them up the rise, both scanning the woods as they went. He wanted to run in the other direction, take them away from there, but he couldn't. He wasn't running away without the tooth his father had given him for safekeeping. At the top of the rise, they crouched behind a big pine and looked down on his house. Windows were broken, and the door, which he always locked, stood open. His possessions were scattered about on the ground. Richard stood. "It's been ransacked, just like my father's house." She grabbed a fistful of his shirt and hauled him back down. "Richard," she whispered angrily, "your father may have come home just like this. Maybe he went in just like you were about to do, and they were waiting for him." She was right, of course. He ran his fingers through his hair, thinking. He looked back toward the house. Its back sat hard up against the woods, with its door facing the clearing. Since it was the only door, anyone inside would expect him to come running in that way. That's where they would wait, if they were inside. "All right," he whispered back. "But there's something inside I have to get. I'm not leaving without it. We can sneak around the back, I'll get it, and then we will be away from here." Richard would have preferred not to take her, but he didn't want to leave her waiting on the trail alone. They made their way through the woods, through the tangle of brush, skirting the house, giving it a wide berth. When he reached the place where he would have to approach the back of the house, he motioned her to wait. She didn't like the idea, but he would take no argument. If there was anyone in there, he didn't want them getting her as well. Leaving Kalen under a spruce tree, Richard started cautiously toward the house, following a serpentine route to stay on the areas of soft needles instead of treading on dry leaves. When he finally saw the back bedroom window, he stood frozen, listening. He heard no sound. Carefully, his heart pounding, he took slow, crouched steps. There was movement at his feet. A snake wriggled past his foot. He waited for it to pass. At the weathered back of his house, he gently put his hand on the bare wooden frame of the window and raised his head high enough to look inside. Most of the glass was broken out, and he could see that his bedroom was a mess. The bedding was slashed open. Prized books were torn apart and their pages strewn about the floor. To the far side of the room, the door to the front window was opened part way, but not enough to see beyond. Without a wedge under it, that was the spot the door always swung to on its own. Slowly, he put his head in the window and looked down at his bed. Below the window was the bottom bedpost, and hanging from it were his pack and the leather thong with the tooth, right where he had left them. He brought his arm up and started to reach through the window. There was a squeak from the front room, a squeak he knew well. He went cold with fright. It was the squeak his chair made. He had never fixed the squeak because it seemed a part of the chair's personality, and he couldn't bring himself to alter it. Soundlessly, he dropped back down. There could be no doubt. Someone was in the front room, sitting in his chair, waiting for him. Something caught his eye, making him look to the right. A squirrel sat on a rotting stump, watching him. Please, he thought desperately to himself, Please don't start chattering to me to leave your territory." The squirrel watched him for a long moment, then jumped off the stump to a tree, scurried up, and was gone. Richard let out his breath and raised himself back up to look in the window again. The door still stood as it had before. Quickly, he reached inside and carefully lifted the pack and leather thong with the tooth off the bedpost, listening wide-eyed all the time for the slightest sound from beyond the door. His knife was on a small table on the other side of the bed. There was no chance of retrieving it. He lifted the pack through the window, being careful not to let it bump against any of the remaining shards of broken glass. With his booty in hand, Richard moved quickly but silently back the way he had come, resisting a strong urge to break into a run. He looked over his shoulder as he went to be sure no one followed. He put his head through the loop of leather and tucked the tooth into his shirt. He never let anyone see the tooth. It was only for the keeper of the secret book to see. Kaylin waited where he had left her. When she saw him, she sprang to her feet. He crossed his lips with his finger to let her know to keep silent. Slinging the pack over his left shoulder, he put his other hand gently on her back to move her along. Not wanting to go back the way they had come, he guided her through the woods to where the trail continued above his house. Spiderwebs strung across the trail glistened in the last rays of the setting sun, and they both breathed out in relief. This trail was longer and much more arduous, but it led where he was going, to Zed. The old man's house was too far to reach before dark, and the trail was too treacherous to travel at night, but he wanted to put as much distance as he could between them and whomever waited back at his house. While there was light, they would keep moving. Coldly, he wondered if whoever was in his house could be the same person who had murdered his father. His house was torn up just like his father's had been. Could they have been waiting for him as they had waited for his father? Could it be the same person? Richard wished he could have confronted him, or at least seen who it was. But something inside him had strongly warned him to get away. He gave himself a mental shake. He was letting his imagination have too free a rein. Of course something inside had warned him of danger, warned him to get away. He had already gotten away with his life when he shouldn't have once this day. It was foolish to trust in luck once. Twice was arrogance of the worst kind. It was best to walk away. Still, he wished he could have seen who it was, been sure there was no connection. Why would someone tear his house apart, as his father's had been torn apart? What if it was the same person? He wanted to know who had killed his father. He burned to know. Even though he had not been allowed to see his father's body at his house, he had wanted to know how he was killed. Chase had told him, very gently, but he had told him. His father's belly had been cut open, and his guts had been spread out all over the floor. How could anyone do that? Why would anyone do that? It made him sick and lightheaded to think of it again. Richard swallowed back the lump in his throat. "Well?" Her voice jolted him out of his thoughts. "What? Well, what?" "Well, did you get whatever it was you went to get?" "Yes." "So what was it?" "What was it? It was my backpack. I had to get my backpack." She turned to face him with both hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. "Richard Cypher, you expect me to believe you risked your life to get your backpack?" "Kaylin, you are coming close to getting kicked." He couldn't manage a smile. Her head was cocked to the side, and she continued to give him a sideways look, but his remark had taken the fire out of her. "Fair enough, my friend," she said gently. "Fair enough." He could tell Kaylin was a person who was used to getting answers when she asked a question. As the light faded and colors muted into grayness, Richard started thinking of places to spend the night. He knew of several wayward pines along the way that he had used on many occasions. There was one at the edge of a clearing, just off the trail ahead. He could see the tall tree standing out against the fading pinks of the sky, standing above all the other trees. He led Kaylin off the trail toward it. The tooth hanging around his neck nagged at him. His secrets nagged at him. He wished his father had never made him the keeper of the secret book. A thought that had occurred to him back at his house, but he had ignored, forced itself to the front of his mind. The books at his house looked like they had been torn apart in a rage. Maybe because none was the right book. What if it was the secret book they were looking for? But that was impossible. No one but the true owner even knew of the book. And his father, and himself, and the thing the tooth came from. The thought was too far-fetched to consider, but he decided he wouldn't. He tried very hard not to. Fear, from what had happened on Blunt Cliff, and from what had been waiting for him at his house, seemed to have sapped his strength. His feet felt almost too heavy to lift as he trudged across the mossy ground. Just before he went through the brush into the clearing, he stopped to swat a fly that was biting his neck. Kaylin grabbed his wrist in mid-swat. Her other hand clamped over his mouth. He went rigid. Looking into his eyes, she shook her head, then released his wrist, putting the hand behind his head while continuing to keep her other hand over his mouth. By the expression on her face, he knew she was terrified he would make a sound. She slowly lowered him to the ground, and by his cooperation he let her know he would obey. Her eyes held him as hard as her hands. Continuing to watch his eyes, she put her face so close to his he could feel the warmth of her breath on his cheek. "Listen to me." Her whisper was so low he had to concentrate to hear her. "Do exactly as I say." The expression on her face made him afraid to blink. "Do not move. No matter what happens, do not move, or we are dead." She waited. He gave a small nod. "Let the flies bite, or we are dead." She waited again. He gave another small nod. With a flick of her eyes, she indicated for him to look across the clearing. He slowly moved his head just a little so he could see. There was nothing. She kept her hand over his mouth. He heard a few grunts like a wild boar. Then he saw it. He flinched involuntarily. She clamped her hand harder against his mouth. From across the clearing, fading evening light reflected in two glowing green eyes as their gaze swept in his direction. It stood on 2 feet, like a man, and was about a head taller than him. He guessed it weighed 3 times as much. Flies bit his neck, but he tried to ignore them. He looked back to her eyes. She had not looked to the beast. She knew what waited across the clearing. Instead, she continued to watch him, waiting to see if he would react in a way that would betray them. He nodded again to reassure her. Only then did she remove her hand from his mouth and put it over his wrist, holding it to the ground. Trickles of blood ran across her neck as she lay motionless on the soft moss, letting the flies bite. He could feel each sharp sting as they bit his neck. Grunts came short and low, and both turned their heads slightly to see. With astonishing speed, it charged into the center of the clearing, moving in a shuffling sideways motion. It grunted as it came. Glowing green eyes searched, while its long tail slowly swished the air. The beast cocked its head to the side and pricked its short, rounded ears ahead, listening. Fur covered the great body everywhere except its chest and stomach, which were covered with a smooth, glossy, pinkish skin that rippled with corded muscles underneath. Flies buzzed around something smeared over the taut skin. Throwing back its head, the beast opened its mouth, hissing into the cold night air. Richard could see the hot breath turning to vapor between teeth as big as his fingers. To keep from shrieking in terror, Richard concentrated on the pain of the biting flies. They could not sneak away or run. The thing was that close, and he knew that fast. A scream erupted from the ground right in front of them, making Richard flinch. Instantly, the beast charged toward the two of them in a sideways run. Kaylin's fingers dug into his wrist, but otherwise she didn't move. Richard was paralyzed as he saw it pounce. A rabbit, its ears covered with the flies, bolted right in front of them, screaming again, and was swept up and torn in half in a blink. The front half went down in one swallow. The beast stood right over them and tore at the insides of the rabbit, taking some of the gore and smearing it on its pink-skinned chest and stomach. The flies, even the ones biting Richard's and Kaylin's necks, returned to the creature to feast. The rest of the rabbit was taken by each hind leg, ripped in half, and eaten. When done, the beast cocked its head again, listening. The two of them were right underneath it, both holding their breath. Richard wanted to scream. Large wings spread from its back. Against the failing light, Richard could see the veins pulsing through the thin membranes that were its wings. The beast took one last look around and skittered sideways across the clearing. It straightened, hopped twice, and flew off, disappearing in the direction of the boundary. The flies were gone with it. Both flopped onto their backs, breathing fast, exhausted by the level of fright. Richard thought of the country people who had told him of things from the sky that ate people. He hadn't believed them. He believed them now. Something in his pack was poking him in the side, and when he could stand it no longer, he rolled onto his side, propping himself up on one elbow. He was drenched in sweat, and it now felt like ice in the cold evening air. Kaylin still lay on her back with her eyes closed, breathing rapidly. A few strands of her hair stuck to her face, but most of it flowed out over the ground. Sweat covered her, too. Around her neck it was tinted red. He felt an overwhelming sense of sadness for her, for the terrors in her life. He wished she didn't have to face the monsters she seemed to know all too well. Kaylin, what was that thing? She sat up, taking a deep breath as she looked down at him. Her hand came up and hooked some of her hair behind her ear. The rest fell forward over her shoulders. It was a long-tailed gar. Reaching out, she picked up one of the biting flies by its wings. Somehow it must have gotten caught in a fold of his shirt and was smashed when he flopped onto his back. This is a blood fly. Gars use them to hunt. The flies flush out the quarry, the gar grabs it. They smear some on themselves for the flies. We are very lucky. She held the blood fly right in front of his nose to make her point. Long-tailed gars are stupid. If it had been a short-tailed gar, we would be dead right now. Short-tailed gars are bigger and a lot smarter. She paused to make sure she had his full attention. They count their flies. He was frightened, exhausted, confused, and in pain. He wanted this nightmare to end. With a moan of frustration, he sagged back down onto his back, not caring anymore about whatever it was that was poking him. Kaylin, I'm your friend. After those men attacked us and you didn't want to tell me more about what is going on, I didn't press you. His eyes were closed. He couldn't bear the scrutiny of her eyes. Now someone is after me, too. For all I know, it could be the same person who murdered my father. It's not just you anymore. I can't go home either. I think I have a right to know at least some of what's going on. I'm your friend, not your enemy. Once, when I was little, I got a fever and almost died. Zed found a root that saved me. Until today, that was the only time I've ever been close to death. Today I was close 3 times. What do I... Her fingertips touched his lips to silence him. You're right. I will answer your questions. Except about me. For now I cannot. He sat up and looked at her. She was starting to shake with cold. Shrugging the straps of the pack off his shoulders, he pulled a blanket out and wrapped it around her. You promised me a fire, she said as she shivered. Is it a promise you intend to keep? He couldn't help but to laugh as he got to his feet. Sure. There's a wayward pine right over there on the other side of the clearing. Or if you want, there are others up the trail a little way. She looked up and gave him a worried frown. Right, he smiled. We'll find another wayward pine up the trail. What is a wayward pine? She asked. Chapter 5. Richard held back the boughs of the tree. This is a wayward pine, he announced, friend to any traveler. It was dark inside. Kaylin held the boughs aside so he could see by the moonlight to strike steel to flint and start a fire. Clouds scudded across the moon, and they could see their breath in the cold air. Richard had stayed here before on trips to and from Zed's, and had made a small fire pit of stones. There was dry wood, and to the far side a stack of dry grass he had used for bedding. Since he didn't have his knife, he was thankful he had left a supply of tinder. The fire was quickly started, filling the interior of the tree's skirt with flickering light. Richard was not quite able to stand under the branches where they began growing out from the trunk. The branches were bare near the trunk, with needles on the ends, leaving a hollow interior. The lower branches dipped all the way to the ground. The tree was fire-resistant as long as one was careful. The smoke from the small fire curled up the center near the trunk. The needles grew so thick that even in a good rain it remained dry inside. Richard had waited out many a rain in a wayward pine. He always enjoyed staying in the small but cozy shelters as he traveled the heartland. Now, he was especially glad for its concealing shelter. Before their encounter with the long-tailed gar, there had been plants and animals in the forest he had strong respect for, but there had been nothing in the woods he feared. Kaylin sat herself down cross-legged in front of the fire. She was still shivering, and kept the blanket over her head formed into a hood, and held tightly up around her chin. "I never heard of Wayward Pines before. I am not used to staying in the woods when I travel, but they look like a wonderful place to sleep." She looked even more tired than he. "When was the last time you slept?" 2 days ago, I think. It has all become a blur." Richard was surprised she could keep her eyes open. When they were running from the quad, he had barely been able to keep up with her. It was her fear that pushed her on, he knew. "Why so long?" "It would be very unwise," she said, "to go to sleep in the boundary." Kaylin watched the fire, spellbound in its warm embrace, the light from it fluttering on her face. She loosened the blanket from around her chin and let it hang so she could put her hands out to warm them closer to the fire. A chill ran through him when he wondered what was in the boundary and what would happen if he went to sleep there. "Hungry?" She nodded her head. Richard dug around in his pack, retrieving a pot, and went outside to fill it in a pool of water at a small brook they had passed a short distance back. Sounds of the night filled air so cold it felt as if it might break if he wasn't careful. Once again, he cursed himself for leaving home without his forest cloak, among other things. The memory of what had been waiting for him at his house made him shiver all the more. Every bug that looped past made him recoil in fear it was a bloodfly, and several times he froze in mid-step, only to exhale in relief when he saw it was only a snowy tree cricket, or a moth, or a lacewing. Shadows melted and materialized as clouds passed in front of the moon. He didn't want to, but he looked up anyway. Stars winked off and back on as soft, gauze-like clouds moved silently across the sky. All except one, which did not move. He came back in, cold to the bone, and put the pot of water on the fire, balancing it on 3 stones. Richard started to sit across from her, but then changed his mind and sat next to her, telling himself it was because he was so cold. When she heard his teeth chattering, she put half the blanket around his shoulders, letting her half slip from her head down to her shoulders as well. The blanket, heated by her body, felt good around him, and he sat quietly, letting the warmth soak in. "I've never seen anything like a gar. The Midlands must be a dreadful place." "There are many dangers in the Midlands." A wistful smile came over her face. "There are also many fantastic and magical things. It is a beautiful, wondrous place. But the gar are not from the Midlands. They are from Dahara." He stared in astonishment. "Dahara? From across the second boundary?" Dahara. Until his brother's speech today, he had never heard the name spoken in anything other than the cautious whispers of older people, or in a curse. Kaylin continued to watch the fire. "Richard." She paused as if afraid to tell him the rest. "There is no longer a second boundary. The boundary between the Midlands and Dahara is down since the spring." That shock made him feel as if the shadowy Dahara had just taken a frightening giant leap closer. He struggled to make sense of the things he was learning. "Maybe my brother is more of a prophet than he knows." "Maybe," she said noncommittally. "Although it would be hard to make a living as a prophet by predicting events that had already taken place." He gave her a sidelong glance. Kaylin smiled as she idly twisted a strand of hair. "When I first saw you, my thought was that you were no fool." Firelight sparkled in her green eyes. "Thank you for not proving me wrong." "Michael is in a position to have knowledge others don't. Maybe he's trying to prepare the people, get them used to the idea, so when they find out they won't panic." Michael often said that information was the coin of power, and that it was not a coin to be spent frivolously. After he had become a counselor, he encouraged people to bring their information to him first. Even a farmer with a tail received an ear, and, if the tale proved true, a favor. The water was starting to boil. Richard leaned over, hooked his finger through a strap, and pulled his pack to him, then rearranged the blanket. Rummaging around, he located the pouch of dried vegetables and poured some into the pot. From his pocket, he pulled a napkin that held 4 fat sausages, which he broke up and tossed into the soup pot. Kalin looked surprised. "Where did those come from?" "Did you snatch those from your brother's party?" Her voice carried a tone of disapproval. "A good woodsman," he said, licking his fingers and looking up at her, "always plans ahead and tries to know where his next meal will come from." "He will not think much of your manners." "I do not think much of his." He knew he would get no argument from her on that point. "Kalin, I won't justify the way he acted. Ever since our mother died, he's been a hard person to be close to. But I know he cares about people. You have to, if you want to be a good counselor. It must be a lot of pressure. I certainly wouldn't want the responsibility. But that's all he ever wanted, to be someone important. And now that he's first counselor, he has what he's always wanted. He should be satisfied, but he seems even less tolerant. He's always busy and always snapping orders. He is always in a bad mood lately. Maybe when he got what he wanted, it wasn't what he thought it would be. I wish he could be more like he used to be." She grinned. "At least you had the good sense to pick the best of the sausages." That eased the tension. They both laughed. "Kalin, I don't understand. About the boundary, I mean. I don't even know what the boundary is, except it's meant to keep the land separated so there will be peace. And of course everyone knows that whoever goes into the boundary will not come out alive. Chase and the boundary wardens patrol to make sure people stay away for their own good." "Young people here are not taught the histories of the 3 lands?" "No. I always thought it odd myself because I wanted to know, but no one would ever tell me much. People think I'm strange because I want to know, and I ask questions. Older people seem suspicious when I ask and tell me it was too long ago to remember or give me some other excuse. Both my father and Zed told me they used to live in the Midlands before the boundary. Before it went up, they came to Westland. They met here before I was born. They said that back before the boundaries was a terrible time and that there was a lot of fighting. They both told me there was nothing I needed to know except it was a dreadful time best forgotten. Zed always seemed the most bitter about it." Kalin snapped a piece off a dry stick and tossed it into the fire, where it flamed into a bright ember. "Well, it is a long story. If you want, I will tell you some of it." When she turned to him, he nodded for her to go on. "Long ago, back in the time before our parents were born, Dahara was just a confederation of kingdoms, as was the Midlands. The most ruthless of the Daharan rulers was Panis Ral. He was avaricious. From the first day of his reign, he started swallowing up all of Dahara for himself, one kingdom after another, many times before the ink was dry on a peace treaty. In the end, he held sway over all of Dahara, but instead of satisfying him, it only whetted his appetite, and he soon turned his attention to the lands that are now the Midlands. The Midlands is a loose confederation of free lands, free at least to rule as they see fit, and only so long as they live in peace with each other. By the time Ral had conquered all of Dahara, the peoples of the Midlands had seen what he was about, and were not to be taken so easily. They knew that signing a peace treaty with him was as good as signing an invitation to invasion. Instead, they chose to remain free and join together through the Council of the Midlands in a common defense. Many of the free lands held no favor with each other, but they knew that if they did not fight together, they would die separately, one at a time. Panis Ral threw the might of Dahara against them. War raged for many years. Kalin broke off another piece of the stick and fed it to the fire. As his legions were finally slowed and then halted, Ral turned to magic. There is magic in Dahara, too, not just in the Midlands. Back then there was magic everywhere. There were no separate lands, no boundaries. Anyway, Panis Ral was ruthless in his use of magic against the free people. He was terribly brutal. What kind of magic? What did he do? Some was trickery, sickness, fevers, but the worst of it was the shadow people. Richard frowned. Shadow people? What were they? Shadows in the air. Shadow people had no solid form, no precise shape. They were not even alive as we know it, but beings created out of magic. She held out her hand, gliding it across in front of them. They would come floating across a field or through a wood. Weapons had no effect on them. Swords and arrows went through them as if they were nothing more than smoke. You couldn't hide. Shadow people could see you anywhere. One would drift right up to a person and touch him. The touch caused the person's whole body to blister and swell, and finally split open. No one touched by a shadow person ever survived. Whole battalions were found, killed to a man. She pulled her hand back inside the blanket. When Panis Rahl started using the magic in that way, a great and honorable wizard joined the side of the Midlands cause. What was his name, this great and honorable wizard? That is part of the story. Have patience until I get to it. Richard stirred some spices into the soup, listening intently while she resumed her story. Many thousands had already died in battle, but the magic killed many more. It was a dark time. After all those years of struggle, to have so many taken by the magic Rahl called forth. But with the help of the great wizard, holding Panis Rahl's magic in check, his legions were driven back into Dahara. Richard added a stick of birch to the fire. How did this great and honorable wizard stop the shadow people? He conjured up battle horns for the armies. When the shadow people came, our men blew the horns and magic swept the shadow people away like smoke in the wind. It turned the course of battle to our side. The wars had been devastating, but it was concluded that going into Dahara to destroy Rahl and his forces would be too costly. Yet something had to be done to keep Panis Rahl from trying again, as they knew he would. And many were more frightened of the magic than of the hordes from Dahara, and they wanted to have nothing to do with it ever again. They wanted a place to live where there would be no magic. Westland was set aside for those people. So it was that there came to be 3 lands. The boundaries were created with the help of magic, but they themselves are not magic. Richard watched as she looked away. So, what are they? Guide 3, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 64. Zed's squat house came into sight a short distance farther up the trail. A single plank from the sod-covered roof served as a ramp for his old cat, who was better at getting up than down. White lace curtains hung on the inside of the windows, flower boxes on the outside. The flowers had dried and wilted with the passing of the season. The log walls were dull gray with age, but a bright blue door greeted visitors. Other than the door, the whole place gave the appearance of hunkering into the grasses surrounding it, of trying to go unnoticed. The house wasn't large, but it did have a porch running the length of the front. Zed's reason chair was empty. The reason chair was where Zed sat and thought until he figured out the reason for whatever it was that had snagged his curiosity. He had once sat in the chair for 3 days straight, trying to figure out why people were always arguing over how many stars there were. He himself didn't care. He thought the question trivial, and he only wondered why people spent so much time debating the subject. At last he had stood and pronounced that it was because anyone could express his profound conviction on the subject without fear of being proven wrong, as it was impossible to know the answer. Such fools simply didn't have to worry about contradiction when proclaiming expertise. Having settled the matter, Zed then went in the house and ate in earnest for 3 solid hours. Richard called out but received no answer. He smiled at Kalin. I bet I know where he is. Out back on his cloud rock, studying the latest batch of clouds. Cloud rock? Kalin asked. It's his favorite place to stand and watch clouds. Don't ask me why. Ever since I've known him, whenever he sees an interesting cloud, he runs out back to watch it while standing on that rock. Richard had grown up with the rock, and didn't think the behavior peculiar. It was just part of the old man. The 2 of them walked through the tall, wild grasses that surrounded the house, and up a rise to the top of a small, barren hill, where the cloud rock sat. Zed was standing on the flat cloud rock with his arched back to them, his spindly arms outstretched, and his wavy white hair hanging away from his head as it tilted back in scrutiny. Zed was stark naked. Richard rolled his eyes. Kalin averted hers. Pale, leathery skin draped loosely over a collection of bony projections made him look as frail as a dry stick. Richard knew him to be anything but frail, though. His bottom lacked any padding whatsoever, leaving the skin there to droop. One scrawny finger rose, pointing skyward.
"I knew you were coming, Richard."
His voice was as thin as the rest of him. The pale, unadorned robes that were his only clothes lay in a heap behind him. Richard bent and picked them up while Kalin, smiling, turned around to avoid any further embarrassment.
"Zed, we have company. Put on your clothes." "Do you know how I knew you were coming?"
Still he did not move or turn. "I would say it has something to do with a cloud that has been following me for the last few days. Here, let me help get this on you." Zed spun around, arms flailing in excitement.
"Days? Bags, Richard. That cloud has been following you for 3 weeks, ever since your father was killed. I haven't seen you since George's death. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I can find a lost bug in a barn easier than I can find you when you get it in your head not to be found."
"I've been busy. Hold your arms up so I can help you put this on." Richard shoved the robes over Zed's outstretched arms and helped pull the folds down the bony body while the old man shrugged his way into the outfit.
"Busy? Too busy to look up once in a while? Bags, Richard, do you know where that cloud is from?"
Zed's eyes were wide with concern as his forehead wrinkled above his raised brow. "Don't curse," Richard said. "And I would say the cloud is from Dahara." Zed's arms shot back into the air.
"Dahara! Yes, very good, my boy. Tell me, what gave it away for you? Was it the texture, the density?"
Zed was becoming even more excited as he wiggled around in his robe, dissatisfied with the way it twisted. "Neither. It's an assumption I make based on independent information. Zed, as I said before, we have company."
Yes, I heard you the first time."
He waved the matter away with his hand.
"Independent information, you say?"
He drew his forefinger and thumb down his smooth jaw. His hazel eyes lit up.
"That's very good, too. Very good indeed. Did this information also tell you this is bad business?" "Well, yes, of course it did," he said, in answer to his own question. "Why are you sweating?"
He put his twig-like fingers to Richard's forehead.
"You have a fever," he pronounced. "Did you bring me anything to eat?"
Richard already had an apple at hand. He knew Zed would be hungry. Zed was always hungry. The old man bit into the apple with a vengeance. "Zed, please listen to me. I'm in trouble and I need your help." Zed put his scrawny fingers on the top of Richard's head while he chewed, and with his thumb lifted an eyelid. Leaning forward, he thrust his sharply featured face close to Richard's and peered into his eye, then repeated the procedure on the other eye.
"I always listen to you, Richard."
He lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, feeling his pulse.
"And I agree you are in trouble. In 3 hours, maybe 4, no more, you will be unconscious."
Richard was taken aback. Kalin looked worried, too. Zed knew about fevers, among other things, and did not make precise pronouncements like this that ever proved in error. Richard's legs had felt weak since he awoke with chills, and he knew he was getting worse. "Can you do anything to help?"
"Probably, but it depends on what caused it. Now, stop being rude and introduce me to your girlfriend."
"Zed, this is my friend, Kalin Amnel." The old man peered closely into his eyes.
"Oh, was I wrong? She is not a girl, then?"
Zed cackled. He smiled over the trick as he shuffled to Kalin, bowed dramatically at the waist, lifted her hand only a little, kissed it lightly, and said, "Zedicus Zul Zorander, humbly at your whim, my dear young lady." He straightened himself up to have a look at her face. When their eyes met, his smile evaporated, and his eyes went wide. His keen features transformed to anger. He released her hand as if he had discovered himself holding a poisonous snake. Zed spun to Richard.
"What are you doing with this creature?"
Kalin was calm and impassive. Richard was aghast.
"Zed, has she touched you?"
"Well, Richard was trying to remember the times she had touched him, when Zed cut him off again.
"No, of course not. I can see she hasn't. Richard, do you know what she is?"
He turned to her.
"She's a..."
Kalin gave Zed a look of such cold danger that it froze him in place. Richard kept his voice calm but firmly. "I know exactly what she is. She is my friend." A friend who yesterday saved me from getting killed as my father was, and again saved me from being killed by some beast called a gar. Kalen's expression relaxed. The old man stared at her a little longer before turning to Richard. Zed, Kalen is my friend. We are both in a lot of trouble and need to help each other. Zed stood in silence, searching Richard's eyes. He nodded.
Trouble indeed.
Zed, we need your help. Please? Kalen came and stood next to him. We don't have much time. Zed didn't look inclined to be any part of it, but Richard went on anyway, watching Zed's eyes. Yesterday, after I found her, she was attacked by a quad. Another will come soon. He saw what he was looking for, a quick flash of hatred, softening into empathy. Zed looked to Kalen as if seeing her for the first time. They faced each other for a long while. At the mention of the quad, the look on Kalen's face became one of torment. Zed came forward and put his spindly arms around her protectively, holding her head to his shoulder. She reached around and embraced him gratefully, burying her face in his robes to conceal her tears.
It's all right, dear one. You are safe here, he said softly. Let's go down to the house, and you can tell me of this trouble, and then we must tend to Richard's fever.
She nodded against his shoulder. Kalen parted from him. Zedekis Zulzarander. I have never heard such a name. He smiled proudly, his thin lips pushing back his cheeks into deep wrinkles.
I'm sure you haven't, dear one. I'm sure you haven't. By the way, can you cook?
He put his arm around her shoulder, holding her tight as he started walking her down the hill.
I'm hungry and haven't had a suitably cooked meal in years. He glanced back. Come along, Richard, while you still can.
If you help Richard's fever, I will make you a big pot of spice soup, she offered.
Spice soup? Zed swooned. I haven't had a proper spice soup in years. Richard is lousy at making it.
Richard trudged behind, the emotional strain having taken much of his remaining strength. The casual way Zed was handling the fever scared him. He knew this was his old friend's way of trying not to frighten him about the seriousness of the matter. He could feel his pulse in his sore hand. Since Zed was from the Midlands, Richard had thought he would gain his compassion with the mention of the quad. Richard was relieved, if somewhat surprised, at how the two of them were suddenly so amiable. He reached up as he walked, touching the tooth for reassurance. He was, however, quite disturbed by what he now knew. Near a back corner of the house sat a table where Zed liked to take his meals in good weather. It afforded him the opportunity to keep an eye to the clouds while he ate. Zed sat them down together on a bench while he went inside and brought out carrots, berries, cheese, and apple juice, putting them on the wooden tabletop worn smooth with years of use, then sat himself on the bench opposite them. He gave Richard a mug of something brown and thick that smelled of almonds and told him to drink it slowly. His eyes came to Richard.
Tell me of the trouble.
Richard related how he was bitten by a vine and told Zed about seeing the thing in the sky, seeing Kalen at Trunt Lake, and being followed by the four men. He told the whole story with every detail he could remember. He knew Zed liked to have every detail, no matter how unimportant. Occasionally, Richard stopped to take a sip from the mug. Kalen ate some carrots and berries and drank the apple juice, but she pushed away the plate with the cheese. She nodded or offered help when he couldn't remember a particular point. The only thing he left out was the story Kalen had told him of the history of the Three Lands and about Dark and Rall taking over the Midlands. He thought it better that she tell it in her own words. At the end, Zed made him go back to the beginning, wanting to know what Richard had been doing in the High Ven in the first place. When I went to my father's house after the murder, I looked in the message jar. It was about the only thing not broken. Inside was a piece of vine. For the last 3 weeks, I've been looking for the vine, trying to find out what my father's last message meant. And when I found it, well, that's the thing that bit me. He was glad to be finished. His tongue felt thick. Zed bit off a chunk of carrot while thinking.
What did the vine look like?
It was... Wait, I still have it in my pocket. He took out the sprig and plunked it down on the table.
Bags, Zed whispered. That's a snake vine.
Richard felt a shock of icy cold sweep through him. He knew the name from the secret book. He hoped against hope it did not mean what he feared it did. Zed sat back.
Well, the good part is now I know the root to use to cure the fever. The bad part is I have to find it.
Zed asked Kalin to tell her part, but to make it short, as there were things he must do and not much time. Richard thought about the story she had told in the Wayward Pine the night before, and wondered how she could possibly make it shorter. Darken Ral, son of Panis Ral, has put the 3 boxes of Orden in play, Kalin said simply. I have come in search of the great wizard. Richard was thunderstruck. From the secret book, the Book of Counted Shadows, the book his father had had him commit to memory before they destroyed it, the line jumped into his mind. And when the 3 boxes of Orden are put into play, the snake vine shall grow. Richard's worst nightmares, everyone's worst nightmares, were coming to pass. Chapter 7. Pain and dizziness from the fever made Richard only dimly aware that his head had sunk to the table. He groaned while his mind spun with the implications of what Kalin had told Zed, of the prophecy of the secret book of Counted Shadows come to life. Then Zed was at his side, lifting him, telling Kalin to help get him into the house. As he walked with their help, the ground slipped this way and that, making it difficult to catch it with his feet. Then they were laying him down on a bed, covering him up. He knew they were talking, but he couldn't make sense of the words, which slurred in his mind. Darkness sucked his mind in. Then there was light. He seemed to float back up, only to spiral down again. He wondered who he was and what was happening. Time passed as the room spun and rolled and tilted. He gripped the bed to keep from being flung off. Sometimes he knew where he was and tried desperately to hold on to what he knew, only to slip away again into blackness. He became aware again, realizing that time had passed, though he didn't have any idea how much. Was it dark? Maybe it was just that the curtains were pulled. Someone, he realized, was putting a cool, wet cloth on his forehead. His mother smoothed back his hair. Her touch felt comforting, soothing. He could almost make out her face. She was so good. She always took such good care of him. Until she died. He wanted to cry. She was dead. Still, she smoothed his hair. That couldn't be. It had to be someone else, but who? Then he remembered. It was Kalin. He spoke her name. Kalin was smoothing his hair. I am here. It came back to him, rushing back in a torrent. The murder of his father, the vine that bit him, Kalin, the 4 men on the cliff, his brother's speech, someone waiting for him at his house, the Gar, the night wisp telling him to seek the answer or die. What Kalin said, that the 3 boxes of Orden were in play, and his secret, the Book of Counted Shadows. He remembered how his father had taken him to the secret place in the woods and had told him how he had saved the Book of Counted Shadows from the peril it was in from the beast that guarded it until its master could come. How he had brought it with him to Westland to keep it from those covetous hands, hands that the keeper of the book didn't know threatened. His father had told him how there was danger as long as the book existed, but he couldn't destroy the knowledge in it. He had no right. It belonged to the keeper of the book, and it must be kept safe until it could be returned. The only way to do that was to commit the book to memory and then burn it. Only in that way could the knowledge be preserved, but not stolen, as it otherwise surely would be. His father chose Richard. That it was to be Richard and not Michael was for reasons of his own. No one could know of the book, not even Michael. Only the keeper of the book. No one else. Only the keeper. He said Richard might never find the keeper, and in that case he was to pass the book on to his child, and then that child to his own, and so on for as long as was necessary. His father couldn't tell him who the keeper of the book was, as he didn't know. Richard asked how he was to know the keeper, but his father said only that he would have to find the answer himself, and not to tell anyone ever except the keeper. His father told Richard he was not to tell his own brother, or even his best friend, Zed. Richard swore on his life. His father had never once looked in the book, only Richard. Day after day, week after week, with breaks only when he traveled, his father took him to the secret place deep in the woods where he sat and watched Richard reading the book over and over. Michael was usually off with his friends and had no interest in going into the woods even if he was at home. and it wasn't uncommon for Richard not to visit Zed when his father was home, so neither had reason to know of the frequent trips to the woods. Richard would write down what he memorized and check it against the book. Each time, his father burned the papers and had him do it again. His father apologized every day for the burden he was placing on Richard. He asked for forgiveness from his son at the end of every day in the woods. Richard never resented having to learn the book. He considered it an honor to be entrusted by his father. He wrote the book from beginning to end 100 times without error before he satisfied himself that he could never forget a single word. He knew by reading it that any word left out would spell disaster. When he assured his father that it was committed to memory, they put the book back in the hiding place in the rocks and left it for 3 years. After that time, when Richard was beyond his middle teens, they returned one fall day, and his father said if Richard could write the whole book without a single mistake, they could both be satisfied it was learned perfectly, and they would burn the book. Richard wrote without hesitation from beginning to end. It was perfect. Together they built a fire, stacking on more than enough wood until the heat drove them back. His father handed him the book and told him that if he was sure to throw the book into the fire. Richard held the book of counted shadows in the crook of his arm, running his fingers over the leather cover. He held his father's trust in his arms, held the trust of everyone in his arms, and he felt the weight of the burden. He gave the book to the fire. In that moment, he was no longer a child. The flames swirled around the book, embracing, caressing, consuming. Colors and forms spiraled up, and a roaring cry came forth. Strange beams of light shot skyward. Wind made their cloaks flap as the fire sucked leaves and twigs into itself, adding to the flames in heat. Phantoms appeared, spreading their arms as if being fed by the blaze, their voices racing away on the wind. The two of them stood as if turned to stone, unable to move, unable even to turn away from the sight. Searing heat turned to wind as cold as the deepest winter night, sending chills up their spines, taking their breath from them. Then the cold was gone, and the fire turned to a white light that consumed everything in its brightness, as if they were standing in the sun. Just as suddenly it was gone. In its place, silence. The fire was out. Wisps of smoke rose slowly from the blackened wood into the autumn air. The book was gone. Richard knew what he had seen. He had seen magic. Richard felt a hand resting on his shoulder and opened his eyes. It was Kaylin. In the firelight coming through the doorway, he could see she was sitting in a chair pulled close to his bed. Zed's big old coon cat was curled up sleeping in her lap. "Where's Zed?" he asked, sleepy-eyed. "He has gone to find the root you need." Her voice was soft and calming. "It has been dark for hours now, but he said not to be concerned if it took him time to find the root. He said that you would go in and out of sleep, but would be safe until he returned. He said the drink he gave you before would keep you safe until he is back." Richard realized for the first time that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her hair was tumbled down around her face and shoulders, and he wanted very much to touch it, but didn't. It was enough to feel her hand on his shoulder, to know she was there, and that he was not alone. "How do you feel?" Her voice was so soft, so gentle, that he couldn't imagine why Zed had been afraid of her. "I would rather fight another quad than another snakevine." She smiled her special smile, her private smile of sharing something with him, as she wiped his brow with the cloth. He reached up and grabbed her wrist. She stopped and looked into his eyes. "Kaylin, Zed is my friend of many years. He is like a second father to me. Promise me you won't do anything to hurt him." I could not bear it. She looked at him reassuringly. "I like him, too, very much. He is a good man, just as you said. I have no desire to hurt him, only to seek his help in finding the wizard." He gripped her wrist tighter. "Promise me." "Richard, everything will be fine. He will help us." He remembered the fingers on his throat and the look in her eyes when she thought he was trying to poison her with an apple. "Promise me." "I have already made promises to others, some of whom have given their lives. I have responsibilities to the lives of others, many others." "Promise me." She put her other hand on the side of his face. "I am sorry, Richard, I cannot." He released her wrist, turned, and closed his eyes as she took her hand from his face. He thought about the book, all that it meant, and realized he was making a selfish request. Would he trick her to save Zed, only to have him die with them? Would he doom all the others to death or slavery just to see his friend live a couple more months? Could he condemn her to death, too, for nothing? He felt ashamed at his own stupidity. He had no right to ask her to make such a promise. It would be wrong for her to do so. He was glad she had not lied to him, but he knew that just because Zed had asked about the trouble they were in did not mean he would help with anything to do from across the boundary. "Kaylin, this fever is making me foolish. Please forgive me. I have never met another with your courage. I know you are trying to save us all. Zed will help us. I will see to it. Promise me only that you will wait until I am better. Give me the chance to convince him." She squeezed her hand on his shoulder. "That is a promise I can make. I know you care about your friend. I would despair if you didn't. That does not make you foolish. Rest now." He tried not to close his eyes, since when he did, everything started spinning uncontrollably. But talking had sapped his strength, and soon the blackness pulled him back in. His thoughts were once again sucked into the void. Sometimes he came partway back and wandered in troubled dreams. Sometimes he wandered in places empty even of illusion. The cat came awake, his ears perking up. Richard slept on. Sounds that only the cat could hear made him jump off Kaylin's lap, trot to the door, and sit on his haunches, waiting. Kaylin waited too, and since the cat didn't raise his fur, she stayed by Richard. A thin voice came from outside. "Cat? Cat, where have you gotten to?" "Well, you can just stay out here then." The door squeaked open. "There you are." The cat ran out the doorway. "Suit yourself," Zed called after him. "How is Richard?" he called to her. When he came into the room, Kaylin answered from the chair. "He came awake several times, but he is sleeping now. Did you find the root you need?" "I wouldn't be here otherwise. Did he have anything to say when he was awake?" Kaylin smiled up at the old man. "Just that he was worried about you." He turned and went back into the front room, grumbling. "Not without good reason." Sitting at the table, he peeled the roots, cut them into thin wafers, put the wafers into a pot with some water, and then hung the pot on the crane over the fire. He threw the peels and then 2 sticks of wood into the fire before going to the cupboard and pulling down a number of different-sized jars. Without hesitation, he selected first one jar, then another, pouring different-colored powders into a black stone mortar. With a white pestle, he ground the reds, blues, yellows, browns, and greens together until it was all the color of dry mud. After licking the end of his finger, he dipped it in the mortar to collect a sample. He put the finger to his tongue for a taste and lifted an eyebrow while he smacked his lips and pondered. At last he smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He poured the powder into the pot, blending it in with a spoon from a hook at the side of the fireplace. He stirred slowly while watching the concoction bubble. For nearly 2 hours he stirred and watched. When at last he determined that the work was done, he plunked the pot on the table to cool. Zed collected a bowl and cloth, and after a while called to Kaylin to come help him. She came quickly to his side, and he instructed her how to hold the cloth over the bowl while he poured the mixture through. He spun his finger around in the air. "Now, twist the cloth around and around to squeeze the liquid out. When it's all out, throw the cloth and its contents in the fire." She looked at him, puzzled. Zed lifted an eyebrow. "The part left in there is poison. Richard should be awake any time now. Then we give him the liquid in the bowl. You keep squeezing. I will check on him." Zed went into the bedroom, bent over Richard, and found him to be deeply unconscious. He turned and saw that Kaylin's back was to him as she worked at her task. He bent over, placing a middle finger to Richard's forehead. Richard's eyes snapped open. "Dear one," Zed called into the other room, "we are in luck. He has just come awake. Bring the bowl." Richard blinked. "Zed, are you all right? Is everything all right?"
Yes, yes, everything is fine.
Kalin came in holding the bowl carefully, trying not to spill any. Zed helped Richard sit up so he could drink. When he finished, Zed helped him to lie back down.
That will make you sleep and break the fever. The next time you awake, you will be well. You have my word. So worry no more as you rest.
Thank you, Zed. Richard was asleep before he could say more. Zed left and then returned with a tin plate, insisting that Kalin take the chair.
The thorn will not be able to stand the root, he explained. It will have to leave his body.
He put the plate under Richard's hand and sat down on the edge of the bed to wait. They both listened to Richard's deep breathing and the crackling of the fire from the other room. Otherwise, the house was still. It was Zed who broke the silence first.
It is dangerous for a confessor to travel alone, dear one. Where is your wizard?
She looked up at him with tired eyes. My wizard sold his services to a queen. Zed gave a disapproving scowl.
He abandoned his responsibilities to the confessors? What is his name?
Giller.
Giller.
He repeated the name with a sour expression, then leaned toward her a bit.
So why did another not come with you?
She gave him a hard look. Because they are all dead at their own hands. Before they died, they all gathered and cast a web to see me safely through the boundary with the guidance of a night wisp. Zed stood at this news. Sadness and concern etched his face as he rubbed his chin. You knew the wizards? She asked.
Yes, yes. I lived in the Midlands a long time.
And the Great One? You know him also? Zed smiled, rearranged his robes, and seated himself again.
You are persistent, dear one. Yes, I knew the old wizard once, but even if you could find him, I don't think he would have anything to do with this business. He would not be inclined to help the Midlands.
Kalin leaned forward, taking his hand in hers. Her voice was soft but intense. Zed, there are many people who disapprove of the High Council of the Midlands and its greed. They wish it were not so, but they are just common people who have no say. They only wish to live their lives in peace. Darken Ral has taken the food that was stored for the coming winter and given it to the army. They waste it, or let it rot, or sell it back to the people they stole it from. Already there is hunger. This winter there will be death. Fire has been outlawed. People are cold. Ral says it is all the great wizard's fault for not coming forward to be put on trial as an enemy of the people. He says the wizard has brought this on them, that he is to blame. He doesn't explain how this could be, but many believe it anyway. Many believe everything Ral says, even though what they see with their own eyes should be enough to tell them otherwise. The wizards were under constant threat, and forbidden by edict from using magic. They knew that sooner or later they would be used against the people. They may have made mistakes in the past and disappointed their teacher, but the most important thing they were taught was to be protectors of the people, and in no way to bring them harm. As their most loving act for the people, they gave their lives to stop Darken Ral. I think their teacher would have been proud. But this is not about just the Midlands. The boundary between Dahara and the Midlands is down. The boundary between the Midlands and Westland is failing, and soon it too will be down. The people of Westland will be taken by the very thing they fear most, magic. Terrible, frightening magic, like none they have ever imagined. Zed showed no emotion, offered no objection or opinion, only listened. He continued to allow her to hold his hands. All I have said, the great wizard could have an argument for, but the fact that Darken Ral has put the 3 boxes of Orden into play is something altogether different. If he succeeds, then on the first day of winter it will be too late for anyone. That includes the wizard. Ral already searches for him. It is personal vengeance he seeks. Many have died because they could not offer his name. When Ral opens the correct box, though, he will have unchallenged power over all living things, and then the wizard will be his. He can hide in Westland all he wants, but come the first day of winter, his hiding is over. Darken Ral will have him. There was bitterness in her expression. Zed, Darken Ral has used quads to kill all the other confessors. I found my sister after they were finished with her. She died in my arms. With all the others dead, that leaves only me. The wizards knew their teacher did not want to help, so they sent me as the last hope. If he is too foolish to see that in helping us he helps himself, then I must use my power against him to make him help. Zed raised an eyebrow.
And what is one dried-up old wizard to do against the power of this Darken Ral?
He was now holding her hands in his. He must appoint a seeker.
What?
Zed jumped to his feet.
Dear one, you don't know what you are talking about.
Confused, Kalen leaned back a little. What do you mean?
Seekers appoint themselves. The wizard just sort of recognizes what has happened and makes it official.
I don't understand. I thought the wizard picked the person, the right person. Zed sat back down, rubbing his chin.
Well, that's true in a sense, but backwards. A true seeker, one who can make a difference, must show himself to be a seeker. The wizard doesn't point to someone and say, "Here is the sword of truth, you will be the seeker." He doesn't really have a choice in the matter. It isn't something you can train someone for. One should simply be a seeker and show himself to be so by his actions. A wizard must watch a person for years to be sure. A seeker doesn't have to be the smartest person, but he has to be the right person. He has to have the right qualities within himself. A true seeker is a rare person. The seeker is a balance point of power. The council made the appointment a political bone to be thrown to one of the sniveling dogs at their feet. It was a sought-after post because of the power a seeker wields. But the council didn't understand. It wasn't the post that brought the power to the person. It was the person that brought the power to the post. He edged closer to her. Kalen, you were born after the council took this power upon itself, so you may have seen a seeker when you were young. But in those days they were pretend seekers. You have never seen the real thing. His eyes got round in the telling, his voice low and full of passion. I have seen a true seeker make a king quake in his boots with the asking of a single question. When a real seeker draws the sword of truth, he held his hands up and rolled his eyes in delight. Righteous anger can be an extraordinary thing to behold. Kalen smiled at his excitement. It can make the good tremble with joy, and the wicked shiver in fear. The smile left his face. But people rarely believe the truth when they see it, and less so when they don't want to. And that makes the position of seeker a dangerous one. He is an obstacle to those who would subvert power. He draws lightning from many sides. Most often he stands alone, and frequently not long.
I know the feeling well, she said, with only the hint of a smile. Zed leaned closer.
Against Darken Ral, I doubt even a true seeker would last long. And then what?
She took up his hands again. Zed, we must try. It is our only chance. If we don't take it, we have none. He sat up, pulling away from her.
Any person the wizard picks would not know the Midlands. He would have no chance there. It would be a sentence of quick death.
That is the other reason I was sent, to be his guide, and stand with him to offer my life, if need be, to help protect him. Confessors spend their life traveling the lands. I have been almost everywhere in the Midlands. A confessor is trained from birth in languages. She has to be, because she never knows where she will be called. I speak every major language, and most of the minor ones. And as far as drawing lightning, a confessor draws her fair share. If we were easy to kill, Ral would not need to send quads to get the job done. And many of them have died in the doing. I can help protect the seeker, if need be, with my own life.
What you propose not only would put someone's life at terrible risk, as seeker, dear one, but yours also.
She raised an eyebrow. I am hunted now. If you have a better way, put words to it. Before Zed could answer, Richard moaned. The old man looked over at him and then rose.
It is time.
Caelan stood up next to him as he lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, holding the wounded hand over the tin plate. Blood dripped onto the plate with soft, hollow sounds. The thorn fell out with a small, wet splash. Caelan reached for it. Zed grabbed her wrist. "Don't do that, dear one. Now that it has been expelled from its host, it will be anxious to have a new one. Watch." She took her hand back as he put his bony finger on the plate several inches from the thorn. It wiggled its way toward the finger, leaving a thin trail of blood. He took his finger away and handed her the plate. "Hold it from underneath and take it to the hearth. Put it on the fire face down and leave it there." While she did as Zed requested, he cleaned the wound and applied a salve. When Caelan returned, he held Richard's hand while she wrapped it. Zed watched her hands as she worked. "Why have you not told him what you are, that you are a confessor?" There was a hard edge to his voice. Hers came back in kind. "Because of the way you reacted when you recognized me as a confessor." She paused, and the harshness left her voice. "Somehow we have become friends. I am inexperienced in that, but I am very experienced at being a confessor. I have seen reactions like yours all my life. When I leave with the Seeker, I will tell him. Until then, I would very much like to have his friendship. Is that too much to ask, to be allowed the simple human pleasure of a friend? The friendship will end soon enough when I tell him." When she finished, Zed put a finger under her chin, raising her face to his gentle smile. "When I first saw you, I reacted foolishly, mostly to the surprise of seeing a confessor. I had not expected ever to see one again. I quit the Midlands to be free of the magic. You were an intrusion into my solitude. I apologize for my reaction and for making you feel unwelcome. I hope I have made it up to you. I am one who has respect for the confessors, perhaps more than you will ever know. You are a good woman, and you are welcome in my house." Caelan looked into his eyes a long moment. "Thank you, Zedicus Zulzarander." Zed's expression turned more dangerous than hers had when they had first met. She stood frozen with his fingers still under her chin, afraid to move, her eyes wide. "Know this, though, Mother Confessor." His voice was only one step above a whisper, and deadly. "This boy has been my friend a good long time. If you touch him with your power, or if you choose him, you will answer to me, and you would not like that. Do you understand?" She swallowed hard and managed to give a weak nod. "Yes." "Good." The danger left his face, leaving calm again in its place. He removed his finger from under her chin and began to turn to Richard. Caelan let her breath out, and, not willing to be intimidated, grabbed his arm, turning him back to her. "Zed, I would not do that to him. Not because of what you said, but because I care for him. I want you to understand that." They faced off, a long while, each measuring the other. Zed's impish smile returned as disarming as ever. "If offered a choice, dear one, that is the way I would prefer it." She relaxed, satisfied at having made her point, and gave him a quick hug that was returned earnestly. "There is one thing you have left unspoken. You have not asked for my help in finding the wizard." "No, and for now I won't." Side 4, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 90. Zed lifted an eyebrow, waiting. Richard looked down at the table, picking at the wood with his thumbnail. "Think of the solution, not the problem."
"And right now you are doing it backwards. You are only concentrating on why the problem is impossible. You are not thinking of the solution."
Richard knew Zed was right, but there was more to it. "Zed, I don't think I'm qualified to be Seeker. I don't know anything about the Midlands."
"Sometimes it is easier to make a decision if you aren't burdened with the knowledge of history,"
the wizard said cryptically. Richard let out a deep breath. "I don't know the place. I'd be lost there." Caelan put her hand on his forearm. "No, you wouldn't. I know the Midlands better than almost anyone. I know where it is safe and where it is not. I'll be your guide. You will not be lost, I promise you that much." Richard looked away from her green eyes and down at the table. It hurt to think that he might disappoint her, but her faith and Zed's didn't seem justified. He didn't know anything about the Midlands, or the magic, or how to find some boxes, or how to stop Dark and Rahl. He didn't know how to do any of it. And for his first trick, he was supposed to get them across the boundary.
Richard, I know you think I'm thrusting this responsibility on you unwisely, but it is not me who chooses you. You are the one who has shown himself to be the Seeker. I have only recognized the fact. I have been a wizard a long time. You don't know what that entails, but you have to trust me when I say that I'm qualified to recognize the one.
Zed reached across the table, across the sword, and put his hand on Richard's. His eyes were somber.
Dark and Rahl hunts you, personally. The only reason I can fathom for this is that with the insight he has gained from the magic of Auden, he too knows you to be the one, and so searches you out to eliminate the threat.
Richard blinked in surprise. Maybe Zed was right. Maybe this was the reason Rahl hunted him. Or maybe not. Zed didn't know about the book. He felt as if his mind would explode with all the things filling his head, and suddenly he couldn't sit anymore. He stood up and began pacing, thinking. Zed folded his arms across his chest. Kaelin leaned an elbow on the table. Both watched in silence as he paced. The wisp had said to seek the answer or die. It didn't say it was necessary to become this seeker. He could find the answers in his own way, as he always had. He hadn't needed the sword to figure out who the wizard was, although it hadn't been that hard. But what was wrong with taking the sword? What could it hurt to have its help? Wouldn't it be foolish to turn down any assistance? Apparently the sword could be put to any use its owner wanted, so why not use it in the way he wanted? He didn't have to become an assassin or anything else. He could use it to help them. That was all. That was all that was needed or wanted, no more. But Richard knew why he didn't want it. He didn't like the way it had felt when he had drawn the sword. It had felt good, and that bothered him. It had stirred his anger in a way that frightened him, made him feel like he had never felt before. The most disconcerting thing was that it felt right. He didn't want to feel right about anger, didn't want to lose his control of it. Anger was wrong. That's what his father had taught him. Anger had killed his mother. He kept his anger behind a locked door he didn't want opened. No, he would do this in his own way, without the sword. He didn't need it. Didn't need the worry of it. Richard turned to Zed, who still sat with his arms folded across his chest, watching. The sunlight gave Zed's wrinkles deep shadows. The lines and sharp angles of his familiar face seemed somehow different. He looked grim, resolute, somehow more like a wizard. Their eyes met and held each other. Richard was decided. He would tell his friend no. He would help and would stand by them. His life, too, depended on this. But he would not be the Seeker. Before he could say so, Zed spoke.
Kaelin, tell Richard how Dark and Rahl questions people.
His voice was quiet, calm. He didn't look at her, instead continuing to hold Richard's eyes. Her voice was barely audible.
Zed, please.
Tell him.
This time his voice was harder, more forceful.
Tell him what he does with the curved knife he keeps at his belt.
Richard looked away from Zed's eyes to her pale face. After a moment, she held out her hand and looked up at him with sad green eyes, beckoning him to come to her. He stood a moment, wary, then came and took her hand. She pulled him down toward her. He sat, straddling the bench, facing her, waiting for what it was she was bidden to say, fearing it. Kaelin shifted toward him, hooking some hair behind an ear, and looked down at his right hand as she held it in both of hers, stroking the back of it with her thumbs. Her fingers were gentle, soft, and warm against his palm. The size of her hands made his seem awkwardly large. She spoke quietly and didn't look up.
Dark and Rahl is a practitioner of an ancient form of magic called anthropomancy. He divines the answers to questions by the inspection of living human entrails.
Richard felt his anger ignite.
It's of limited use. He can at most get a yes or no to a single question, and sometimes a name. Nonetheless, he continues to favor its use. I'm sorry, Richard. Please forgive me for telling you this.
Memories of his father's kindness, his laughter, his love, his friendship, their time together with the secret book, and 1,000 other brief glimpses tore through him in a flood of anguish. The scenes and sounds converged into dim shadows and hollow echoes in Richard's mind and melted away. In its place, memories of the bloodstains on the floor, the white faces of the people there, images of his father's pain and terror, and the things Chase had told him flashed vividly in snatches through his mind. He didn't try to stop them, but instead pulled them onward, hungering for them. He washed himself in the detail of it all, felt the twisting torment. Pain flared up from a pit deep inside him. Invoked heedlessly, it came screaming forth. In his mind, he added the shadowed figure of Dark and Rawl, hands dripping crimson blood standing over his father's body, holding the red, glinting blade. He held the vision before him, twisting it, inspecting it, drinking it into his soul. The picture was complete now. He had his answers. He knew how it had been, how his father had died. Until now, that was all he had ever sought, answers. In his whole life, he had never gone beyond that simple quest. In one white-hot instant, that changed. The door that held back his anger and the wall of reason containing his temper burned away in a flash of hot desire. A lifetime of rational thinking evaporated before his searing fury. Lucidity became dross in a cauldron of molten need. Richard reached out to the sword of truth, curled his fingers around the scabbard, gripping it tighter and tighter until his knuckles were white. The muscles in his jaw flexed. His breathing came fast and sharp. He saw nothing else of what was around him. The heat of anger surged forth from the sword, not of its own volition, but summoned by the seeker. Richard's chest heaved with the burning hurt of his grief at knowing now what had happened to his father. And with that knowledge, there was closure, too. Thoughts he had never permitted himself to have became his only desire. Caution and consequence vanished before a flood of lust for vengeance. In that instant, his only want, his only desire, his only need was to kill Dark and Rawl. Nothing else had any significance. With his other hand, he reached out and seized the hilt of his sword to pull it free. Zed's hand clamped down over his. The seeker's eyes snapped up, livid at the interference.
Richard,
Zed's voice was gentle.
calm down.
The seeker, his muscles flexing powerfully, glowered into the other's tranquil eyes. Some part of him, deep in the back of his mind, kept warning him, trying to regain control. He ignored the warning. He bent over the table to the wizard, his teeth gritted. I accept the position of seeker.
Richard,
Zed repeated calmly.
it's all right. Relax. Sit down.
The world came rushing back into his mind. He pulled his readiness to kill back a notch, but not his rage. Not only the door, but also the wall that had contained his anger was gone. Even though the world about him had returned, it was a world seen through different eyes. Eyes he had always had, but had been afraid to use. The eyes of a seeker. Richard realized that he was standing. He didn't remember getting up. He sat again next to Kalen, removing his hands from the sword. Something inside him regained control of his anger. It wasn't the same as before, though. It didn't shut it away. Didn't lock it behind a door, but pulled it back, unafraid, to make it ready when needed again. Some of his old self seeped back into his mind, calming him, slowing his breathing, reasoning within him. He felt liberated, unafraid, unashamed of his temper for the first time. He allowed himself to sit there while he uncoiled, feeling his muscles relax. He looked up into Zed's calm, undisturbed face. The old man, his thatch of white hair framing an angular face set in a perceptive cast, studied him, assessed him with the slightest hint of a smile fixed at the corners of his thin mouth.
Congratulations, the wizard said. You have passed my final test to become Seeker.
Richard pulled back in confusion. What do you mean? You already appointed me Seeker. Zed shook his head slowly.
I told you before, weren't you listening? A seeker appoints himself. Before you could become seeker, you had to pass one determinative test. You had to show me you could use all your mind. For many years, Richard, you have kept part of it locked away. Your anger. I had to know you could release it, call upon it. I've seen you angry, but you were unable to admit your anger to yourself. A seeker who couldn't allow himself to use his anger would be hopelessly weak. It is the strength of rage that gives the heedless drive to prevail. Without the anger, you would have turned down the sword, and I would have let you, because you wouldn't have had what was required. But that is irrelevant now. You have proven you are no longer a prisoner to your fears. Be cautioned, though. As important as it is to be able to use your rage, it is equally important to be able to restrain it. You have always had that ability. Don't let yourself lose it now. You must be wise enough to know which path to choose. Sometimes letting out the anger is an even more grievous mistake than holding it in.
Richard nodded solemnly. He thought about the way it felt to hold the sword when he was in the rage, the way he felt its power, the liberating sensation of giving himself over to the primal urge from within himself and from the sword. The sword has magic, he said guardedly. I felt it.
It does. But, Richard, magic is only a tool, like any other. When you use a whetstone to sharpen a knife, you are simply making the knife work better for its intended purpose. Same way with the magic. It's just a honing of the intent.
Zed's eyes were clear and sharp.
Some people are more terrified to die by magic than, say, by a blade, as if somehow one is less dead if killed by a blow or a cut than if killed by the unseen. But listen well. Dead is dead. The fear of the magic, though, can be a powerful weapon. Keep that in mind.
Richard nodded. The late afternoon sun warmed his face, and out of the corner of his eye he could see the cloud. Rahl would be watching it, too. Richard remembered the man from the quad on Blunt Cliff, how he had pulled his sword across his arm, drawing blood before he attacked. He remembered the look in the man's eyes. He hadn't understood it at the time. He understood it now. Richard hungered for the fight. The leaves of the nearby trees fluttered in the light autumn wind, glimmering with their first touches of gold and red. Winter was coming. The first day of winter would soon be here. He thought about how he would get them across the boundary. They had to get one of the boxes of Orden, and when they found it, they would find Rahl. Zed, no more games. I am seeker now, no more tests. True?
True as toasted toads.
Then we are wasting our time. I am sure Rahl is not wasting his. He turned to Kaelin. I hold you to your pledge to be my guide when we reach the Midlands. She smiled at his impatience and nodded. Richard turned to Zed. Show me how the magic works, wizard. Chapter 10. Zed's impish smile spread across his face. He handed Richard the baldric. The finely tooled leather was old and supple. The gold and silver buckle matched the scabbard. It was adjusted too small, its last user having been smaller than Richard. Zed helped readjust it as Richard strapped it across his right shoulder and fit the sword of truth to it. Zed led them to the edge of the grass amid long shadows stretching from the nearby trees to where two small rock maples grew, one as thick as Richard's wrist, the other as thin as Kaelin's. He turned to Richard.
Draw the sword.
The unique, ringing, metallic sound filled the late afternoon air as the sword came free. Zed leaned closer.
Now, I will show you the most important thing about the sword. But to do so, I need you to briefly abdicate your post as Seeker and allow me to name Kaelin Seeker.
Kaelin gave Zed a suspicious glare. I don't want to be Seeker.
Just for the purpose of demonstration, dear one.
He motioned for Richard to give her the sword. She hesitated before taking it in both hands. The weight was uncomfortable, and she allowed the point to lower until it rested on the grassy ground. Zed waved his hands over her head with a flourish.
Kalen Amnel, I name you Seeker.
She continued to give him the same suspicious stare. Zed put his finger under her chin, tilting her head up. His eyes had a fierce intensity. He put his face close to hers, speaking in a low voice.
When I left the Midlands with this sword, Darken Ral used his magic to place the larger of these two trees here to mark me, to be able to come for me at a time of his choosing so he could kill me. The same Darken Ral who had Denis killed.
Her countenance became darker.
The same Darken Ral who hunts you to kill you like he killed your sister.
Hate flared in her eyes. Her teeth clenched, making the muscles in her strong jawline stand out. The sword of truth rose from the ground. Zed stepped behind her.
This tree is his. You must stop him.
The blade flashed through the autumn air with speed and power Richard could scarcely believe. The arc of its sweep went through the larger tree with a loud crack, like 1,000 twigs snapping at once. Splinters flew everywhere. The tree seemed to hang in the air a moment, then dropped down next to the ragged stump before toppling over with a crash. Richard knew it would have taken him at least 10 blows with a good axe to have felled the maple. Zed slipped the sword from Kalen's hands as she sank to her knees and rocked back on her heels, putting her hands over her face with a moan. Instantly, Richard crouched at her side, steadying her. "Kalen, what's wrong?" "I'm all right." She laid a hand on his shoulder as he helped her to her feet. Her face was pale as she forced a small smile. "But I resigned my post as Seeker." Richard spun to the wizard. "Zed, what is this nonsense? Darken Ral didn't put that tree there. I've seen you water and care for those 2 trees. If you held a knife to my throat, I'd say you planted them there as a memorial to your wife and daughter." Zed gave only a small smile. "Very good, Richard. Here is your sword. You are Seeker again. Now, my boy, you cut down the little tree, and then I will explain." Annoyed, Richard took the sword in both hands, feeling the anger surge through him. He gave a mighty swing at the remaining tree. The tip of the blade whistled as it sliced through the air. Just before the blade hit the tree, it simply stopped, as if the very air about it had become too thick to allow it to pass. Richard stepped back in surprise. He looked at the sword and then tried again. Same thing. The tree was untouched. He glared over at Zed, who stood with his arms folded and a smirk on his face. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard. "All right, what's going on?" Zed lifted his eyebrows with an innocent expression.
"Did you see how easily Kalen cut through the bigger tree?"
Richard frowned. Zed smiled.
"It could just as well have been iron. The blade would have cut through it the same. But you are stronger than she, and you couldn't even scratch the smaller tree."
"Yes, Zed, I noticed." Zed's brow wrinkled in mock bewilderment.
"And why do you think that is?"
Richard's irritation melted. This was the way Zed often taught lessons, by making him come up with the answer on his own. "I would say it has something to do with intent. She thought the tree was evil, I didn't." Zed held up a bony finger.
"Very good, my boy."
Kalen knitted her fingers together. "Zed, I don't understand. I destroyed the tree, but it wasn't evil. It was innocent."
"That, dear one, is the point of the demonstration. Reality isn't relevant. Perception is everything. If you think it is the enemy, you can destroy it, whether true or not. The magic interprets only your perception. It won't allow you to harm someone you think innocent, but it will destroy whoever you perceive to be the enemy, within limits. Only what you believe and not the truth of your thoughts is the determining factor."
Richard was a little overwhelmed. "That leaves no room for error. But what if you aren't sure?" Zed lifted an eyebrow.
"You had better be sure, my boy, or you are liable to find yourself in a lot of trouble. The magic could read things in your mind you are not even aware of. It could go either way. You could kill a friend or fail to kill a foe."
Richard drummed his fingers on the hilt of the sword, thinking. He watched the setting sun offer small golden flashes through the trees to the west. Overhead, the snake-like cloud had taken on a reddish cast on one side, deepening into darker purple on the other. It didn't really matter, he decided. He knew who he was after, and there was no doubt at all in his mind about him being the enemy. None whatsoever.
There's one more thing. One more important thing,
the wizard said.
When you use the sword against an enemy, there is a price to pay. Is that not true, dear one?
He looked to her. Kaelin nodded and lowered her eyes to the ground.
The more powerful the enemy, the higher the price. I am sorry it was necessary to do that to you, Kaelin, but it is the most important lesson Richard must learn.
She gave him a small smile, letting him know that she understood the need. He turned back to Richard.
We both know that sometimes killing is the only choice, that it has to be classified as the right thing to do. I know you do not need to be told that. Any time you kill, though, it is a terrible thing. You live with it always, and once done, it cannot be undone. You pay a price within yourself. It diminishes you for having done it.
Richard nodded. It still made him uneasy that he had killed the man on Blunt Cliff. He wasn't sorry about what he had done. He had had no time or other choice. But in his mind, he still saw the man's face as he went over the edge. Zed's eyes became intense.
It is different when you kill with the sword of truth because of the magic. The magic has done your bidding, and it extracts a price. There is no such thing as pure good or pure evil, least of all in people. In the best of us, there are thoughts or deeds that are wicked, and in the worst of us, at least some virtue. An adversary is not one who does loathsome acts for their own sake. He always has a reason that to him is justification. My cat eats mice. Does that make him bad? I don't think so, and the cat doesn't think so, but I would bet the mice have a different opinion. Every murderer thinks the victim needed killing. I know you don't want to believe this, Richard, but you must listen. Darken Ral does the things he does because he thinks them right, just as you do the things you do because you think them right. The two of you are more the same in that than you think. You want revenge on him for killing your father, and he wants revenge on me for killing his. In your eyes, he is evil, but to his eyes, you are the one who is evil. It is all just perception. Whoever wins thinks he was in the right. The loser will always believe himself wronged. It is the same as with the magic of Orden. The power is simply there. One use wins over the other.
The same? Have you lost your mind? How could you think we are the same in any way? He craves power. He would chance destroying the world to get it. I don't want power. I just wanted to be left alone. He murdered my father. He ripped his guts out. He's trying to kill us all. How can you say we are alike? You make it sound like he isn't even dangerous.
Haven't you been paying attention to what I had just been teaching you? I said you are the same in that you both think you are right. And that makes him more dangerous than you can imagine, because in every other way you are different. Darken Ral savors bleeding the life from people. He hungers for their pain. Your sense of right has bounds. His has none. His is twisted into an all-consuming lust to torture all opposition into submission. And he considers any who don't rush to bow before him as opposition. His conscience was clear when he used his bare hands to calmly extract your father's guts while he was still breathing. He found pleasure in the doing because his distorted sense of right gives him license. That is how he is very different from you. That is how dangerous he is.
He pointed back at Kaelin.
Weren't you paying attention? Didn't you see what she was able to do with the sword? And how did she do what you could not,
Perception, Richard said in a much quieter voice. She was able to do it because she thought she was right. Zed thrust a finger in the air.
Aha! Perception is what makes the threat even more dangerous.
The wizard's finger came down and jabbed Richard's chest with each word.
Just like the sword.
Richard hooked a thumb under the baldric and let out a deep breath. He felt as if he were standing in quicksand, but he had lived with Zed too long to dismiss the things he said simply because they were hard to fathom. He longed for simplicity, though. You mean that it's not only what he does that makes him dangerous, but also what he feels justified in doing? Zed shrugged.
Let me put it another way. Who would you be more afraid of? A 200-pound man who wants to steal a loaf of bread from you and knows he is doing wrong? Or a 100-pound woman who believes wrongly but believes with all her heart that you stole her baby?
Richard folded his arms across his chest. I would run from a woman. She wouldn't give up. She wouldn't listen to reason. She would be capable of anything. Zed's eyes were fierce.
So is Dark and Raw. Because he thinks he is right. He is that much more dangerous.
Richard returned the fierce expression. I am in the right. Zed's expression softened.
The mice think they are in the right, too, but my cat eats them just the same. I am trying to teach you something, Richard. I don't want you to get caught in his claws.
Richard unfolded his arms and sighed. I don't like it, but I understand. As I have heard you say, nothing is ever easy. While all of this is interesting, it isn't going to frighten me away from doing what it is I must, what I believe to be right. So what is this business about a price to using the sword of truth? Zed held a thin finger to Richard's chest.
The payment is that you suffer the pain of seeing in yourself all your own evil, all your own shortcomings, all the things we don't like to see in ourselves or admit are there. And you see the good in the one you have killed, suffer the guilt for having done so.
Zed shook his head sadly.
Please believe me, Richard, the pain comes not only from yourself, but more importantly from the magic, a very powerful magic, a very powerful pain. Do not underestimate it. It is real, and it punishes your body as well as your soul. You saw it in Kalen, and that was from killing a tree. If it had been a man, it would have been profound. This is why anger is so important. Rage is the only armor you have against the pain. It gives a measure of protection. The stronger the enemy, the stronger the pain. But the stronger the rage, the stronger the shield. It makes you care less about the truth of what you have done. In some cases, enough to not feel the pain. This is why I said the terrible things I did to Kalen, things that hurt and filled her with rage. It was to protect her when she used the sword. You see why I wouldn't have allowed you to take the sword if you weren't able to use your anger. You would be naked before the magic. It would tear you apart.
Richard was a little frightened by this, by the look in Kalen's eyes after she had used the sword, but it didn't dissuade him. He glanced up at the mountains of the boundary. They stood out, pale pink in the light of the setting sun. Behind them, from the east, darkness was coming. Darkness coming for them. He had to find a way across the boundary into that darkness. The sword would help him. That was what mattered. There was much at stake. There was a cost to everything in life. He would pay this one. His old friend placed his hands on Richard's shoulders and looked hard into his eyes. Zed's features were set in grim warning.
Now, I have to tell you something you are not going to like.
His fingers tightened, almost painfully.
You cannot use the sword of truth on Dark and Raal.
What? Zed gave him a shake.
He is too powerful. The magic of Orden protects him during his year of search. If you try to use the sword, you will be dead before it reaches him.
This is crazy. First you want me to be the seeker and take the sword. Now you tell me I can't use it. Richard was furious. He felt cheated.
Just against Raal. It won't work against him. Richard, I didn't make the magic. I only know how it works. Dark and Raal knows how it works, too. He may try to make you use the sword against him. He knows it will kill you. If you give in to the rage and use the sword against him, he will win. You will be dead, and he will have the boxes.
Kalen's brow wrinkled in frustration. Zed, I agree with Richard. This makes it impossible. If he cannot use his most important weapon, then... Zed cut her off.
No! This!
He rapped Richard on the head with his knuckles.
This is a Seeker's most important weapon.
He jabbed his long finger at the center of Richard's chest.
And this?
Everyone stood in silence for a moment.
The Seeker is the weapon,
Zed said with emphasis.
The sword is just a tool. You can find another way. You must.
Richard thought he should be upset, that he should feel angry, frustrated, overwhelmed, but he didn't. His first view of his options lifted from him, letting him see beyond. He felt strangely calm and determined.
I'm sorry, my boy. I wish I could change the magic, but
Richard put his hand on Zed's shoulder. It's all right, my friend. You're right. We must stop Rahl. That's all that matters. I have to know the truth to succeed, and you have given me the truth. Now it's up to me to use it. If we gain one of the boxes, justice will have Rahl. I don't need to see it. I need only know it is done. I said I wouldn't be an assassin, and so I shall not be. The sword will be invaluable, I'm sure, but as you said, it's only a tool, and that's the purpose I will put it to. The magic of the sword isn't an end in itself. I can't allow myself to make that mistake, or I will be only a pretend seeker. In the gathering gloom, Zed patted Richard affectionately on the shoulder.
You have gotten it all right, my boy. All of it.
He broke into a broad grin.
I have chosen the Seeker well. I am proud of myself.
Richard and Kalen laughed at Zed's self-congratulation. Kalen's smile faded. Zed, I cut down the tree you planted in memory of your wife. That bothers me. I'm deeply sorry for doing it.
Don't be, dear one. Her memory has aided us. She has helped show the Seeker the truth. There could be no more fitting tribute to her.
Richard didn't hear them talking. Already he was looking to the east, to the massive wall of mountains, trying to think of solutions. Cross the boundary, he thought. Cross the boundary without going through it. How? What if it was impossible? What if there was no way across the boundary? Would they be stuck here while Dark and Rahl searched for the boxes? Were they to die without a chance? He wished there were more time and fewer limitations. Richard reprimanded himself for wasting time wishing. If only he knew it could be done, then he could find out how. Something in the back of his mind nagged at him, insisting that it could be done, insisting he knew the truth of it. There was a way. There had to be. If he only knew that it was possible. All around them, the night was coming alive with sounds. Frogs called from the ponds and streams, night birds from the trees, and insects from the grass. From the distant hills came the cry of wolves, mournful and plaintive against the dark wall of mountains. Somehow they had to cross those mountains, cross the unknown. The mountains were like the boundary, he thought. You couldn't go through them, but you could cross them. You had only to find a pass. A pass. Was it possible? Could there be one? Then it struck him like a bolt of lightning. The book. Richard spun on his heels, excited. To his surprise, Zed and Kalen were both standing quietly, watching him, as if waiting for a pronouncement. Zed, have you ever helped anyone other than yourself go through the boundary?
Like who?
Anyone, yes or no?
No, no one.
Can anyone other than a wizard send a person through the boundary? Zed shook his head emphatically.
None but a wizard, and Dark and Rahl, of course.
Richard frowned at him. Our lives depend on this, Zed. Swear. You have never, ever sent anyone other than yourself through the boundary. True?
True as a boiling bog full of toasted toads. Why? What have you thought of? Do you have a way?
Richard ignored the question, too deep in his own stream of thought to answer, and instead turned back to the mountains. It was true. There was a pass across the boundary. His father had found it and used it. That was the only way the Book of Counted Shadows could have been in Westland. He couldn't have brought it with him when he moved here, before the boundary, and he couldn't have found it in Westland. The book had magic. The boundary wouldn't have worked if magic had been here then. Magic could only be brought into Westland after the boundary was up. His father had found a pass, gone into the Midlands, and brought the book back. Richard was shocked and excited at the same time. His father had done it. He had gone across the boundary. Richard was elated. Now he knew there was a way across. It could be done. He still had to find the pass, but that didn't matter for now. There was a pass. That was what mattered. Richard turned back to the other two. "We will go have supper." "I put a stew on just before you awoke, and there is fresh bread," Kalin offered.
"Bags!"
Zed threw his scarecrow arms up into the air.
"It's about time someone remembered supper."
Richard gave a little smile in the dark. "After we've eaten, we'll make preparations, decide what we need to take, what we can carry, get our provisions together, and pack tonight. We'll need to get a good night's sleep. We leave at first light." He turned and headed for the house. The faint glow of the fire coming from the windows offered warmth and light. Zed held up an arm.
"Where are we headed, my boy?"
"The Midlands," Richard called back over his shoulder. Zed was halfway through his second bowl of stew before he could bring himself to stop eating long enough to talk.
"So, what have you figured out? Is there truly a way to cross the boundary?"
"There is."
"Are you sure? How can it be? How can we cross without going through?"
Richard smiled as he stirred his stew. "You don't have to get wet to cross a river." The lamplight flickered on their faces as Kalin and Zed frowned in puzzlement. Kalin turned and threw a small piece of meat to the cat who was sitting on his haunches, waiting for any handout. Zed ate another slab of bread before he was able to ask his next question.
"And how do you know there is a way across?"
"There is. That's all that matters." Zed had an innocent look on his face.
"Richard."
He ate 2 more spoonfuls of stew.
"We are your friends. There are no secrets among us. You can tell us."
Richard looked from one big pair of eyes to the other and laughed out loud. "I've had strangers tell me more of themselves." Zed and Kalin both backed away a little at the rebuff and looked at each other, but neither dared repeat the question. They talked on as they ate, of what they had at hand to take with them, how much they could do to prepare in such a short time, and what their priorities should be. They listed everything they could think of, each offering items to be taken. There was much to do in little time. Richard asked Kalin if she traveled the Midlands often. She said that was almost all she ever did. "And you wear that dress when you travel?" "I do." She hesitated. "People recognize me by it. I don't stay in the woods. Wherever I go, I am always provided with food and a place to stay, and anything else I might require." Richard wondered why. He didn't press, but he knew the dress she wore was more than something she bought in a shop. "Well, with the 3 of us being hunted, I don't think we want people to recognize you. I think we need to stay away from people as much as possible, keep to the woods when we can." She and Zed both nodded their agreement. "We will need to find you some traveling clothes, forest garb, but there is nothing here that will fit you. We'll have to find something on the way. I have a hooded cloak here. It will keep you warm for now." "Good," she said, smiling. "I am tired of being cold, and I can tell you a dress is not right for the woods." Kalin finished before the men and put her half-full bowl on the floor for the cat. The cat seemed to have the same appetite as Zed and was eating out of the bowl before she could set it down. They discussed each item they would take and planned how they would do without the others. There was no telling how long they would be gone, but Westland was a big place and the Midlands bigger. Richard wished they could go to his house, since he often went on long treks and had the right kinds of provisions, but it was too big a risk. He would rather find the things they needed elsewhere, or go without, than go back to what waited there. He didn't know yet where they were going to cross the boundary, but he wasn't worried. He still had until morning to think about it. He was just relieved to know there was a way. The cat's head came up. He crossed half the distance to the door and stopped, back and fur rising. Everyone noticed and fell silent. There was firelight in the front window, but it wasn't reflecting from the hearth. It was coming from outside. "I smell burning pitch," Kalin said. In an instant, the 3 were on their feet. Richard grabbed the sword from the back of his chair and had it on almost before he was to his feet. He went to look out the window, but Zed didn't waste the time and went through the door in a rush with Kalin in tow. Richard got only a glimpse of torches before he hurried out.
Slide 5. Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 115.
Your brother's government may pay us, but they don't understand either. Our allegiance is not to them, nor to any rule of law. Our only duty is to protect the people from the things that come out of the darkness. We consider ourselves sovereign. We take orders when it doesn't hinder our job. It keeps matters friendly. But if the time ever comes, well, we follow our own cause, our own orders.
He sat back at the table, leaning forward on his elbows.
Ultimately, there is only one whose orders we will follow, because our cause is a part of his larger cause. That one is the true Seeker.
He picked up the sword in his big hands and held it out to Richard, looking him in the eyes.
I pledge my life and loyalty to the Seeker.
Richard sat back, moved. Thank you, Chase. He looked to the wizard a moment, then back to the boundary warden. Now we'll tell you what's been going on, and then I'll tell you what I want. Richard and Zed both shared in the telling of all that had happened. Richard wanted Chase to know it all, to understand that there could be no half-efforts, that it had to be victory or death, not by their choice, but by Dark and Ral's. Chase looked from one to the other as they spoke, understanding the seriousness of what they were telling him, appearing grim at the telling of the story of the magic of Orden. They didn't have to convince him of the truth of it. He was a man who had seen more than they would probably ever know. He asked few questions and listened carefully. He did enjoy the story of what Zed had done to the mob. His booming laugh filled the room until his laughter dissolved in tears. The door opened, and Kalin and Emma stepped into the light. Kalin was outfitted in fine forest garb, dark green pants with a wide belt, tan shirt, dark cloak, and a good pack. The boots and waist pouch were her own. She looked ready to live a life in the woods. Still, her hair, her face, her figure, and mostly her bearing, spoke that she was more. Richard introduced her to Chase. My guide. Chase lifted an eyebrow. Emma saw the sword, and by her expression Richard knew she understood. She moved behind her husband again, not touching his hair, but simply resting a hand on his shoulder, wanting to be near him. She knew trouble visited this night. Richard sheathed the sword, and Kalin came and sat next to him as he finished relating the news of the events of the night. When he was done, they all sat in silence for a few minutes.
What can I do to help you, Richard?
Chase finally asked. Richard spoke softly but firmly. Tell me where the pass is. Chase's eyes came up sharply.
What pass?
His old defensiveness was still in evidence. The pass across the boundary. I know about it, I just don't know exactly where it is, and I don't have time to search. Richard didn't have time to play these games and felt his anger rising.
Who told you this?
Chase, answer the question. The other smiled a little.
One condition. I take you there.
Richard thought about the children. Chase was used to danger, but this was different. That isn't necessary. Chase gave Richard an appraising look.
It is to me. It's a dangerous place. You three don't know what you're getting yourselves into. I won't send you there alone, and the boundary is my responsibility. If you want me to tell you, then I'm going.
Everyone waited while Richard considered this a moment. Chase didn't bluff, and time was dear. Richard had no choice. Chase, we would be honored to have you with us.
Good.
He slapped his hand on the table.
The pass is called the King's Port. It's in a foul place called South Haven. 4, maybe 5 days' ride on horseback, if we take Hawker's Trail. Since you're in a hurry, that's the way you'll want to be going. It will be light in a few hours. The 3 of you need to get some sleep. Emma and I will get the provisions together.
Chapter 12. It seemed that he had just fallen asleep when Emma woke him and led them down to breakfast. The sun wasn't up yet, nor was anyone else in the house, but roosters were already crowing at the lightening of the new day. The aromas of cooking made him instantly hungry. Emma, smiling, but not as brightly as the night before, dished out a big breakfast and said Chase had already eaten and was loading the horses. Richard had always thought Kaylin looked alluring in her unusual dress. He decided her new outfit didn't lessen her appeal in the least. While Kaylin and Emma talked about the children and Zed gushed compliments about the food, Richard's mind fretted on what lay ahead. The light dimmed a little as Chase's form filled the doorway. Kaylin gave a start when she saw him. He was wearing a chainmail shirt over a tan leather tunic, heavy black pants, boots, and cloak. Black gauntlets were tucked behind a wide black belt with a large silver buckle emblazoned with the emblem of the boundary wardens. Strapped everywhere were enough armaments to outfit a small army. On an ordinary man, the effect would have been silly. On Chase, it was frightening. He was an image of overt threat, deadly with every weapon he carried. Chase had two basic expressions he wore most of the time. The first, a look of feigned, ignorant disinterest. The second, one that made him seem as if he was about to participate in a slaughter. He wore the second this day. On their way out, Emma handed Zed a bundle. "Fried chicken," she said. He gave her a big grin and kissed her forehead. Kaylin gave her a hug and promised to see that the clothes were returned. Richard bent and gave Emma a warm embrace. "Be careful," she whispered in his ear. She gave her husband a kiss on the cheek that he accepted graciously. Chase handed Kaylin a sheathed, long knife, telling her to wear it at all times. Richard asked if he could borrow a knife, too, as he had left his home. Chase's fingers deftly found the strap he wanted among the tangle, freed it, and handed a knife to Richard. Kaylin eyed all the weaponry. "Do you think you will need all those?" He gave her a crooked smile.
"If I didn't take them, I know I would."
The small company, Chase leading, followed by Zed, then Kaylin, with Richard bringing up the rear, settled into a comfortable pace through the Heartland woods. It was a bright autumn morning with a chill to the air. A hawk wheeled in the sky over their heads, a sign of warning at the beginning of a journey. Richard thought to himself that the sign was totally unnecessary. By mid-morning, they had left the Heartland Valley and passed into the upper Venn Forest, joining Hawker's Trail below Trunt Lake, and turned south, with the snake-like cloud in slow pursuit. Richard was glad to be leading it away from Chase's house and children. He was troubled that they had to travel so far to the south to cross the boundary, for time was dear. But Chase had said that if there was another pass, he didn't know about it. Hardwood forests gave way to stands of ancient pines. Passing among them was like traveling through a canyon. The trunks soared to dizzying heights before the limbs branched out, and Richard felt small in the deep shade of the old trees. He had always been at ease traveling. He did it often, and the familiar places they passed made it seem to be just another trek, but this trip was not the same. They were going places he had never been. Dangerous places. Chase was concerned, and had warned them. This alone gave Richard pause, for Chase was not a man to worry over nothing. In fact, Richard had often thought he worried far too little. Richard watched the other three as they rode. Chase, a black wraith upon his horse, armed to the teeth, feared by the people he protected as well as the ones he hunted, but somehow not by children. The wisp of a wizard stick-like Zed, unassuming, hardly more than a smile, white hair, and simple robes, content to carry nothing more than a bundle of fried chicken, but wielder of wizard's fire, and who knew what else. And Kaylin, courageous, determined, and keeper of some secret power, sent to threaten a wizard into naming the seeker. The three of them were his friends, yet each in their own way made him uneasy. He wondered who was more dangerous. They followed him unquestioningly, yet led him at the same time. The three of them all sworn to protect the seeker with their lives, and yet none of the small company, singly or together, was a match for Dark and Rahl. The whole of their task seemed hopeless. Zed was already into the chicken. Periodically he would toss a bone over his shoulder. After a while he thought to offer a piece to the others. Chase declined as he kept up a continual scan of their surroundings, paying particular attention to the left side of the trail, to the boundary. The other two accepted. The chicken had lasted longer than Richard thought it would. When the trail widened, he brought his horse up with Kaylin's and rode next to her.
She took off her cloak as the day warmed and smiled over to him with the special smile she never gave anyone else. Richard had a thought. "Zed, is there anything a wizard can do about that cloud?" The old man squinted up at it, then peered back at Richard.
"That idea has already come into my head. I think there might be, but I want to wait a while longer, until we are farther away from Chase's family. I don't want to lead a search to them."
In the late afternoon, they came upon an old couple, woods people whom Chase knew. The four brought their horses to a halt while the boundary warden spoke with the couple. He sat relaxed on his mount, leather creaking, as he listened to them repeat rumors that they had heard about things coming out of the boundary. Richard now knew them to be more than rumors. Chase treated the couple with respect, as he did most people. Nevertheless, they were clearly afraid of him. He told them he was looking into the matter, and advised them to stay inside at night. They rode until long after dark before making camp for the night in a stand of pine, and were on their way the next morning as the sky lightened behind the mountains of the boundary. Richard and Kalin both yawned as they rode. The forest thinned, with open patches of meadow, bright and green and smelling sweet in the sunshine as they traveled through the hill country on their journey south, the road taking them temporarily farther from the mountains of the boundary. Occasionally they passed small farms, their owners making themselves scarce when they saw Chase. The land became less familiar to Richard, who rarely traveled this far south. He kept a sharp lookout, making note of the landmarks they passed. After they ate a cold lunch in the warm sun, the road began angling steadily closer to the mountains, until in the late afternoon they were so close to the boundary that they began encountering the gray skeletons of trees killed by the snake vine. Even the sun did little to brighten the dense woods. Chase's demeanor became distant, harder, as he observed everything carefully. Several times he dismounted, walking his horse as he studied the ground, reading tracks. They crossed a stream that flowed out of the mountains, the water churning sluggish, cold, and muddy. Chase stopped and sat, watching off into the shadows. The rest of them waited, looking at one another and toward the boundary. Richard recognized the dead smell of the vine drifting in the air. The boundary warden led them a little farther, then got off his horse and squatted, studying the ground. When he rose, he handed the reins of his horse to Zed. He turned to them and said simply, "Wait." They watched him disappear into the trees as they sat quietly. Kalin's big horse shivered flies off its hide as it nibbled grass. Chase returned, pulling his black gauntlets on, and took the reins from Zed. "I want you three to keep going. Don't wait for me, and don't stop. Keep to the road." "What is it? What did you find?" Richard asked. Chase turned back and gave him a dark look. "The wolves have been feeding. I'm going to bury what's left, and then I'm going cross-country between the boundary and you three. I need to check into something. Remember what I said. Don't stop. Don't run your horses, but keep up a good pace, and keep your eyes sharp. If you think I'm gone too long, don't you dare to think to come back looking for me. I know what I'm doing, and you would never find me. I'll be back with you when I can. Keep going until then, and stay on the road." He mounted, turned his horse, and urged it into a run, its hooves kicking up clumps of sod. "Get moving!" Chase yelled back over his shoulder. As he disappeared through the trees, Richard saw him reach up to a short sword strapped over his shoulder and pull it free. He knew Chase was lying. He wasn't going to bury anything. Richard didn't like to let his friend go off alone like this, but Chase spent most of his life alone out here by the boundary and knew what he was doing, what was necessary to protect them. Richard had to trust his judgment. "You heard the man," the seeker said. "Let's go." As the three rode on through the boundary woods, rock outcroppings grew in size and twisted their route one way and then the other. The trees became so thick that the sunlight was all but banished from the still forest, the road a tunnel through the thicket. Richard didn't like how close everything felt, and as they moved quickly along, they all kept watching the deep shadows to their left. Branches hung across the road, forcing them to duck under as they passed. He couldn't imagine how Chase could travel through a wood this thick. When the way was wide enough, Richard rode up to Kalin's left, wanting to keep himself between her and the boundary. He kept the reins in his left hand to leave his sword hand free. Her cloak was wrapped close around her, but he saw she kept a hand near her knife. Off to their left, in the distance, came howling, something like a wolf pack, only it wasn't wolves. It was something from the boundary. The three jerked their heads toward the sound. The horses were terrified and wanted to run. They had to keep reining in, but at the same time let them have enough freedom to trot. Richard understood the way the horses felt. He felt the urge to let them go, but Chase had said explicitly not to let them run. He must have had a reason, so they held back. When the howling was punctuated with blood-curdling shrieks that made the hair on his neck stand on end, it became more difficult to force himself to prevent the horses from running. The shrieks were wild cries, cries of the need to kill, demanding, desperate. The three rode at a trot for almost an hour, but the sounds seemed to follow them. There was nothing they could do but continue, listening as they went to the beasts from the boundary. Unable to stand it any longer, Richard pulled his horse to a halt and faced the woods. Chase was out there alone with the beasts. He couldn't bear any longer to let his friend face it alone. He had to help. Zed turned.
We have to keep moving, Richard.
He may be in trouble. We can't let him do this alone.
It's his job. Let him do it.
Right now, his job isn't to be a boundary warden. It's to get us to the pass. The wizard rode back and spoke softly.
That's the job he's doing, Richard. He's sworn to protect you with his life. That is what he is doing. Seeing to it you get to the pass. You have to get it through your head. What you are doing is more important than one man's life. Chase knows that. That's why he said not to come back for him.
Richard was incredulous. You expect me to let a friend get himself killed if I can help prevent it? The sounds of howling were getting closer.
I expect you not to let him die for nothing.
Richard stared at his old friend. But maybe we can make the difference.
And maybe not.
The horses stamped about skittishly. Zed is right, Kalin said. Going after Chase is not the brave thing to do. Going on when you want to help is. Richard knew they were right, but loathed admitting it. He looked angrily toward Kalin. You may be in his position one day. Then, what would you have me do? She looked at him evenly. I would have you go on. He glared at her, not knowing what to say. The shrieks from the woods were closer. Her face showed no emotion.
Richard, Chase does this all the time. He will be all right,
Zed offered reassuringly.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was having a good time. Later on, he will have a good tale to tell. You know Chase. Some of the tale might even be true.
Richard was angry at the two of them and at himself. He kicked his horse out ahead, taking the lead, not wanting to talk anymore. They left him to his thoughts, let his horse trot ahead. It made him angry that Kalin would think he could leave her like this. She was no boundary warden. He didn't like it that saving them might mean letting them get killed. It didn't make any sense. At least he didn't want it to make any sense. He tried to ignore the shrieks and howls off in the woods. After a time, the cries fell farther behind. The woods seemed devoid of life, no birds or rabbits or even mice, only the twisted trees and bramble and shadows. He listened carefully to make sure he heard the other two following. He didn't want to turn and look, didn't want to face them. After a while, he realized the howls had stopped. He wondered if that was a good sign or not. He wanted to tell them he was sorry, that he was just afraid for his friend, but he couldn't. He felt helpless. Chase would be all right, he told himself. He was the head of the boundary wardens, not a fool, and he wouldn't go into anything he couldn't handle. He wondered if there was anything Chase couldn't handle. He wondered if he would be able to tell Emma if something happened to her husband. He was letting his imagination run away with him. Chase was fine. Not only was he fine, but he would be furious with Richard for thinking these thoughts, for doubting him. He wondered if Chase would return before nightfall. Should they stop for the night if he didn't? No, Chase had said not to stop. They would have to keep going all night if necessary until he rejoined them. He felt as if the mountains were looming over them, ready to pounce. He didn't think he had ever been this close to the boundary. As concerned as he was about Chase, his anger faded. Richard turned and looked back at Kalin. She gave him a warm smile, and he returned it, feeling better. He tried to imagine what the woods here had looked like before so many trees died. It might have been a beautiful place, green, snug, safe. Maybe his father had come this way when he had crossed the boundary, traveled this very road with the book. He wondered if all the trees near the boundary died before it fell. Maybe they could just wait until this one fell too and then go across. Maybe they didn't need to go so far out of their way to the south, to Kingsport. But why should he think going south was out of the way? He didn't know where to go in the Midlands, so why was one place better than another? The box they sought could just as easily be in the south as farther north. The woods were getting gloomier. Richard hadn't been able to see the sun for the last couple of hours, but there was no doubt it was setting. He didn't like the idea of traveling these woods at night, but the idea of sleeping in them seemed worse. He checked to make sure the other two were staying close. The sound of running water came faintly through the evening stillness, swelling as they rode, and in a short distance they came to a small river with a wooden bridge over it. Just before they crossed, Richard stopped. He didn't like the look of it. Inexplicably, something felt wrong. Being careful couldn't hurt. He led his horse down the bank and peered underneath. The support beams were anchored to iron rings and granite blocks. The pins were missing. Someone tampered with the bridge. It will support the weight of a man, but not a horse. Looks like we're going to have to get wet. Zed scowled.
I don't want to get wet.
Well, do you have a better idea? Richard asked. Zed drew his finger and thumb down opposite sides of his smooth chin.
Yes, he announced. You two go across. I will hold up the bridge.
Richard looked at him as if the wizard had lost his senses.
Go on, it will be all right.
Zed sat up tall on his horse, held his arms out straight to his sides, palms up, tilted his head back, breathed deeply, and closed his eyes. Reluctantly, cautiously, the other two crossed the bridge. On the other side, they turned their horses and looked back. The wizard's horse began walking across unprompted, while Zed continued to hold his arms out, his head tilted back and his eyes closed. When he reached their side, he brought his arms down and looked at the other two. Richard and Kalin stared at him. Maybe I was wrong, Richard said. Maybe the bridge would hold the weight. Zed smiled.
Maybe you were.
Without looking back, he snapped his fingers. The bridge collapsed into the water with a crash. The beams groaned as they were torn apart from one another in the current and swept downstream.
Then again, maybe you weren't. I couldn't leave it like that. Someone might come across and be hurt.
Richard shook his head. Someday, my friend, we are going to sit down and have a long talk. He turned his horse and started off again. Zed looked at Kalin and shrugged. She smiled and gave him a wink, then turned and followed after Richard. They continued down the dismal trail, watching the woods as they went. Richard wondered what else Zed could do. He let his horse pick its own way in the gathering darkness, wondering how much longer this dead world went on, or if the road would ever take them away from it. The night was bringing life to the place, strange calls and scraping noises. His horse whinnied at things unseen. He patted its neck reassuringly and checked the sky for gars. It was hopeless. He couldn't see any sky. But if gars came, they would have a hard time surprising the three of them, as the canopy of twisted dead limbs and branches would prevent a silent approach. Maybe the things in the trees were more of a threat than gars. He didn't know anything about them, and he wasn't sure he wanted to. He realized his heart was pounding. After about an hour, he caught the sound of something coming through the brush in the distance to their left. It was breaking branches as it came. He urged his horse into a canter and checked to be sure Kalin and Zed were keeping up. Whatever it was staying with them. They weren't going to be able to get ahead of it. They were going to be cut off. Maybe it was chase, he thought. Then again, maybe it wasn't. Richard pulled the sword of truth free as he leaned forward and pressed his legs around the horse, spurring it into a gallop. His muscles tensed as his horse raced down the road. He didn't know if Zed and Kalin were keeping up with him, and in fact he never gave it a thought. His mind focused on trying to see ahead in the darkness, trying to see anything that might come at him. Anger was slipping its bounds, heat and need coming forth. Jaw set tight, he charged ahead with lethal intent. The sound of his horse's hooves on the road prevented him from hearing the thing in the woods, but he knew it was there, knew it was coming. Then he saw the black form moving against the barely discernible shapes of the trees. It broke from the woods into the trail a dozen yards in front of him. He raised the sword and went for it, picturing in his mind what he would do. It waited, motionless. At the last instant, he realized it was Chase, holding up an arm to halt him, the silhouette of a flanged mace in his fist.
"Glad to see you're keeping alert,"
the boundary warden said. "Chase! You scared the wits out of me."
"You gave me a moment of concern, too."
Kalen and Zed caught up with them.
"Follow me. Stay close. Richard, take the rear. Keep your sword out."
Chase turned his horse and took off at a gallop, the rest following. Richard didn't know if something was after them or not. Chase didn't act as if there was about to be a fight, but he did tell him to keep his sword out. Richard kept a wary eye over his shoulder. They all hunched their heads down in case there were any low branches. It was dangerous to run the horses in the dark like this, but Chase knew that. They came to a fork in the road, the first one all day, and without hesitation the boundary warden cut to the right, away from the boundary. Before long they were clear of the woods, moonlight showing an open country of rolling hills and few trees. Chase slowed after a time, letting the horses walk. Richard sheathed his sword and pulled up close to the others. What was that all about? Chase hooked the mace back onto his belt.
"Things in the boundary are following us. When they came out of the boundary for you, I was there to spoil their appetite. Some went back in. The ones left continue to follow from within the boundary, where I can't pursue them. That's why I didn't want you to go too fast. I wouldn't have been able to keep up through the woods. They would have gotten ahead of me, and then they would have had you. I took us away from the boundary now because I wanted to get our scent away from them for the night. It's too dangerous to travel that close to the boundary at night. We'll camp on one of those hills up there." He looked over his shoulder at Richard. "By the way, why did you stop back there? I told you not to." "I was worried about you. I heard the howling. I was going to come and help. Zed and Kalen talked me out of it." Richard thought Chase would be angry, but he wasn't. "Thanks, but don't do that again. While you were standing there thinking about it, they almost had you. Zed and Kalen were right. Don't argue with them the next time." Richard felt his ears burning. He knew they were right, but it didn't make him feel any better about not helping a friend. "Chase," Kalen asked, "you said they had gotten someone. Was that true?" His face was cold stone in the moonlight. "Yes. One of my men. I don't know which one." He turned back to the trail and rode on in silence. They set up camp on a high hill to give a clear view of anything that approached. Chase and Zed tended to the horses while Richard and Kalen started the fire, unpacked bread, cheese, and dried fruit, and began cooking a simple stew. She went with him and scouted for firewood among the sparse trees, helping carry it back. He told her the two of them made a good team. She smiled a little smile and turned away. He took her arm and turned her back. "Kalen, if it had been you, I would have come after you," he said, meaning more than the words he spoke. She studied his eyes. "Please, Richard, don't even say that." She gently pulled her arm away and went back to camp. When the other two, back from tending the horses, came into the firelight, Richard could see that the scabbard strapped over Chase's shoulder was empty, the short sword missing. One of his battle axes and several long knives were gone, too. Not that this left him defenseless, far from it. The mace hanging from his belt was covered in blood from one end to the other. His gauntlets were soaked with it, and it was splattered everywhere on him. Without comment, he pulled a knife, pried a 3-inch yellowish tooth from the mace where it was wedged between two of the blades, and threw the tooth over his shoulder into the darkness. After wiping the blood off his hands and face, he sat down in front of the fire with the others. Richard tossed a stick in the fire. "Chase, what were those creatures that were after us? And how could anything go in and out of the boundary?" Chase picked up a loaf of bread and tore off about a third. He met Richard's eyes. "They're called heart-hounds. They're about twice the size of a wolf. Big barrel chests. Heads are kind of flat, big snout full of teeth. Fierce. I'm not sure what color they are. They only prowl at night. Until today, that is. But it was too dark in those woods to tell, and anyway, I was kind of busy. There were more than I've ever seen together before." "Why are they called heart-hounds?" Chase chewed a piece of bread as he stared back with intense eyes. That's a matter of some debate. Harthounds have big rounded ears, good hearing. Some say they can find a man by hearing the beating of his heart.
Richard's eyes widened. Chase took another bite of bread, chewing for a minute.
Others say they're called harthounds because that's how they kill. They come at your chest. Most predators go for the throat, but not harthounds. They go straight for your heart, and they have big enough teeth to get the job done. It's the first thing they eat, too. If there's more than one hound, they'll fight over the heart.
Zed dished himself a bowl of stew and handed the ladle to Kalin. Richard was losing his appetite, but he had to ask, "And what do you think?" Chase shrugged.
Well, I've never sat real quiet in the dark next to the boundary just to find out if they could hear my heart beating.
He took another bite of bread, looking down at his chest as he chewed. He pulled the heavy mail away from himself. There were 2 long, ragged rips in the chain. Broken pieces of yellow teeth were jammed into mangled links. The leather tunic behind it was soaked with hound's blood.
The one that did this had the blade of my short sword broken off in his chest, and I was still on my horse at the time.
He looked back to Richard and raised an eyebrow.
That answer your question?
Bumps ran up Richard's arms. What about the way they can go in and out of the boundary? Chase took the bowl of stew from Kalin as she handed it to him.
They have something to do with the magic of the boundary. They were created with it. They are the boundary's watchdogs, so to speak. They can go in and out without being claimed by it, but they're tied to it, too, and can't go far from it. With the boundary weakening, they've been straying farther and farther all the time. That makes traveling Hawker's Trail dangerous, but to go another way would add a good week to the journey to King's Port. The cutoff we took is the only one that veers away from the boundary until we get to South Haven. I knew I had to reach you before you passed it, or we would have had to spend the night back there with them. Tomorrow, in the daylight when it's safer, I'll show you the boundary, how it's weakening.
Richard nodded as they all went back to their own thoughts. They are tan, Kalin said softly. They all turned to her. She sat staring into the fire. The harthounds are tan with short fur, like that on the back of a deer. They are seen everywhere now in the Midlands, having been released from their bonds when the other boundary failed. Crazed with lack of purpose, now they even come out in the daytime. The 3 men sat motionless, considering her words. Even Zed stopped eating. Great, Richard said under his breath. And what else does the Midlands have that is even worse? He didn't mean it as a question, more as a curse or frustration. The fire crackled, warm on their faces. Kalin's eyes were in a faraway place. Dark and Rahl, she whispered. Chapter 13. Richard sat away from the camp, leaning against a cold rock, his cloak wrapped tightly around himself as he looked out toward the boundary. What little wind there was bore a breath of ice. Chase had given him the first watch. Zed was to have the second, and the warden the third. Kalin had protested when she wasn't given a watch, but in the end went along with Chase's wishes. Moonlight illuminated the open land between where he sat and the boundary. It was an expanse of gentle hills, a few trees and small streams, a pleasant-looking place, considering how near it was to the grim boundary woods. Of course, the woods had probably been pleasant at one time, too, before Dark and Rahl had put the boxes in play and started the destruction of the boundary. Chase had said he didn't think the harthounds could stray this far, but if he was wrong, Richard intended to see them coming. He ran his hand over the hilt of his sword for reassurance, fingering the word truth on it, tracing its raised letters absently while he scanned the night sky, vowing not to let the guards take him by surprise again. He was glad he was given the first watch, since he wasn't sleepy. He was fatigued, but not sleepy. Still, he yawned. The mountains that were part of the boundary lay off at the edge of darkness, beyond the tangled mat of woods rising up like the spine of a dark beast too big to hide itself. Richard wondered what manner of things were looking back at him from that black maw. Chase had said the boundary mountains diminished as they went south, and would be all but gone where they were going. Unexpectedly, Kalin, her cloak also wrapped snug about, slipped up silently in the darkness and wedged herself tight against him for warmth. She didn't talk, simply sat close. Stray wisps of her silky hair touched the side of his face. The handle of her knife jabbed into his side, but he didn't say anything for fear that if he did, she would move away. He didn't want her to move. "The others asleep?" he asked quietly, glancing over his shoulder. She nodded. "How can you tell?" he asked with a smile. "Zed sleeps with his eyes open." She smiled back. "All wizards do." "Really? I thought it was just Zed." As he scanned the valley for any movement, he could feel her eyes on him. He looked back at her. "Aren't you sleepy?" She was so close he didn't have to speak in much more than a whisper. She shrugged. The light breeze pulled some of her long hair across her face. She reached up and pulled it back. Her eyes found his. "I wanted to tell you I was sorry." He wished she would lay her head on his shoulder, but she didn't. "About what?" "About what I said to you before, that I wouldn't want you to come after me. I did not want you to think I don't appreciate your friendship. I do. It's just that what we are doing is more important than any one person." He knew she had meant much more than she said, just as he had. He looked into her eyes, felt her breath on his face. "Kaylin, do you have someone?" He feared the arrow to his heart, but had to ask. "Someone at home who waits for you, I mean?" "A love?" He held the gaze of her green eyes for a long time. She didn't look away, but her eyes filled with tears. More than anything, he wanted to put his arms around her and kiss her. She reached up, letting the backs of her fingers brush his face gently. She cleared her throat. "It is not that simple, Richard." "Yes, it is. Either you do or you don't." "I have obligations." For a time, it seemed she was going to tell him something, tell him her secret. She looked so beautiful in the moonlight, but it wasn't only the way she looked, it was what was inside her, everything from her intelligence and courage to her wit, and the special smile she gave only to him. He would slay a dragon, if there were such a thing, just to see that smile. He knew he would never want anyone else for as long as he lived. He would rather spend the rest of his life alone than with someone else. There could be no one else. He desperately wanted to hug her close. He ached to taste her soft lips, but he was inexplicably getting the same feeling he had had before he crossed the bridge. It was a strong feeling of warning, stronger than his desire to kiss her. Something told him that if he did, it would be crossing one bridge too many. He remembered how the magic flared when she had touched his hand as he held the sword. He had been right about the bridge, so he didn't put his arms around her. She broke the gaze with a glance to the ground. "Chase said the next 2 days are going to be rough. I guess I had better get some sleep." He knew that whatever was going on in her head, he had no say in it. He couldn't force her. It was something she had to handle herself. "You have an obligation to me, too," he said. She looked back to him with a questioning frown, and he smiled. "You have promised to be my guide. I intend to hold you to that promise." She smiled, and could only nod, too close to tears to speak. She kissed the end of her finger and pressed it against his cheek, then slipped back into the night. Richard sat in the dark trying to swallow past the lump in his throat. Long after she was gone, he could still feel the place on his cheek where she had put her finger, her kiss. The night was so still that Richard felt as if he were the only one awake in the whole world. Stars flickered, looking like Zed's magic dust frozen in place as the moon stared silently down at him. Not even the wolves sang tonight. Loneliness threatened to crush him. He found himself wishing something would attack just so he would have something else to think about. He pulled out his sword, and for something to do, polished its already gleaming blade with the corner of his cloak. It was his sword to use as he saw fit. That's what Zed had told him. Whether Kaylin liked it or not, he was going to use it to protect her. She was hunted. Anything that tried to touch her was going to have to come through his sword first. The thought of her hunters, the quads, and Dark and Rahl made his anger heat. He wanted them to come now so he could put an end to the threat. He hungered for them. His heart pounded, his jaws clenched. He realized suddenly that it was the sword's anger awakening his. The sword was free from its scabbard, and the mere thought of something threatening Kaylin was making its anger, and his anger, come forth. He was startled at how it had seeped into him, so quiet, so unseen, so seductive. Simply perception, the wizard had said. What was the sword's magic perceiving in him? Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard, put back the anger, feeling the gloom seep through him once again as he resumed his scan of the countryside and sky. He stood and walked around to relieve the cramps in his legs, then sat once more against the rock, inconsolable. An hour before his watch was due to end, he heard quiet footsteps he recognized. It was Zed, a piece of cheese in each hand with no cloak, wearing only his simple robes. "What are you doing up? It's not time for your watch yet."
I thought you might like the company of a friend. Here, I brought you a piece of cheese.
No, thanks. About the cheese, I mean. I could use the friend part, though. Zed sat down next to him, folding his bony knees up to his chest, pulling the robes down over them, making himself the center of a little tent.
What's the problem?
Richard shrugged. Kaelin, I guess. Zed didn't say anything. Richard looked over. She's the first thing in my mind when I wake and the last thing in my mind before I sleep. I've never felt like this before, Zed. Never felt this alone before.
I see.
Zed laid the cheese on a rock. I know she likes me, but I get the feeling she's keeping me at arm's length. When we were setting up camp tonight, I told her that if it had been her, like Chase today, I would have come after her. A while ago, she came out here to see me. She said she didn't want me coming after her, but she meant more than that. She meant she didn't want me coming after her, period.
Good girl,
said under his breath. What?
I said she's a good girl. We all like her. But, Richard, she is other things, too. She has responsibilities.
Richard frowned at the old man. And what are those other things? Zed leaned back a little.
It's not for me to say. She is the one to answer.
Slide 6, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 143. Kaelin, you have to let go or we're dead. I won't let them get you. Trust me. Let go. He didn't know if he was telling her the truth, but he was sure it was their only chance. Her head pressed against his stomach as she clutched his body. Kaelin looked up at him, her face contorting in pain as the black thing squeezed. She screamed, then let go. In a blink, Richard was on his feet. As he jumped up, the dark wall materialized abruptly in front of him. His father reached out. He unleashed his rage, swinging the sword with every fiber of violence he possessed. The blade swept through the barrier, through the thing he knew wasn't his father. The dark shape wailed, exploding in a cloud of nothingness. Kaelin's feet were at the wall. The dark thing enfolded tightly around her legs, compressing and pulling. He brought the sword up. Murderous need surged through him. "Richard, no, it's my sister." He knew it wasn't, just as it wasn't his father. He gave himself over completely to the hot need and brought the sword down as hard as he could. Again it swept through the wall, slashed through the repulsive thing that held Kaelin. There was a confusion of flashes, unearthly wailing and keening. Kaelin's legs were free. She lay sprawled on her stomach. Without looking to see what else was happening, Richard pushed his arm under her waist and lifted her in a single motion, scooping her off the ground. He held her tight against himself and held the sword toward the wall as he retreated from the boundary. Backing away steadily, he watched for any movement, any aggression. They left the green light. He kept going until they were well clear beyond the horses. When he stopped at last and released her, Kaelin turned and threw her arms around him, shaking. He had to struggle to restrain the rage that urged him to go back in and attack. He knew he would have to put the sword away to quell the anger, the need, but he didn't dare to. "The others, where are they?" she asked in a panic. "We have to find them." Kaelin pushed away from him and started to run back. Richard snatched her by the wrist, almost yanking her from her feet. "Stay here," he yelled, far more angrily than required, pushing her to the ground. Richard found Zed in a heap, unconscious. As he bent to the old man, something swept out in a rush over his head. His anger erupted. He spun with the sword, the blade sweeping through the dark form. The stump reeled back into the boundary with a shrill screeching, the severed part vaporizing in midair. Richard picked up Zed with one arm, threw him over his shoulder like a sack of grain, and carried him to Kaelin, where he laid him gently on the ground. She held the wizard's head in her lap, inspecting for wounds. Richard ducked low as he ran back, but the expected attack didn't come. He wished it would. He longed for the fight, hungered to strike. He found Chase jammed partway under a log. Richard seized the male and pulled him over.
Blood oozed from a gash on the side of Chase's head. Debris was stuck to the wound. Richard's mind raced, trying to think what to do. He couldn't lift Chase with one arm, and he didn't dare to put the sword away. He did know he didn't want Kaylin to come help. He wanted her to stay safely away. Getting a good grip on the warden's leather tunic, Richard started dragging him. The slick bogweed eased the effort somewhat, but it was still difficult, because he had to go around several fallen trees. Surprisingly, nothing attacked. Maybe he had hurt it or killed it. He wondered if it was possible to kill something already dead. The sword had magic. Richard wasn't sure what it was capable of. He wasn't even sure if the things in the boundary were dead. He finally reached Kaylin and Zed and dragged Chase close. The wizard was still unconscious. Kaylin's face was white with worry. What are we going to do? Richard scanned around. We can't stay here, and we can't leave them. Let's put them over the horses and get out of here. We'll look to their wounds as soon as we're a safe distance away. The clouds were thicker than before, and mist covered everything with a wet sheen. As he checked in every direction, Richard put the sword away and easily lifted Zed over his horse. Chase was more difficult. He was big, and all his weapons were heavy. Blood throbbed from the wound on the side of his forehead, soaking his hair, and hanging him over the side of the horse made it bleed more. Richard decided he couldn't leave it untended. He quickly retrieved an alm leaf and a strip of cloth from a pack. He crumpled the leaf to make it seep its healing fluid, pressed it against the wound, and had Kaylin wrap the cloth around Chase's head. The cloth soaked through almost immediately, but he knew the alm leaf would stop the bleeding in a short time. Richard helped Kaylin up onto her horse. He could tell that her legs hurt more than she would admit. He gave her the reins of Zed's horse, mounted up, took Chase's horse, and then carefully got his bearings. He knew they would have a hard time finding the trail. The mist was getting heavy, visibility limited. There seemed to be ghosts watching from the shadows in every direction. He didn't know if he should lead or follow Kaylin, didn't know how best to protect her, so he rode beside her. Zed and Chase weren't tied down and could easily slip off the horses, so they had to take it slow. The dead spruce looked the same in every direction, and they couldn't go in a straight line because they had to cut back and forth around fallen trees. Richard spat out mosquitoes that kept flying into his mouth. The sky was the same dark steel gray everywhere. There was no chance to tell where the sun was to get oriented. After a time, Richard wasn't at all sure they were going in the right direction. It seemed they should have reached the trail already. He took fixes from landmark trees, and when they reached each one, he would pick a new one farther ahead, hoping they were traveling in a straight line. To do it properly, he knew he had to be able to line up at least 3 trees to make sure the line of travel was straight. But he couldn't see that far in the mist. He couldn't be sure he wasn't leading them in circles. Even if he was going in a straight line, he wasn't sure the direction was toward the trail. "Are you sure we're going the right way?" Kaylin asked. "It all looks the same." "No, but at least we haven't run into the boundary." "Do you think we should stop and tend to them?" "We don't dare. For all I know, we could be 10 feet from the underworld." Kaylin looked around, worried. Richard gave thought to having her wait with the other 2 while he went ahead and scouted for the trail, but dismissed the idea, as he was afraid he might not be able to find her again. They had to stay together. He started to wonder what they would do if they couldn't find their way out before dark. How would they protect themselves against the heart hounds? If there were enough of them, even the sword couldn't hold them all off at once. Chase had said they had to get to the swamp before nightfall. He hadn't said why or how the swamp could protect them. The brown bogweed was an endless sea all around, with hulks of trees aground in it everywhere. An oak appeared off to their left, then some more, some with leaves shimmering dark green and wet in the mist. This was not the way they had come in. Richard turned them to the right a little, following the edge of the dead bog, hoping it would lead them back to the trail. Shadows from the brush among the oaks watched them. He told himself it was his imagination that made the shadows seem to have eyes. There was no wind, no movement, no sound. He was angry with himself for being lost, despite how easily it could happen in this place. He was a guide. Getting lost was unforgivable. Richard breathed out in relief when he saw the trail at last. They quickly dismounted and checked their 2 charges. There was no change in Zed, but at least Chase's wound had stopped bleeding. Richard had no idea what to do for them. He didn't know if they had been knocked unconscious or if their condition was caused by some sort of magic from the boundary. Kaylin didn't know either. "What do you think we should do?" she asked him. Richard tried not to look as worried as he really was. "Chase said we had to get to the swamp or the hounds would get us. It won't do them any good to be laid out here and tended to while we wait for them to wake, only to have the hounds get us all. As I see it, we have only two choices. Leave them here or take them with us. There is no way I'm leaving them. Let's tie them down on the horses so they don't fall off and get to the swamp." Kalen agreed. They worked quickly to lash their friends to the horses. Richard changed Chase's bandage and cleaned up the wound a little. The mist was changing to a light rain. He fished around in the packs, finding the blankets, and removed the oilcloth they were wrapped in. They put a blanket over each friend, then covered them with the oilcloth to keep them dry, crisscrossing rope over it all to hold it in place. When they were finished, Kalen unexpectedly put her arms around him, hugging him close and tight for a moment, separating before he could return her gesture. "Thank you for saving me," she said softly. "The boundary terrifies me." She looked sheepishly up at him. "And if you remind me what I said about not coming after me, I'll kick you." She smiled as she looked up from under her eyebrows. "Not a word, I promise." He smiled back at her and pulled up the hood of her cloak, stuffing her hair into it to keep her dry in the rain. He pulled up his own hood, and they started off down the road. The woods were deserted. Rain dripped down through the tangle overhead. Branches reached around the trail like talons, reaching to snatch both people and horses. Even without their rider's direction, the horses trotted their way carefully down the center of the road, their ears pricking from one side to the other as if listening to the shadows. So dense was the thicket to each side that there was no chance they could take to the trees if they had to. Kalen drew her cloak tighter. It was go on or go back, and there was no going back. They rode the horses hard the rest of the afternoon and evening. When the day's death began stealing away the soft gray light, they still had not reached the swamp, and there was no way to tell how much farther it was. Off through the tangled woods, they caught the sound of howling. Their breath caught in their throats. The hart-hounds were coming. Chapter 15. The horses needed no encouragement to run. They fled down the road at full speed, their riders making no attempt to slow them, the howls of the hart-hounds energizing the effort. Water and mud splashed as their hooves pounded the road, and rain ran in rivulets across their hides, but it was the mud that won out, streaking and caking on their legs and bellies. When the hounds shrieked, the horses returned a snort of fear. Richard let Kalen take the lead, wanting to stay between her and their pursuers. The sounds of the hart-hounds were still distant, off toward the boundary, but he knew by the way they were angling in from the left that it was only a matter of time until they would be overtaken. If they could turn to the right and head away from the boundary, there was a chance they could outrun the hounds, but the woods were thick, impenetrable. It would be slow going if they could find an opening, a sure death if they tried. Their only chance was to stay on the road and reach the swamp before they were caught. Richard didn't know how far it was or what they would do once they reached it, only that they had to. The colors of day were washing out into a sullen gray as night approached. Rain pelted his face in small cold pricks, heated and mingled with sweat, and ran down his neck. Richard watched the bodies of his two friends bounce and jostle on the horses, hoping they were tied down securely enough, hoping they were not badly hurt, hoping they would be conscious soon. The ride couldn't be doing them any good. Kalen didn't turn or look back. She bent to her task, her dark form hunched forward over the horse as it ran. The road curved back and forth as it threaded its way around imposing misshapen oaks and rock outcroppings. Dead trees became more infrequent. Leaves of the oak, ash, and maple trees sealed the riders away from the last vestiges of the sky, darkening the trail even more. The hounds were getting closer when the road began to descend into a sodden wood of cedar. A good sign, Richard thought. Cedar often grew where the ground was wet. Kalen's horse disappeared over the edge of a drop. Richard reached the brink of the sharp slope and saw her again descending into a bowl in the earth. The tangled tops of trees spread out into the distance, at least as much of it as he could see in the mist and dim light. It was the Scow Swamp at last. The smell of wet and rot assailed him as he followed her in a rush down through swirling trailers of mist that moved and spun at their passing. Sharp calls and hoots came from the dense vegetation. The howls of the hart-hounds came from behind, closer now. Woody vines hung from slick, twisted limbs of trees that stood in the water on roots, looking like claws, and smaller leafy vines spiraled around anything strong enough to hold them. Everything seemed to be growing on top of something else, seeking to gain an advantage. Water, dark and still, sat in stagnant expanses, sneaking in under clumps of bushes, enveloping stands of fat-bottomed trees. Duckweed drifted in thick mats on the water, looking like manicured lawn. The lush growth seemed to swallow the sound of their horses' hooves, allowing only the native calls to echo across the waters. The road narrowed into a trail that struggled to remain above the black water, making it necessary to slow the horses for fear they would break a leg on the roots. Richard saw that as Caelan's horse passed, the surface of the water rolled in lazy ripples as things moved under it. He heard the hounds at the top of the bowl. Caelan turned at the howls. If they stayed on the trail, the hounds would be at them in a matter of minutes. As Richard looked around, he pulled the sword free. It sent its distinctive ringing across the murky water. Caelan stopped and looked back to him. There! He pointed with the sword across the water to their right. That island. It looks high enough to be dry. Maybe the hardhounds can't swim. He thought it a slim hope, but could think of nothing else. Chase had said they would be safe from the hounds in the swamp, but hadn't told them how. This was the only thing he could think of. Caelan didn't hesitate. She led her horse right in, pulling Zed's behind. Richard followed close after with Chase's, watching up the trail, seeing movement through gaps in the trees. The water seemed to be no more than 3 or 4 feet deep with a muddy bottom. Weed broke from its anchoring and floated to the surface as Caelan's horse waded through ahead of him, making steady progress to the island. Then he saw the snakes. Dark bodies wriggled in the water just below the surface, heading toward them from every direction. Some lifted their heads, flicking red tongues out into the damp air. Their dark brown bodies had copper-colored splotches, almost invisible in the gloomy water, and barely disturbed the surface as they swam. Richard had never seen snakes this big. Caelan was watching the island and hadn't noticed them yet. The dry land was too far away. He knew they weren't going to make it before the snakes reached them. Richard turned and looked behind to see if they could make it back to high ground. Where they had left the trail, the dark shapes of the hardhounds were gathered, snarling and growling. Heads held low, the big black bodies paced back and forth, wanting to enter the water to reach their prey, but only howling instead. Richard lowered the tip of the sword into the water, letting it drag a small wake behind as he prepared to strike at the first snake that came close enough. Then a surprising thing happened. When the sword dipped into the water, the snakes turned suddenly and squirmed away as fast as they could go. Somehow the magic in the sword frightened them away. He wasn't sure why the magic would function this way, but was glad it did. They worked their way among the large trunks of trees that stood like columns in the mire. Each in turn brushed aside vines and streamers of moss as they passed. When they crossed shallower areas of water, the tip of his sword no longer reached the water. The snakes returned immediately. He leaned lower, the sword's tip dipping back in the water, and the snakes turned once more, wanting nothing to do with them. Richard wondered what would happen when they reached dry land. Would the snakes follow them there? Would the sword's magic work to keep them away out of the water? The snakes might be as much trouble as the hardhounds. Water ran off the underside of Caelan's horse as it climbed up onto the island. There were a few poplar trees at the high point in the center and cedars at the water's edge on the far side of the small hump of dry ground, but mostly it was covered with reed and a smattering of iris. To see what would happen, Richard took the sword from the water before he needed to. The snakes began to come for him. When he left the water, some turned and swam away, some wandered the shoreline, but none followed onto dry land. In near darkness, Richard laid Zed and Chase on the ground beneath the poplars. He pulled a tarp from the packs and strung it between the trees to make a small shelter. Everything was wet, but since there was no wind, the makeshift structure kept most of the rain off them. There was no chance of a fire, for now, since all the wood that could be found was thoroughly soaked. At least the night wasn't cold. Frogs kept up a steady chirping from the wet darkness. Richard placed a pair of fat candles on a piece of wood so they could have some light under their shelter. Together they checked Zed. There didn't seem to be any sign of an injury, but he remained unconscious. Chase's condition was unchanged, too. Kaelin stroked Zed's forehead. "It is not a good sign for a wizard's eyes to be closed like this. I don't know what to do for them." Richard shook his head. "Neither do I. We can be glad they don't have a fever. Maybe there's a healer in South Haven. I'll make litters the horses can pull. I think that would be better than having them ride again the way they did today." Kaelin retrieved 2 more blankets to keep their friends warm. Then she and Richard sat together by the candles, the water dripping around them. Glowing pairs of yellow eyes waited on the trail in the blackness back through the trees. As the Hearthounds paced, the eyes moved back and forth. Occasionally, Richard and Kaelin heard yelps of frustration. The 2 of them watched their hunters off across the dark water. Kaelin stared at the glowing eyes. "I wonder why they didn't follow us." Richard glanced sideways at her. "I think they're afraid of the snakes." Kaelin jumped to her feet, quickly scanning around, her head pushing against the tarp. "Snakes? What snakes? I don't like snakes," she said in a rush. He looked up. "Some kind of big water snakes. They swam off when I put the sword in the water. I don't think we have to worry. They didn't come up on the dry ground when we did. I think it's safe." She looked around cautiously as she pulled her cloak tight and then sat down, closer to him this time. "You could have warned me about them," she said with a frown. "I didn't know myself until I saw them, and the hounds were right behind us. I didn't think we had much choice in the matter, and I didn't want to scare you." She didn't say anything more. Richard got out a sausage and a loaf of hard bread, their last one. He tore the bread in half and cut pieces off the sausage, handing her a few. They each held a tin cup under the rainwater that dripped off the tarp. They ate in silence, watching all around for any sign of threat, listening to the rhythm of the rain. "Richard," she asked at last, "did you see my sister in the Boundary?" "No. Whatever it was that had you didn't look like a person to me, and I would bet that the thing I struck down at first didn't look like my father to you." She shook her head that it didn't. "I think," he said, "they just appear in a form meant to recreate a person you want to see, to beguile you." "I think you're right," she sighed, taking a bite of sausage. When she finished chewing, she added, "I'm glad. I would hate to think we had to hurt them." He nodded his agreement and looked over. Her hair was wet, and some of it was stuck to the side of her face. "There's something else, though, that I think is odd. When that thing from the Boundary, whatever it was, struck out at Chase, it was fast, and it hit him square the first time. And before we could do anything, it grabbed you with no trouble. Same with Zed, it got him the first time. But when I went back for them, it tried for me and missed, then it didn't even try again." "I noticed that when it happened," she said. "It missed you by a good distance. It was as if it didn't know where you were. It knew right where the 3 of us were, but it couldn't seem to find you." Richard thought a moment. "Maybe it was the sword." Kaelin shrugged. "Whatever it was, I am happy for it." He wasn't at all sure it was the sword. The snakes had been afraid of the sword and swam away from it. The thing in the Boundary had shown no fear. It seemed as if it simply couldn't find him. There was one other thing that he wondered at. When he had struck down the thing in the Boundary that looked like his father, he had felt no pain. Zed had told him there would be a price to pay for killing with the sword, and that he would feel the pain of what he had done. Maybe there was no pain because the thing was already dead. Maybe it was all in his head. None of it was real. That couldn't be. It was real enough to strike down his friends. His self-assurance that it wasn't his father he had cut down began to waver. They ate the rest of the meal in silence while he thought about what he could do for Zed and Chase, which was nothing. Zed had medicines along, but only Zed knew how to use them. Maybe it was magic from the Boundary that had struck them down. Zed had magic along, too, but he was also the only one who knew how to use that. Richard took out an apple and cut it into wedges, removed the seeds, and gave half to Kaelin. She moved closer and leaned her head on his arm as she ate it. "Tired?" he asked. She nodded, then smiled. "And I am sore in places I cannot mention." She ate another wedge of apple. "Do you know anything about South Haven?" "I've heard other guides mention it when they've passed through Heartland. From what they say, it's a place of thieves and misfits." "It doesn't sound like the kind of place that would have a healer." Richard didn't answer. "What will we do then?" "I don't know. But they'll get better. They'll be all right." "And if not?" she pressed. He took the apple away from his mouth and looked at her. "Kaelin, what are you trying to say?" I am saying that we have to be prepared to leave them, to go on.
We can't, he answered firmly. We need them both. Remember when Zed gave me the sword? He said he wanted me to get us across the boundary. He said he had a plan. He hasn't told me what that plan is. He looked out over the water at the hounds. We need them, he repeated. She picked at the skin of the apple wedge. What if they were to die tonight? Then what would we do? We would have to go on. Richard knew she was looking up at him, but he didn't look back. He understood her need to stop Rahl. He felt the same hunger, and would let nothing stop them, even if it meant leaving his friends, but it hadn't reached that point yet. He knew she was only trying to reassure herself that he had the necessary conviction, the required determination. She had given up much to her mission, lost much to Rahl, as he had. She wanted to know he had the ability to go on, at any cost, to lead. The candles lit her face softly, a small glow in the darkness. Reflections of the flames danced in her eyes. He knew she didn't like saying these things to him. Kaelin, I'm the Seeker. I understand the weight of that responsibility. I will do anything required to stop Dark and Rahl. Anything. You can place your faith in that. I will not, however, spend the lives of my friends easily. For now, we have enough to worry about. Let's not invent new things. Rain dripped into the water from trees, sending hollow echoes through the darkness. She put her hand on his arm as if to say she was sorry. He knew she had nothing to be sorry for. She was only trying to face the truth, one possible truth anyway. He wanted to reassure her. If they don't get better, he said, holding her eyes with his, and if there is a safe place to leave them with someone we can trust, then we will do so and go on. She nodded. That is all I meant. I know. He finished his apple. Why don't you get some sleep? I'll keep watch. I couldn't sleep, she said, indicating the hardhounds with a nod of her head. Not with them watching us like that. Or with snakes all around. Richard smiled at her. All right. Then how about if you help me build the litters for the horses to pull? That way we can get out of here in the morning as soon as the hounds are gone. She returned the smile and got up. Richard retrieved a wicked-looking war axe from Chase and found it worked as well on wood as on flesh and bone. He wasn't at all sure Chase would approve of putting one of his prize weapons to use in this fashion. In fact, he knew he wouldn't. He smiled to himself. He couldn't wait to tell him. In his mind, he could picture his big friend's disapproving frown. Of course, Chase would have to embellish the story with every telling. To Chase, a story without embellishment was like meat without gravy, just plain dry. His friends had to get better, he told himself. They just had to. He couldn't bear it if they died. It was several hours before they were finished. Kaelin stayed close to him, as she was afraid of the snakes, and the hardhounds watched them the whole time. For a while, Richard had thought to use Chase's crossbow to try to get some of the hounds, but finally decided against it. Chase would be angry at him for squandering valuable bolts to no purpose. The hounds couldn't get them and would be gone with the light. When they were finished, they checked the other two, then sat down together again by the candles. He knew Kaelin was tired. He could hardly keep his own eyes open. But she still didn't want to lie down to sleep, so he had her lean against him. In no time her breathing slowed, and she was asleep. It was a fitful sleep. He could tell she was having bad dreams. When she started whimpering and jerking, he woke her. She was breathing rapidly and almost in tears. Nightmares? He asked, stroking her hair reassuringly with the backs of his fingers. Kaelin nodded against him. I was dreaming about the thing from the boundary that was around my legs. I dreamt it was a big snake. Richard put his arm around her shoulders and hugged her tight against him. She didn't object, but pulled her knees up and put her arms around them as she nuzzled against him. He worried that she could hear his heart pounding. If she did, she didn't say anything and was soon fast asleep again. He listened to her breathing, to the frogs, and to the rain. She slept peacefully. He closed his fingers around the tooth under his shirt. He watched the hardhounds. They watched back. She woke sometime near morning when it was still dark. Richard was so tired he had a headache. Kaelin insisted he lie down and sleep while she kept watch. He didn't want to. He wanted to continue holding her, but was too sleepy to argue. When she gently shook him awake, it was morning. Weak, gray light filtered through the dark green of the swamp and through heavy mist that made the world seem small and close.
The water around them looked as if it had been steeped with decayed vegetation, a brew that rippled occasionally with unseen life beneath the surface. Unblinking black eyes pushed up through the duckweed, watching them. "The hardhounds are gone," she said. She looked drier than she had last night. "How long?" he asked, rubbing the cramps out of his arms. 20, maybe 30 minutes. When it got light, they suddenly went off in a rush." Calen gave him a tin cup of hot tea. Richard gave her a questioning look. She smiled. "I held it over the candle until it was hot." He was surprised at her inventiveness. She gave him a piece of dried fruit and ate some herself. He noticed the war axe leaning against her leg and thought to himself that she knew how to stand watch. It was still raining gently. Strange birds called out sharply in rapid, ragged shrieks from across the swamp, while others answered in the distance. Bugs hovered inches above the water, and occasionally there was an unseen splash. "Any change in Zed or Chase?" he asked. She seemed reluctant to answer. "Zed's breathing is slower." Richard quickly went and checked. Zed seemed hardly alive. His face had a sunken, ashen look. He put an ear to the old man's chest and found his heart to be beating normally, but he was breathing slower, and he felt cold and clammy. "I think we must be safe from the hounds now. We had better get going and see if we can find them some help," he said. Richard knew she was afraid of the snakes. He was too, and told her so, but she didn't let it interfere with what they had to do. She put her trust in what he said, that the snakes wouldn't come near the sword, and crossed the water without hesitation when he told her to go. They had to traverse the water twice, once with Zed and Chase, and a second time to retrieve the parts for the litters, as they could only be used on dry land. They hooked up the poles to the horses, but couldn't use them yet as the tangle of roots on the swamp trail would cause too jolting a ride. They would have to wait until they were on a better road, once they were clear of the swamp. It was mid-morning before they reached the better road. They stopped long enough to lay their two fallen friends in the litters and cover them with blankets and oilcloth. Richard was pleased to discover that the pole arrangement worked well. It didn't slow them at all, and the mud helped them slide along nicely. He and Calen ate lunch on their horses, passing food back and forth as they rode next to each other. They stopped only to check on Zed and Chase, and continued on through the rain. Before night came, they reached South Haven. The town was little more than a collection of ramshackle buildings and houses fit crookedly in among the oaks and beech, almost as if to turn themselves away from the road, from queries, from righteous eyes. None looked ever to have seen paint. Some had tin patches that drummed in the steady rain. Set in the center of the huddle was a supply store, and next to it a two-story building. A clumsily carved sign proclaimed it to be an inn, but offered no name. Yellow lamplight coming from windows downstairs was the only color standing out from the grayness of the day in the building. Heaps of garbage leaned drunkenly against the side of the building, and the house next door tilted in sympathy with the rubbish pile. "Stay close to me," Richard said as they dismounted. "The men here are dangerous." Calen smiled oddly with one side of her mouth. "I'm used to their kind." Richard wondered what that meant, but didn't ask. Talking trailed off when they went through the door, and all faces turned. The place was about what Richard expected. Oil lamps lit a room filled with a fog of pungent pipe smoke. Tables, all arranged in a haphazard fashion, were rough, some no more than planks on barrels. There were no chairs, only benches. To the left, a door stood closed, probably leading to the kitchen. To the right, in the shadows leading up to the guest rooms, was a stairway minus a handrail. The floor, with a series of paths through the litter, was mottled with dark stains and spills. The men were a rough collection of trappers and travelers and trouble. Many had unkempt beards. Most were big. The place smelled of ale and smoke and sweat. Calen stood tall and proud next to him. She was a person not easily intimidated. Richard reasoned that perhaps she should be. She stuck out among the riffraff like a gold ring on a beggar. Her bearing made the room even more of an embarrassment. When she pushed back the hood of her cloak, grins broke out all around, revealing a collection of crooked and missing teeth. The hungry looks in the men's eyes didn't fit the smiles. Richard wished Chase were awake. With a sinking feeling, he realized there was going to be trouble. A stout man walked over and halted. He wore a shirt with no sleeves and an apron that looked like it could never have been white.
The top of his shiny, shaved head reflected the lamplight, and the curly black hair on his thick arms seemed in competition with his beard. He wiped his hands on a filthy rag before flopping it over a shoulder. "Something I can do for you?" the man asked in a dry voice. His tongue rolled a toothpick across his mouth as he waited. With his own tone and eyes, Richard let the man know he would brook no trouble. "There a healer in this town?" The proprietor shifted his glance to Calen and then back to Richard. "No." Richard noted the way, unlike the other men, the man kept his eyes where they belonged when he looked at Calen. It told him something important. "Then we would like a room." He lowered his voice. "We have 2 friends outside who are hurt." Taking the toothpick out of his mouth, the man folded his arms. "I don't need any trouble." "Nor do I," Richard said with deliberate menace. The bald man looked Richard up and down, his eyes snagging for an instant on the sword. With his arms still folded, he appraised Richard's eyes. "How many rooms you want? I'm pretty full." "1 will do fine." In the center of the room, a big man stood. From a mass of long, stringy red hair, he looked out with mean eyes that were set too close together. The front of his thick beard was wet with ale. He wore a wolf hide over one shoulder. His hand rested on the handle of a long knife. "Expensive-looking whore you got there, boy," the red-haired man said. "I don't suppose you'd mind if we came up to your room and passed her around some?" Richard locked his glare on the man. He knew this was a challenge that would only be ended with blood. His eyes didn't move. His hand did, slowly, toward the sword. His rage pounded, fully awake even before his fingers reached the hilt. This was the day he was going to have to kill other men. A lot of other men. Richard's grip tightened around the braided wire hilt until his knuckles were white. Calen gave a steady pull on the sleeve of his sword arm. She spoke his name in a low tone, raising the inflection at the end the way his mother did when she was warning him to stay out of something. He stole a glance at her. She gave a luscious smile to the red-haired man. "You men have it all wrong," she said in a throaty voice. "You see, this is my day off. I'm the one who hired him for the night." She smacked Richard on the rear, hard. It surprised him so much he froze. She licked her top lip as she looked at the red-haired man. "But if he doesn't give me my money's worth, well, you will be the first I call to fill the breach." She smiled lasciviously. There was a thick moment of silence. Richard resisted mightily his need to pull the sword free. He held his breath as he waited to see which way it was going to go. Calen continued to smile at the men in a way that only made his anger deepen. Life and death measured each other in the red-haired man's eyes. No one moved. Then a grin split his face, and he roared with laughter. Everyone else hooted and hollered and laughed. The man sat down, and the men started talking again, ignoring Richard and Calen. Richard breathed out in a sigh. The proprietor eased the 2 of them back a ways. He gave Calen a smile of respect. "Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad your head is faster than your friend's hand. This place may not seem much to you, but it's mine, and you just kept it in one piece for me." "You are welcome," Calen said. "Do you have a room for us?" The proprietor put the toothpick back in the corner of his mouth. "There's one upstairs at the end of the hall on the right that has a bolt on the door." "We have 2 friends outside," Richard said. "I could use some help getting them up there." The man gave a nod of his head back at the roomful of men. "It wouldn't do if that lot saw you were burdened with injured companions. You 2 go up to the room just like they expect. My son's in the kitchen. We'll bring your friends up the back stairs so no one will see." Richard didn't like the idea. "Have a little faith, my friend," the other said in a low voice, "or you may be bringing harm to your friends. By the way, my name's Bill." Richard looked at Calen. Her face was unreadable. He looked back to the proprietor. The man was tough, hardened, but didn't appear to be devious. Still, it was his friends' lives at stake. He tried to keep his voice from sounding as threatening as he felt. "All right, Bill. We will do as you ask." Bill gave a small smile and a nod as he rolled the toothpick across his mouth. Richard and Calen went up to the room and waited. The ceiling was lower than was comfortable. The wall next to the single bed was covered with years of spit. In the opposite corner were a 3-legged table and a short bench. A single oil lamp sat glowing weakly on the table. The windowless room was otherwise bare and had a naked feel to it. It smelled rank.
Richard paced while Kaelin sat on the bed watching him, looking slightly uncomfortable. Finally, he strode over to her. "I can't believe what you did down there." She stood up and looked him in the eyes. "The result is what matters, Richard. If I had let you do what you were about to do, your life would have been at great risk, for nothing of value." "But those men think—" "And you care what those men think?" "No, but—" He could feel his face redden. "I am sworn to protect the life of the Seeker with my own. I would do anything required to protect you." She gave him a meaningful look, lifting an eyebrow. Anything. Frustrated, he tried to think how to put into words how angry he was without making it sound as if he was angry with her. He had been at the brink of lethal commitment. A brink only one wrong word away. Pulling back was agonizingly difficult. He could still feel his blood pounding with the lust for violence. It was difficult to understand the way the anger twisted his own rationality with hot need, much less explain it to her. Looking into her green eyes was making him relax, though, cooling his anger. "Richard, you have to keep your mind where it belongs." "What do you mean?" "Dark and Rahl. That is where your mind belongs. Those men downstairs are of no concern to us. We must only get past them, that's all. Nothing else. Don't expend your thoughts on them. It's a waste. Put your energy to our job." He let out a breath and nodded. "You're right, I'm sorry. You did a brave thing tonight, as much as I didn't like it." She put her arms around him, her head against his chest, and gave him a slow hug. There was a soft knock at the door. After assuring himself it was Bill, he opened the door. The proprietor and his son carried Chase in and laid him carefully on the floor. When the son, a lanky young man, saw Kaelin, he fell instantly and hopelessly in love. Richard understood the feeling. Nonetheless, he didn't appreciate it. Bill pointed with his thumb. "This is my son, Randy." Randy was in a trance, staring at Kaelin. Bill turned to Richard, wiping the rain off the top of his head with the rag he kept over his shoulder. He still had the toothpick in his mouth. "You didn't tell me your friend was Del Brandstone." Richard's caution flared. "That a problem?" Bill smiled. "Not with me. The warden and me have had our disagreements, but he's a fair man. He gives me no trouble. He stays here sometimes when he's in the area on official business, but the men downstairs would tear him apart if they knew he was up here." "They might try," Richard corrected. A slight smile curled the corners of Bill's mouth. "We'll get the other one." When they left, Richard gave Kaelin 2 silver coins. "When they come back, give the boy one of these to take the horses to the stables for us and tend to them. Tell him that if he will spend the night watching them and have them ready for us at sunrise, you will add the other." "What makes you think you will do it?" Richard gave a short laugh. "Don't worry, he'll do it if you ask. Just smile." Bill came back, carrying Zed in his husky arms. Randy followed, carrying most of their packs. Bill gently laid the old man on the floor next to Chase. He gave Richard a look from under his curly eyebrows, then turned to his son. "Randy, go get this young lady a basin and a pitcher of water, and a towel. A clean towel. She might like to clean up." Randy backed out of the room, smiling and tripping over his feet as he went. Bill watched him go, then turned to Richard with an intense look. He took the toothpick out of his mouth. "These 2 are in bad shape. I won't ask you what happened to them because a smart fellow wouldn't tell me, and I think you're a smart fellow. We don't have a healer around here, but there's someone who may be able to help. A woman named Addie. They call her the Bone Woman. Most people are afraid of her. That bunch downstairs won't go near her place." Richard remembered Chase saying Addie was his friend. Slide 7. Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 172. Richard beamed at her. "You have given me something very precious, too. The lives of my friends. Thank you, Addie."
"And your spice soup be wonderful,"
she added, with a hint of surprise. "Yes," Kaelin winked at him. "It's as good as I make."
"Kaelin has told me about Dark and Rahl and about the boundary failing," Addie said. "It explains much. She has told me that you know of the pass and wish to cross into the Midlands. Now you must decide what you will do."
She took a spoonful of soup. "What do you mean?"
"They must be awakened every day to drink, and they must be fed a gruel. Your friends be asleep for many days, 5, maybe 10. You must decide as seeker if you are to wait for them or go on. We cannot help you. You must decide.
That would be a lot of work for you to do by yourself. Addie nodded.
Yes. But it not be as much work as going after the boxes, as stopping Dark and Raw.
She ate some more soup as she watched him. Richard stirred his spoon around absently in his bowl. There was a long silence. He looked to Kaelin, but she showed nothing. He knew she didn't want to interfere with his decision. He looked back down at his soup. "Every day that passes," he said quietly at last, "brings Rahl closer to the last box. Zed told me he has a plan. That does not mean it is a good plan. And there may not be time to use it when he awakes at last. We could lose before we start." He looked up into Kaelin's green eyes. "We can't wait. We can't take the chance. Too much is at risk. We must leave without him." Kaelin gave him a smile of reassurance. "I wasn't planning on letting Chase go with us anyway. I have a more important job for him." Addie reached across the table and put her weathered hand on his. It felt soft and warm.
It not be an easy choice to make. It not be easy to be seeker. That which lies ahead be difficult beyond your worst fears.
He forced a smile. "At least I still have my guide." The three of them sat in silence, considering what must be done.
You both will have a good sleep tonight, Addie said. You will need it. After supper, I will tell you what you will need to know to get through the pass.
She looked to each of them in turn. Her voice became even raspier.
And I will tell you how I lost my foot.
Chapter 17. Richard placed the lamp on the side of the table close to the wall and lit it with a stick from the fire. The sound of gentle rain and night creatures drifted in from the window. The chirps and calls of small animals going about their nocturnal lives were familiar to him, comforting sounds of home. Home. His last night in his homeland. And then he was to cross into the Midlands, as his father had done. He smiled to himself at the irony. His father had brought the Book of Counted Shadows out of the Midlands, and now he was taking it back. He sat down on the log round, across from Kaelin and Addie. So tell me, how do we find the pass? Addie leaned back in her chair and swept her hand through the air.
You already have. You'll be in the pass, the mouth of it anyway.
And what do we need to know to get through it?
The pass be a void in the underworld, but it still be a land of the dead. You be living. The beasts hunt the living if the living be big enough to be of interest.
Richard looked at Kaelin's impassive face, then back to Addie. What beasts? Addie's long finger pointed to each wall of the room in turn.
They be the bones of the beasts. Your friends were touched by things of the underworld. The bones confuse their powers. That be why I said your friends were being helped from the moment you brought them in here. The bones cause the magic poison to leave their bodies, letting the death sleep lift. The bones keep the evil away from here. The beasts cannot find me because they feel the evil of the bones, and it blinds them, makes them think I be one of them.
Richard leaned forward. If we took some of the bones with us, would that protect us? Addie smiled her little smile, making her eyes wrinkle.
Very good. That be exactly what you must do. These bones of the dead have the magic to help protect you. But there be more. Listen carefully to what I tell you.
Richard folded his fingers together and nodded.
You cannot take your horses. The trail be too small for them. There be places they cannot fit. You must not wander from the trail. It be very dangerous to do so. And you must not stop to sleep. It will take 1 day, 1 night, and most of the next day to cross.
Why can't we stop to sleep? Richard asked. Addie looked to each of them with her white eyes.
There be other things besides the beasts in the pass. They will get you if you stop long enough.
Things? Kalen asked. Addie nodded.
I go into the pass often. If you are careful, it be safe enough. If you are not careful, there be things that will get you.
Her raspy voice lowered bitterly.
I became overconfident. One day, I was walking a long time and became very tired. I was sure of myself, sure I knew the dangers well. So I sat against a tree and took a small nap, for a few minutes only.
She put her hand on her leg, rubbing it slowly.
When I was asleep, a gripper fixed itself on my ankle.
Kalen scrunched up her features. What's a gripper? Addie regarded her in silence for a minute.
A gripper be an animal that has armor all over his back, spikes all around the bottom edge, many legs underneath, each with a sharp hooked claw at the end, a mouth like a leech with teeth all around. He wraps himself around so only his armor is out. With his claws he digs into the flesh to hold tight so you cannot pull him off, and then he fixes his mouth to you, sucking the blood from you, tightening with the claws all the time.
Kalen put her hand reassuringly on Addie's arm. The light from the lamp made the old woman's white eyes a pale shade of orange. Richard didn't move, his muscles tense.
I had my axe with me.
Kalen closed her eyes as her head lowered. Addie went on.
I tried to kill the gripper, or at least get him off me. I knew that if I did not, he would suck all the lifeblood from me. His armor be harder than the axe. I was very angry with myself. The gripper be one of the slowest creatures in the pass, but he be faster than a sleeping fool.
She looked into Richard's eyes.
There be only one thing I could do to save my life. I could stand the pain no longer. His teeth were scraping into the bone. I tied a strip of cloth tight around my thigh and laid my lower leg across a log. I used the axe to chop off my foot and ankle.
The silence in the small house was brittle. Only Richard's eyes moved to meet Kalen's. He saw sorrow there for the old woman, saw his own sorrow reflected. He couldn't imagine the resolve it would take to use an axe to cut off your own foot. His stomach felt sick. Addie's thin lips spread in a grim smile. With one hand, she reached across the table to take Richard's hand, and with the other took Kalen's. She held their hands in a firm grip.
I tell you this story not to have you feel sorry for me. I tell you only so you too will not become prey to something in the past. Confidence can be a dangerous thing. Fear can bring you safe sometimes.
Then I think we shall be very safe, Richard said. Addie continued to smile and gave a single nod.
Good. There be one more thing. There be a place halfway through the pass where the two walls of the boundary come very close together, almost touching. It be called the Narrows. When you come to a rock of the size of this house, split down the middle, that be the place. You must pass through the rock. Do not go around it even though you may want to. Death be that way. And then beyond you must pass between the walls of the boundary. It be the most dangerous place in the pass. She put a hand on Kalen's shoulder and squeezed Richard's hand tighter, looking to each in turn. They will call to you from the boundary. They will want you to come to them.
Who? Kalen asked. Addie leaned closer to her.
The dead. It could be anyone you know who be dead. Your mother.
Kalen bit her bottom lip. Is it really them? Addie shook her head.
I don't know, child, but I do not believe it to be.
I don't think so either, Richard said, almost more to reassure himself.
Good, Addie rasped. Keep thinking so. It will help you to resist. You will be tempted to go to them. If you do, you are lost. And remember, in the Narrows, it be even more important to keep on the path the whole way through. A step or two off to either side, and you have gone too far. The walls of the boundary be that close. You will not be able to step back, ever.
Richard let out a deep breath. Addie, the boundary is failing. Before he was struck down, Zed told me he could see the change. Chase said you couldn't see into it before, and that now underworld beings were getting out. Do you think it will still be safe to go through the Narrows?
Safe? I never said it'd be safe. It'd never be safe to go through the Narrows. Many who are keen with greed but not strong of will have tried to go through and never come out the other side.
She leaned closer to him.
As long as the boundary be there still, so too must be the pass. Stay on the trail. Keep in mind your purpose. Help each other if need be, and you will get across.
Addie studied his face. Richard turned to Kalen's green eyes. He wondered if Kalen and he could resist the boundary. He remembered what it felt like to want to go into it, to long for it. In the Narrows, it would be on both sides of them. He knew how frightened Kalen was of the underworld, with good reason. She had been in it. He wasn't anxious to go anywhere near it himself. Richard frowned in thought. You said the Narrows were in the center of the pass. Won't it be night? How will we see to stay on the trail? Addie put her hand on Kalen's shoulder to help herself up.
Come,
she said, as she put the crutch under her arm. She followed slowly behind as she worked her way to the shelves. Her slender fingers clutched a leather pouch. She loosened the drawstring and dumped something in her palm. She turned to Richard.
Hold out your hand.
He held his hand, palm up, in front of her. She put her hand over his, and he felt a smooth weight. In her native tongue, she spoke a few words under her breath.
The words say, I give you this of my own free will.
Richard saw that in his palm rested a rock about the size of a grouse egg. Smooth and polished, it was so dark it seemed as if it could suck the light from the room. He couldn't even discern a surface other than a layer of gloss. Beneath that was a void of blackness.
This be a night stone,
she said in a measured rasp. And what do I do with it? Addie hesitated, her gaze darting briefly to the window.
When it be dark and you have need enough, take out the night stone, and it will give off light so you may find your way. It only works for its owner, and then only if it be given of its last owner's free will. I will tell the wizard you have it. He has magic to find it, so he will be able to find you.
Richard hesitated. Addie, this must be valuable. I don't feel right accepting it.
Everything is valuable under the right conditions. To a man dying of thirst, water be more precious than gold. To a drowning man, water be of little worth and great trouble. Right now you are a very thirsty man. I thirst for dark and raw to be stopped. Take the night stone. If you feel the weight of obligation, you may return it to me one day.
Richard nodded, slipped the stone into the leather pouch, and then into his pocket. Addie turned to the shelf once more and retrieved a delicate necklace, holding it up for Kalen to see. A few red and yellow beads were to each side of a small round bone. Kalen's eyes brightened, her mouth opened in surprise. It is just like my mother's, she said with delight. Addie placed it over her head while Kalen lifted clear her mass of dark hair. Kalen looked down at the necklace, touching it between her finger and thumb, smiling.
For now, it will hide you from the beasts in the pass. And someday, when you carry a child of your own, it will protect her and help her to grow strong like you.
Kalen put her arms around the old woman, hugging her tight for a long time. When they separated, Kalen's face bore a distressed expression, and she spoke in the language Richard didn't understand. Addie simply smiled and patted her shoulder sympathetically.
You two should sleep now.
What about me? Shouldn't I have a bone to hide me from the beasts? Addie studied his face, then looked down at his chest. Slowly she reached out. Her fingers uncurled and touched his shirt tentatively, touched the tooth underneath. She pulled her hand back and looked back up into his eyes. Somehow she knew about the tooth being there. Richard held his breath.
You need no bone, Heartlander. The beasts cannot see you.
His father had told him the thing guarding the book had been an evil beast. He realized the tooth was the reason the things from the boundary hadn't been able to find him, as they had the others. If it hadn't been for the tooth, he would have been struck down as Zed and Chase were, and Kalin would be in the underworld now. Richard tried to keep his face from betraying any emotion. Addie seemed to get the hint and remained silent. Kalin seemed confused, but didn't ask. "Sleep now," Addie said. Kalin refused Addie's offer of her bed. She and Richard laid their bedrolls near the fire, and Addie retired to her room. Richard put a few more logs in the fire, remembering how Kalin liked to be by a fire. He sat by Zed and Chase for a few minutes, smoothing the old man's white hair, listening to his even breathing. He hated to leave his friends behind. He was afraid of what was ahead. He wondered if Zed had an idea of where to look for one of the boxes. Richard wished he knew what Zed's plan was. Maybe it was some sort of wizard's trick to try on Dark and Rahl. Kalin sat on the floor by the fire with her legs crossed, watching him. When he came back to his blanket, she lay down on her back, pulling the blanket up to her waist. The house was quiet and felt safe. Rain continued to fall outside. It felt good being by the fire. He was tired. Richard turned toward Kalin, his elbow on the floor and his head propped in his hand. She stared up at the ceiling, turning the bone on the necklace between her finger and thumb. He watched her breast rise and fall with her breathing. "Richard," she whispered while continuing to stare at the ceiling, "I'm sorry we have to leave them behind." "I know," he whispered back. "Me too." "I hope you do not feel I forced you to do it because of what I said when we were in the swamp." "No. It was the right decision. Every day brings winter closer. It will do us no good to wait with them while Rahl gets the boxes. Then we will all be dead. The truth is the truth. I can't be angry at you for saying it." He listened to the fire snap and hiss as he watched her face, the way her hair lay across the floor. He could see a vein in her neck pulsing with her heartbeat. He thought that she had the most delicious-looking neck he had ever seen. Sometimes she looked so beautiful he could hardly stand to look at her, and at the same time could not look away. She still held the necklace in her fingers. "Kalin?" She turned to his eyes. "When Addie told you the necklace would protect you and someday your child, what did you say to her?" She gazed at him a long moment. "I thanked her, but I told her I did not think I would live long enough to have a child." Richard felt bumps rise on the skin of his arms. "Why would you say that?" Her eyes moved in little flicks as she studied different places on his face. "Richard," she said quietly, "madness is loose in my homeland. Madness you cannot imagine. I am but one. They are many. I have seen people better than me go against it and be slaughtered. I am not saying I think we will fail, but I do not think I will live to know." Even if she wasn't saying it, Richard knew she didn't think he would live either. She was trying not to frighten him, but she thought he would die in the effort, too. That was why she hadn't wanted Zed to give him the sword of truth to make him seeker. He felt as if his heart were coming up into his throat. She believed she was leading them to their death. Maybe she was right, he mused. After all, she knew more about what they were up against than he did. She must be terrified to go back to the Midlands, but then there was no place to hide. The night wisp had said that to run was a sure death. Richard kissed the end of his finger and then touched it against the bone on the necklace. He looked back up into her soft eyes. "I add my oath of protection to the bone," he said in a whisper. "To you now and to any child you may bear in the future. I would trade no day I spend with you for a life of safe slavery. I accepted the post of seeker of my own free will, and if Dark and Rahl takes the whole world into madness, then we will die with a sword in our hands, not chains on our wings. We will not allow it to be easy for them to kill us. They will pay a high price. We will fight with our last breath if need be, and in our death let us inflict a wound on him that will fester until it claims him." A smile spread across her face until her eyes were caught up in it. "If Dark and Rahl knew you as I do, he would have reason to lose sleep. I thank the good spirits the seeker has no cause to come after me in anger." She laid her head down on her arm. "You have an odd talent for making me feel better, Richard Cypher, even when telling me of my death." He smiled. "That's what friends are for." Richard watched her for a while after she closed her eyes until sleep gently took him. His last thoughts before it came were of her. The first hint of morning was damp and dreary, but the rain had stopped. Kaelin was giving Addie a parting hug. Richard faced the old woman, looking into her white eyes. "I must ask you to do an important task. You must give Chase a message from the Seeker. Tell him he is to go back to Heartland and warn the First Counselor that the boundary will be down soon. Have him tell Michael to gather the army to protect Westland from Rawl's forces. They must be prepared to fight at any invasion. They must not let Westland fall as did the Midlands. Any forces that come across must be deemed invaders. Have him tell Michael that Rawl is the one who killed our father, and those who come do not come in peace. We are at war, and I am already joined in battle. If my brother or the army fails to heed my warning, then Chase is to abandon the service of the government and gather the boundary wardens to stand against Rawl's legions. His army was virtually unopposed when they took the Midlands. If they have to shed blood freely to take Westland, maybe they will lose their spirit. Tell him to show no mercy to the enemy, take no prisoners. I take no joy in giving these orders, but it's the way Rawl fights, and either we meet him on his terms or we die on them. If Westland is taken, I expect the wardens to extract a terrible price before they fall. After Chase has the army and wardens in place, he is free to come to my aid, if he chooses to do so. As above all else, we must stop Rawl from getting all 3 boxes." Richard looked down at the ground. "Have him tell my brother that I love him, and I miss him." He looked up and gauged Addie's expression. "Can you remember all that?"
"I do not think I could forget it if I wanted to. I will tell the warden your words. What would you have me tell the wizard?"
Richard smiled. "That I'm sorry we couldn't wait for him, but I know he will understand. When he is able, he will find us by the Nightstone. I hope by then to have found one of the boxes."
"Strength to the Seeker," Addie said in a rasp. "And you too, child. Grim times lie ahead."
Chapter 18. The trail was wide enough to allow Richard and Kaelin to walk side by side after they left Addie's place. Clouds hung thick and threatening, but the rain held off. Both wrapped their cloaks tight. Damp, brown pine needles matted the path through the forest. There was little brush among the big trees, allowing an open view for a good distance. Ferns covered the ground in feathery swaths through the trees, and dead wood lay in it here and there as if asleep in a bed. Squirrels scolded the 2 of them as they hiked along, while birds sang with monotonous conviction. Richard picked at the branch of a small balsam fir as they walked past, stripping the needles between his thumb and the crook of his first finger. "Addie is more than she seems," he said at last. Kaelin looked up at him as they walked. "She is a sorceress." Richard glanced sideways at her in surprise. "Really? I don't know exactly what a sorceress is." "Well, she is more than us, but less than a wizard." Richard smelled the aromatic fragrance of the balsam needles, then cast them aside. Maybe she was more than he, Richard thought, but he wasn't at all sure she was more than Kaelin. He remembered the look on Addie's face when Kaelin had grabbed her by the wrist. It had been a look of fear. He remembered the look on Zed's face when he had first seen her. What power did she have that could frighten a sorceress and a wizard? What had she done that had caused thunder without sound? She had done it twice that he knew of, once with the Quad and once with Shar, the Night Wisp. Richard remembered the pain that had followed. A sorceress greater than Kaelin? He wondered. What's Addie doing living here in the pass? Kaelin pushed some of her hair back over her shoulder. She became tired of people coming to her all the time, wanting spells and potions. She wanted to be left alone to study whatever it is a sorceress studies. Some sort of higher summons, as she called it. Do you think she will be safe when the boundary fails? I hope so. I like her. Me too, he added with a smile. The trail, climbing sharply in places, forced them to go single file at times as it twisted along steep rocky hillsides and over ridges. Richard let Kaelin go first, so he could keep an eye on her, make sure she didn't wander off the path. At times he had to point out the trail, his experience as a guide making it plain to him, but not to her unpracticed eye. Other times the trail was a well-defined rut. The woods were thick. Trees grew from splits in the rock that pushed up above the leaf litter. Mist drifted among the trees. Roots bulging from cracks provided handholds, as they climbed the abrupt inclines. His legs ached from the effort of descending extreme drops in the dark trail. Richard wondered what they were going to do once they reached the Midlands. He had depended on Zed to let him know the plan once they crossed the pass, and now they were without Zed, without a plan. He felt kind of foolish to be charging into the Midlands. What was he going to do once they crossed over? Stand there and look around, divine where the box was, and then be off after it? Didn't sound like a good plan to him. They didn't have time to wander about aimlessly, hoping they would come across something. No one was going to be waiting for him, waiting to tell him where to go next. They reached a steep jumble of rock. The trail was straight up the face. Richard surveyed the terrain. It would be easier to go around rather than climb over the jut of rock, but he finally decided against it. The thought that the boundary could be anywhere, making up his mind. There must be a reason the trail went this way. He went first, and took Kalen's hand, helping to pull her up. As he walked, Richard's thoughts continued nagging at him. Someone had hidden one of the boxes, or Rahl would have it already. If Rahl couldn't find it, how was Richard to? He didn't know anyone in the Midlands. He didn't know where to look. But someone knew where the last box was, and that was how they had to find it. They couldn't look for the box. They had to look for someone who would be able to tell them where it was. Magic, he thought suddenly. The Midlands was a land of magic. Maybe someone with magic could tell where the box was. They had to look for someone with the right kind of magic. Addie could tell things about him without ever having seen him before. There had to be someone with the kind of magic that could tell him where the box was without ever having seen it. Then, of course, they had to convince that person to tell them. But maybe if someone was hiding their knowledge from Dark and Rahl, he would be glad to help stop him. It seemed there were too many wishes and hopes in his thoughts. But there was one thing he did know. Even if Rahl got all the boxes without the book, he wasn't going to know which box was which. As they walked along, Richard recited the Book of Counted Shadows to himself, trying to find a way to stop Rahl. Since it was an instruction book for the boxes, it should have a way to stop their use, but there was nothing like that in the book. The actual explanation of what each box would do, directives to determine which box was which, and how to open one, took up only a relatively small portion at the end of the book. Richard understood this part well, as it was clear and precise. Most of the book, though, was taken up with directions for countering unforeseen eventualities, resolving problems that could prevent the holder of the boxes from succeeding. The book even started out with how to verify the truth of the instructions. If he could create one of these problems, he could stop Rahl, since Rahl didn't have the book to help him. But most of the problems were things he had no way of bringing about, problems with sun angles and clouds on the day of opening, and a lot of it made no sense to him. It spoke of things he had never heard of. Richard told himself to stop thinking of the problem and to think of the solution. He would go through the book again. He cleared his mind and started at the beginning. Verification of the truth of the words of the Book of Counted Shadows, if spoken by another rather than read by the one who commands the boxes, can only be ensured by the use of a confessor. By late afternoon, Richard and Kalen were sweating freely with the effort of the hike. As they crossed a small stream, Kalen stopped and dipped a cloth in the water and used it to wipe her face. Richard thought it was a good idea. When they came to the next stream, he stopped to do the same. The clear water was shallow, as it ran over a bed of round stones. He balanced on a flat rock as he squatted to soak a cloth in the cold water. When he stood up, Richard saw the shadow thing. He froze instantly. Off through the woods there was something standing partly behind a tree trunk. It wasn't a person, but was about that size, with no definite shape. It looked like a person's shadow standing up in the air. The shadow thing didn't move. Richard blinked and squinted his eyes, trying to tell if he was really seeing what he thought he was seeing. Maybe it was just a trick of the dim afternoon light. A shadow of a tree he mistook for something more. Kalen had continued to walk along the trail. Richard came quickly up behind her and put his hand on the small of her back, below her pack, so she wouldn't stop. He leaned over her shoulder and whispered in her ear. "Look to the left, off through the trees. Tell me what you see." He kept his hand on her back, kept her walking along as she turned her head, looking off to the trees. Her eyes searched as she held her hair back, out of the way. Then she saw the thing. "What is it?" she whispered, looking back to his face. He was a little surprised. "I don't know. I thought maybe you could tell me." She shook her head. The shadow remained motionless. Maybe it was nothing. A trick of the light, he tried to tell himself. He knew that wasn't true. "Maybe it's one of the beasts Addie told us about, and it can't see us," he offered. She gave him a sidelong glance. "Beasts have bones." Caelan was right, of course, but he had been hoping she would have agreed with the idea. As they moved quickly down the trail, the shadow thing stayed where it was, and they were soon out of sight of it. Richard breathed easier. It appeared that the bone necklace Caelan wore and his tooth had hidden them. They ate a supper of bread, carrots, and smoked meat as they walked. Neither enjoyed the meal. Their eyes searched off into the deep woods as they ate. Even though it hadn't rained all day, everything was still wet, and occasionally water dripped from the trees. The rock was slick with slime in places, needing care to be crossed safely. Both watched the surrounding forest for any sign of danger. They saw nothing. The fact that they saw nothing began to worry Richard. There were no squirrels, no chipmunks, no birds, no animals of any kind. It was too quiet. Daylight was slipping away. Soon they would be at the Narrows. He worried about that, too. The idea of seeing the things from the boundary again was frightening. The idea of seeing his father again was terrifying. His insides cringed at what Addie had told them, that those in the boundary would call to them. He remembered how seductive their calls were. He had to be prepared to resist. He had to harden himself against it. Caelan had almost been pulled back into the underworld when they were in the Wayward Pine the first night he knew her. When they were with Zed and Chase, something had tried to pull her in again. He was troubled that the bone might not protect her when they were that close. The trail leveled out and widened, allowing them to walk side by side again. He was tired from the day's hike, and it would be another night and day before they could rest. Crossing the Narrows in the dark, and when they were exhausted, sounded like a bad idea, but Addie had been insistent they not stop. He could not question a person who knew the pass as well as she. He knew that the story of the Gripper would keep him wide awake. Caelan looked around at the woods, turned to check behind. She stopped suddenly, grabbing his arm. In the trail, not 10 yards behind, stood a shadow. Like the other, this one did not move. He could see through it, see the woods behind as if it were made of smoke. Caelan kept a firm grip on his arm as both of them walked ahead in a sideways fashion, watching the shadow thing. They rounded a turn in the trail and were away from it. They walked on faster. "Caelan, do you remember when you told me of the shadow people that Panis Ral sent forth? Could those be shadow people?" She gave him a worried look. "I don't know. I have never seen one. They were in the last war before I was born, but the stories were always told the same, that they floated along. I never heard anyone say they stood still like that." "Maybe it's because of the bones. Maybe they know we're here but can't find us, so they stay still to search." She wrapped her cloak tighter, obviously afraid of his idea, but didn't say anything. In the gathering night, they walked along close to each other, sharing the same troubling thoughts. Another shadow stood at the side of the trail. Caelan gripped his arm tight. They passed slowly, quietly, keeping their eyes on it. It didn't move. Richard felt like panicking, but knew he couldn't. They had to stay on the trail, had to use their heads. Maybe the shadows were trying to make them bolt, to run from the trail and cross over accidentally into the underworld. They looked around, behind as they went. When Caelan was looking the other way, a branch brushed her face. She jumped against him with a start. She looked over and apologized. Richard gave her a reassuring smile. Pine needles held droplets from the rains and mist, and when a light breeze swayed the branches, water from the trees above rained down. In the near darkness, they had a hard time telling if there were shadow things around them, or if it was just the dark shapes of tree trunks. Twice they had no trouble telling. They were close to the trail, and there was no doubt what they were. Still, the shadows did not follow or move, but stood as if watching, even though they had no eyes. "What are we going to do if they come for us?" Caelan asked in a tense voice. Her grip on his arm was becoming painful, so he pried her fingers off and put her hand in his. She gave his hand a squeeze. "Sorry," she said with a self-conscious smile. "If they come for us, the sword will stop them," he answered confidently. What makes you so sure? It stopped the things in the boundary. She seemed satisfied with the answer. He wished he were. The forest was dead quiet except for a soft rasp he couldn't quite figure out. There were none of the usual night sounds. Dark branches swayed near them with the breeze, making his heart race. "Richard," Caitlin said quietly, "don't let them touch you. If they are shadow people, their touch is death. Even if they are not shadow people, we don't know what would happen. We must not let them touch us." He gave her hand a squeeze of reassurance. Richard resisted the temptation to pull the sword. There might be too many for the sword, if the sword's magic even worked against shadows. If there was no other choice, he would use the sword, but for now his instincts told him not to. The woods were getting darker. Tree trunks stood like black pillars in the murk. Richard felt as if there were eyes everywhere watching. The trail was beginning to traverse a hillside, and he could see dark rocks rising up to their left. Runoff from the rains trickled through the rock. He could hear it bubbling and dripping and splashing. The ground dropped away on the right. The next time they looked back, there were 3 shadows barely visible in the path behind. The 2 of them kept moving. Richard heard the soft scraping sound again, off in the woods to either side. It wasn't a sound he was familiar with. He could feel more than see that there were shadow things on each side and behind them. A few were close enough to the trail that there was no doubt what they were. The only way that was clear was ahead. "Richard," Caitlin whispered, "do you think you should take up the Nightstone? I can hardly see the path." She was gripping his hand tightly. Richard hesitated. "I don't want to until we absolutely need it. I'm afraid of what might happen." "What do you mean?" "Well, those shadows haven't come for us yet. Maybe because they can't see us because of the bones." He paused a moment. "But what if they can see the light from the Nightstone?" Caitlin bit her bottom lip in worry. They strained to pick out the trail as it twisted to go around trees and boulders, over rocks and roots, cutting its way across the hillside. The soft scraping sound was nearer all around. It sounded like claws on rock, he thought. 2 shadows stood ahead, close, the trail between them. Caitlin pressed tight against him and held her breath as they squeezed past. She buried her face against his shoulder when they were even with the shadow things. Richard put his arm around her, holding her tight. He knew how she felt. He was terrified, too. His heart pounded. It seemed they were going too far with each step, getting in too deep. He looked behind, but in the darkness there was not enough light to see if the shadows were standing on the trail. Abruptly, an inky black shape loomed up before them. It was an enormous boulder split down the middle. The Narrows. They pressed their backs up against the boulder at the split. It was too dark to see the trail anymore, or if there were any shadow things close. They couldn't follow the trail through the Narrows without the light of the Nightstone. It was far too dangerous. One wrong step in the Narrows and they were dead. In the stillness, the scraping sound was closer, all around them. Richard reached into his pocket and pulled out the leather pouch. He loosened the drawstring, dumped the Nightstone into his palm. Warm light flared into the night, lighting the woods around, casting eerie shadows. He held the stone out to see better. Caitlin gasped. In the warm, yellowish illumination, they could see a wall of the shadow things, hundreds of them, not an inch between any 2. They formed a half circle less than 20 feet away. On the ground were dozens and dozens of hump-shaped creatures, almost looking like rocks at first, but they weren't rocks. Gray armor bands interlocked across their backs. Jagged spikes poked out around the bottom edge. Grippers. That was what the sound was, their claws on the rocks. The grippers were moving with an odd waddling gait, their humped bodies swaying from side to side as they struggled forward. Not fast, but steady. Some were only a few feet away. For the first time, the shadows began to move, floating, drifting, tightening their ring. Caitlin stood frozen, her back against the boulder, her eyes wide. Richard reached across the split, grabbed a fistful of her shirt, and pulled her into the opening. The walls were wet and slick. The tightness of the space made him feel as if his heart were coming up in his throat. He didn't like tight places. They backed through, turning occasionally to check their way. He held the Nightstone out, lighting the shadow things as they came. Grippers crawled into the split. Richard could hear the sound of Kalen's rapid breathing echoing in the confining, dank space. They continued, backing up, their shoulders sliding against the sides of the rock. Cold, slimy water soaked their shirts. In one spot, they had to duck down and turn sideways because the crack narrowed, almost closing together, opened just enough for them to pass down low. Forest debris, fallen into the split, lay in the dampness, decomposing. The place smelled of sickening rot. They continued moving sideways, and at last reached the other side. The shadows stopped when they reached the opening in the rock. The grippers didn't. Richard kicked one that got too close, sending it tumbling through the leaves and sticks on the floor of the split. Landing on its back, it clawed at the air, snapping and hissing, twisting and rocking until it righted itself. When it did... Slide 8, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 199. As he turned, he looked for Kalen, thinking to take her with him, to share the peace with her. Memories of her flamed into his mind, distracting his attention even though the whispers told him to ignore them. He scanned the hillside, peering off into the dark rubble. Faint light tinged the sky, morning materializing. Black voids of the trees ahead stood against the pale pink sky. He was almost to the end of the slide. He didn't see Kalen anywhere. The shadows whispered insistently to him, calling his name. Memories of Kalen blazed brightly into his mind. Sudden choking fear flamed up inside him, burning the whispers in his mind to ash. "Kalen!" he screamed. There was no answer. Dark hands, dead hands, reached for him. The faces of the shadows wavered like vapors rising from boiling poison. Gnarled voices called his name. He took a step back, away from them, confused. "Kalen!" he screamed again. Hands reached for him, bringing searing pain even though they did not touch him. Again he took a step back, away from them, but this time the dark wall was there at his back. The hands extended up to push at him. He looked around for Kalen, bewildered. This time the pain brought him fully awake. Terror raced through him as he realized where he was and what was happening. And then his anger exploded. Heat of rage from the magic surged through him as the sword came free, sweeping in an arc at the shadows. The ones caught by the blade flared into nothingness, the smoke of their forms spinning as if caught in a vortex of wind before coming apart with a howl. More came at him. The sword flashed through them, and still more came as if there were no end to their numbers. As he cut them down on one side, the ones on the other side would reach for him, the pain of their near touch burning into him before he turned with the sword. Richard wondered for an instant what it would feel like if they were able to finally touch him. If he would feel the pain or simply be dead in that moment. He stepped away from the wall, slashing with the sword as he did so. He took another step forward, cutting furiously as he moved, the blade whistling as he swung it. Richard stood, feet dug in, destroying the shadows as fast as they came. His arms ached. His back hurt. His head pounded. Sweat poured from his face. He was exhausted. With nowhere to run, he was forced to stand his ground, but he knew he couldn't keep this up forever. Screams and howls filled the night air as the shadows seemed to fall eagerly on his sword. A knot of them rushed forward, forcing him back again before he could slash through them. Again, the dark wall came up at his back. Black forms on the other side of it reached for him while giving out agonizing cries. Too many shadows were coming at once to allow him to step away from the wall. It was all he could do to hold where he was. Pain from the reaching hands was wearing him down. He knew that if they came at him fast enough, and in enough numbers, he would be pushed through the wall into the underworld. He fought on numbly, endlessly. Anger was giving way to panic. The muscles of his arms burned with the effort of swinging the sword. It seemed the shadows' intent was simply to wear him down with their numbers. He realized that he had been right not to use the sword before, that it would bring them to harm. But there had been no choice. He had to use it to save them. But there was no them, he realized. Kalen was nowhere to be found. It was only him. Swinging the sword, he wondered if it had been like this for her, if the shadows had seduced her with their whispers and touched her, forced her into the wall. She had no sword to protect her. That was what he had said he would do. Fury erupted in him anew. The thought of Kalin being taken by the shadows, by the underworld, brought the rage roaring forth again, the magic of the sword of truth rising to the summons. Richard cut through the shadows with renewed vengeance. Hatred, flaming into white-hot need, took him ahead through the forms, swinging the sword faster than they could come forward to meet it. So he went to them. Howls of their end joined in a mass cry of anguish. Richard's wrath at what they had done to Kalin drove him forward in a frenzy of violence. Without his realizing it at first, the shadows had stopped moving and instead hovered as Richard continued down the path between the walls, slashing at them. For a time they made no attempt to avoid his blade, but simply floated in place. Then they began to glide, like trailers of smoke in a near-still air. They drifted into the walls of the boundary, losing their green glow as they went through to become the dark things on the other side. At last, Richard came to a panting halt, his arms throbbing with weariness. That was what they were. Not shadow people, but the things from the other side of the boundary wall. The things that had been escaping and taking people just as they had tried to take him. Just as they had taken Kalin. A pain from deep inside welled up and tears came to his eyes. "Kalin," he whispered into the cool morning air. His heart ached with wrenching agony. She was gone, and it had been his fault. He had let down his guard. He had let her down, had not protected her. How could it have happened so fast, so easily? Addie had warned him that they would call to him. Why hadn't he been more cautious? Why hadn't he paid more attention to her warning? Over and over in his mind he imagined her fear, her confusion at why he wasn't there with her, her pleading for him to help her, her pain, her death. Desperately, his mind raced as he cried, trying to make time go backward, to do it again differently, to ignore the voices, to keep hold of her hand, to save her. Tears ran down his face as he let the tip of the sword lower and drag on the ground, too tired to put it away as he walked forward in a daze. Rubble of the slide was at an end. The green light faded and was gone as he stepped into the woods and onto the trail. Someone whispered his name, a man's voice. He stopped and looked back. Richard's father stood in the light of the boundary. "Son," his father whispered, "let me help you." Richard stared woodenly at him. Morning lit the overcast, washing everything in a wet gray light. The only color was the glowing green around his father, who held his hands open. "You can't help me," Richard whispered back hoarsely. "Yes, I can. She is with us. She is safe now." Richard took a few steps toward his father. "Safe?" "Yes, she is safe. Come, I will take you to her." Richard took a few more steps, dragging the tip of the sword on the ground behind. Tears ran down his cheeks. His chest heaved. "You could really take me to her?" "Yes, son," his father said softly. "Come. She waits for you. I will take you to her." Richard walked numbly toward his father. "And I can be with her forever?" "Forever," came the answer in the reassuring, familiar voice. Richard trudged back into the green light to his father, who smiled warmly at him. When he reached him, Richard brought the sword of truth up and ran it through his father's heart. Wide-eyed, his father looked up at him as he was impaled. "How many times, dear father," Richard asked through tears and gritted teeth, "must I slay your shade?" His father only shimmered and then dissolved into the dim morning air. Bitter satisfaction replaced the anger. Then it, too, was gone as he turned once again to the path. Tears ran in streaks through the dirt and sweat on his face. He wiped them on his shirt sleeve as he swallowed back the lump in his throat. Woods enveloped him indifferently as he rejoined the trail. Laboriously, Richard slid his sword home into its scabbard. When he did so, he noticed the light from the nightstone shining through his pocket, it still being just dark enough to cause it to glow weakly. He stopped and took the smooth stone out once more and replaced it in its leather pouch, quenching the dim yellow light. His face set in grim determination, Richard slogged ahead, his fingers reaching up to touch the tooth under his shirt. Loneliness, deeper than he had ever known, sagged his shoulders. All his friends were lost to him. He knew now that his life was not his own. It belonged to his duty, to his task. He was the seeker. Nothing more, nothing less. Not his own man, but a pawn to be used by others. A tool, same as his sword, to help others, that they might have the life he had only glimpsed for a twinkling. He was no different from the dark things in the Boundary, a bringer of death, and he knew quite clearly who he was going to bring it to. The master sat straight-backed and cross-legged on the grass in front of the sleeping boy, his hands resting palm up on his knees, a smile on his lips, as he thought about what had happened with Confessor Kalen at the Boundary. Morning sunlight streamed crossways through the windows overhead, making the colors of the garden flowers vibrant. Slowly, he brought the fingers of his right hand to his lips, licking the tips, and then smoothing his eyebrows before carefully returning the hand to its resting place. Thoughts of what he would do to the Mother Confessor had caused his breathing to quicken. He slowed it now, returning his mind to the matter at hand. His fingers wiggled, and Carl's eyes popped open. "Good morning, my son. Good to see you again," he said in his most friendly voice. The smile, though for another reason, was still on his lips. Carl blinked and squinted at the brightness of the light. "Good morning," he said in a groan. Then his eyes, looking about, thought to add, "Father Rahl." "You slept well?" Rahl assured the boy. "You were here? Here all night?" "All night. As I promised you I would be. I would not lie to you, Carl." Carl smiled. "Thanks." He lowered his eyes shyly. "I guess I was kind of silly to be scared." "I don't think it's silly at all. I am glad I could be here to reassure you." "My father says I'm being foolish when I get afraid of the dark." "There are things in the dark that can get you," Rahl said solemnly. "You are wise to know it and to be on guard for them. Your father would do himself a favor to listen and learn from you." Carl brightened. "Really?" Rahl nodded. "Well, that's what I always thought, too." "If you truly love someone, you will listen to them." "My father always says for me to keep my tongue still." Rahl shook his head disapprovingly. "It surprises me to hear this. I had thought they loved you very much." "Well, they do. Most of the time, anyway." "I'm sure you are right. You would know better than I." The master's long blonde hair glistened in the morning light. His white robe shone brightly. He waited. There was a long moment of awkward silence. "But I do get pretty tired of them always telling me what to do." Rahl's eyebrows went up. "You seem to me to be of the age where you can think and decide things for yourself. A fine boy like you, almost a man, and they tell you what to do," he added, half to himself, shaking his head again, as if he couldn't believe what Carl was telling him. He asked, "You mean they treat you like a baby?" Carl nodded his earnest confirmation, then thought to correct the impression. "Most of the time, though, they're good to me." Rahl nodded somewhat suspiciously. "That is good to hear. It is a relief to me." Carl looked up at the sunlight. "But I can tell you one thing. My parents are going to be madder than hornets that I've been gone so long." "They get mad because of when you come home?" "Sure. One time I was playing with a friend and I got home late and my mother was real mad. My father took his belt to me. He said it was for worrying them so." "A belt? Your father hit you with his belt?" Darken Rahl hung his head, then came to his feet, turning his back to the boy. "I'm sorry, Carl. I had no idea it was like this with them." "Well, it's only because they love me," Carl hastened to add. "That's what they said. They love me, and I caused them to worry." Rahl still kept his back to the boy. Carl frowned. "Don't you think that shows they care about me?" Rahl licked his fingers and smoothed them over his eyebrows and lips before he turned back to the boy and sat once more in front of his anxious face. "Carl," his voice was so soft that the boy had to strain to hear, "do you have a dog?" "Sure," he nodded. "Tinker. She's a fine dog. I had her since she was a pup." "Tinker." Rahl rolled the name out pleasantly. "And has Tinker ever been lost or run away?" Carl scrunched up his eyebrows, thinking, "Well, Sure, a couple times before she was grown, but she came back the next day. Were you worried when your dog was gone, when she was missing? Well, sure. Why? Because I love her. I see. And so, then, when Tinker came back the next day, what did you do? I picked her up in my arms and I hugged her and hugged her. You didn't beat Tinker with your belt? No. Why not? Because I love her. But you were worried? Yes. So you hugged Tinker when she came back because you loved her and you were worried about her? Yes. Rahl leaned back a little, his blue eyes intense. I see. And if you had beaten Tinker with your belt when she came back to you, what do you think she would have done? I bet she might not have come back the next time. She wouldn't want to come back so I could beat her. She'd have gone somewhere else where people loved her. I see, Rahl said meaningfully. Tears streamed down Carl's cheeks. He looked away from Rahl's eyes as he cried. At last, Rahl reached out, stroking back the boy's hair. I'm sorry, Carl. I did not mean to upset you. But I want you to know that when this is all over and you go home again, that if you ever need a home, you will always be welcome here. You are a fine boy, a fine young man, and I would be proud to have you stay here with me, both you and Tinker. And I want you to know I trust you to think for yourself, and you may come and go as you please. Carl looked up with wet eyes. Thank you, Father Rahl. Rahl smiled warmly. Now, how about some food? Carl nodded his approval. What would you like? We have anything you could want. Carl thought a minute, and a smile came to him. I like blueberry pie. It's my favorite. He cast his eyes down, the smile fading. But I'm not allowed to have it for breakfast. A big grin came to darken Rahl's face. He stood. Blueberry pie it is, then. I'll go get it and be right back. The master walked off through the garden to a small vine-covered door at the side. The door opened for him as he approached, the big arm of Demon Nas holding it back as Rahl passed through into the dark room. Foul-smelling gruel boiled in an iron kettle hung over a fire in a small forge. The two guards stood silently against the far wall, a sheen of sweat covering them. Master Rahl, Demon bowed his head. I trust the boy meets with your approval. Rahl licked his fingertips. He will do nicely. He smoothed his eyebrows down. Dish me out a bowl of that slop so it can cool. Demon picked up a pewter bowl and started ladling gruel into it with the wooden spoon from the kettle. If everything is all right, a wicked grin came over his pock-marked face, then I will be off to pay our respects to Queen Melena. Fine. On the way, stop and tell the dragon I want her. Demon stopped ladling. She doesn't like me. She doesn't like anyone, Rahl said flatly. But don't worry, Demon. She will not eat you. She knows what I will do if she stretches my patience. Demon started ladling again. She will ask how soon you will need her. Rahl glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. That is none of her concern, and tell her I said so. She is to come when I ask and wait until I am ready. He turned and looked out a small slit, off through the foliage, at the side of the boy's head. But I want you back here in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, all right. Demon set the bowl of gruel down. But does it really need to take that long with the boy? It does if I want to return from the underworld. Rahl continued to look out the slit. It may take longer. Whatever it takes, it takes. I must have his complete trust. The freely given pledge of his unconditional loyalty. Demon hooked a thumb in his belt. We have another problem. Rahl glanced back over his shoulder. Is that all you do, Demon? Go around looking for problems? It keeps my head attached to my shoulders. Rahl smiled. So it does, my friend, so it does. He sighed. Get it off your tongue, then. Demon shifted his weight to his other foot. Last night I received reports that the tracer cloud has vanished. Vanished? Well, not so much vanished as hidden. He scratched the side of his face. They said clouds moved in and hid it. Rahl laughed. Damon frowned in confusion. Our friend, the old wizard, it sounds like he saw the cloud and has been up to his little tricks to vex me. It was to be expected. This one is not a problem, my friend. It is not important. Master Rahl, that was how you were to find the book. Other than the last box, what could be more important? I did not say the book was unimportant. I said the cloud was unimportant. The book is very important. That is why I would not trust it only to a tracer cloud. Damon, how do you suppose I hooked the cloud to the cipher boy? My talents lie in areas other than magic, Master Rahl. True enough, my friend. Rahl licked his fingertips. Many years ago, before my father was murdered by that evil wizard, he told me of the boxes of Orden and the Book of Counted Shadows. He was trying to recover them himself, but he was not well enough studied. He was too much a man of action, of battle. Rahl looked up into Damon's eyes. Much the same as you, my big friend. He didn't have the necessary knowledge, but he was wise enough to teach me the value of the head over the sword, how by using your head you could defeat any number of men. He had the best instructors tutor me. Then he was murdered. Rahl pounded his fist down on the table. His face turned red. After a moment, he calmed himself. So I studied harder for many years so that I might succeed where my father failed, and return the House of Rahl to its rightful place as rulers of all the lands. You have exceeded your father's deepest hopes, Master Rahl. Rahl smiled his slight smile. He took another look through the slit as he went on. In my studies, I found where the Book of Counted Shadows lay hidden. It was in the Midlands, on the other side of the boundary. But I was not yet able to travel the underworld to go there and retrieve it. So I sent a guard beast to watch over it for me until the day when I could go myself and liberate it. He stood up, turning back to Damon, a dark look on his face. Before I could get the book, a man named George Cipher killed the guard beast and stole the book. My book. He took a tooth from the beast as a trophy. A very stupid thing to do, as the beast was sent by magic. My magic. He lifted an eyebrow. And I can find my magic. Rahl licked his fingers, stroking them over his lips, staring off absently. After I put the boxes of Orden in play, I went to get the book. That's when I found it had been stolen. It took time, but I found the man who stole it. Unfortunately, he no longer had the book and would not tell me where it was. Rahl smiled up at Damon. I made him suffer for not helping me. Damon smiled back. But I did learn that he had given the tooth to his son. So, that is how you know the cipher boy has the book? Yes. Richard Cipher has the Book of Counted Shadows. And he also wears the tooth. That's how I hooked the tracer cloud to him, by hooking it to the tooth his father gave him. The tooth with my magic. I would have recovered the book before now, but I have had many matters to attend to. I only hooked the cloud to him to help me keep track of him in the meantime. It was a mere convenience. But the matter is as good as settled. I can get the book at any time of my choosing. The cloud is of little importance. I can find him by the tooth. Rahl picked up the bowl of gruel, handing it to Damon. Taste this. See if it is cool enough. He arched an eyebrow. I wouldn't want to hurt the boy. Damon sniffed the bowl, his nose turning up in distaste. He handed it to one of the guards, who took it without objection and put a spoon of gruel to his lips. He gave a nod. Cipher could lose the tooth, or simply throw it away. Then you would not be able to find him or the book. Damon gave a submissive bow of his head as he spoke. Please forgive me for saying so, Master Rahl, but it would seem to me you leave a lot to chance. Sometimes, Damon, I leave things to fate, but never to chance. I have other ways of finding Richard Cipher. Damon took a deep breath, relaxing as he thought about Rahl's words. I can see now why you haven't been worried. I didn't know all this. Rahl frowned up at his loyal commander. We have scarcely stroked the fur of what you do not know, Damon. That is why you serve me and not me you. His expression softened. "You have been a good friend, Damon, since we were boys, so I will ease your mind on this subject. I have many pressing matters that require my time, matters of magic that cannot wait. Like this." His arm went out, indicating the boy. "I know where the book is, and I know my own talents. I can get the book at a time of my convenience. For now, I look upon it as if Richard Cypher is simply keeping it safe for me." Rahl leaned closer. "Satisfied?" Damon diverted his eyes to the ground. "Yes, Master Rahl." He looked back up. "Please know that I only bring my concerns to you because I want success for you. You are rightfully the master of all the lands. We all need you to guide us. I wish only to be part of delivering you victory. I fear nothing but that I should fail you." Darken Rahl put his arm around Damon's big shoulders, looking up at the pock-marked face, the streak of black hair through the blonde. "That I had more like you, my friend." He took his arm away and picked up the bowl. "Go now and tell Queen Melena of our alliance. Don't forget to summon the dragon." His hint of a smile came back. "And don't let your little diversions make you late in returning." Damon bowed his head. "Thank you, Master Rahl, for the honor of serving you." The big man left through a back door as Rahl went out the one into the garden. The guards stayed in the small hot forge room. Picking up the feeding horn, Rahl went over to the boy. The feeding horn was a long brass tube, small at the mouthpiece, large at the other end. The big end was held up to shoulder height by 2 legs, so the gruel would slide down. Rahl set it down so the mouthpiece was in front of Carl. "What's this thing?" Carl asked, squinting up at it. "A horn?" "Yes, that's right. Very good, Carl. It's a feeding horn. It's a part of the ceremony you will be in. The other young men who have helped the people in the past have thought it a most fun way to eat. You put your mouth over the end there, and I serve you by pouring the food in the top." Carl was skeptical. "Really?" "Yes," Rahl smiled reassuringly. "And guess what? I got you a fresh blueberry pie, still warm out of the oven." Carl's eyes lit up. "Great!" He eagerly put his mouth over the end of the horn. Rahl passed his hand in a circle over the bowl 3 times to change the taste, then looked down at Carl. "I had to mash it up so it will go through the feeding horn. I hope that's all right." "I always mash it up with my fork," Carl said with a grin, then put his mouth back over the horn. Rahl poured a little gruel into the end of the horn. When it reached Carl's mouth, he ate it eagerly. "It's great! The best I ever had." "I'm so pleased," Rahl said with a shy smile. "It's my own recipe. I feared it wouldn't be as good as your mother's." "It's better. Can I have more?" "Of course, my son. With Father Rahl, there is always more." Chapter 21. Wearily, Richard searched the ground where the trail resumed at the end of the slide, his hopes fading. Dark clouds scudded low overhead, occasionally bringing a few fat drops of cold rain to splatter on the back of his head as he hunted. It had occurred to him that maybe Kaelin had made it through the Narrows, that she had only become separated from him, and had continued on. She was wearing the bone Addie had given her, and it should have kept her safe. She should have been able to make it through. But he was wearing the tooth, and Addie had said he couldn't be seen either, yet the shadows had come for them anyway. It seemed odd. The shadows hadn't moved until it was dark at the split rock. Why didn't they come for them before? There were no tracks. Nothing had been through the Narrows for a long time. Fatigue and despair enveloped him again as fits of icy wind flapped his forest cloak around him, seeming to urge him on, away from the Narrows. All hope gone, he turned once more to the path, toward the Midlands. He had taken only a few steps when a thought brought him to a sudden halt. If Kaelin had become separated from him, if she thought the underworld had taken him, if she had thought she had lost him and was alone, would she have continued on to the Midlands, alone? No. He turned to the Narrows. No. She would have gone back to the wizard. It would be no use for her to go to the Midlands alone. She needed help. That's why she had come to Westland in the first place. Without the Seeker, The only help was the wizard. Richard dared not put too much faith in the thought, but it wasn't that far back to the place where he had fought the shadows, where he had lost her. He couldn't go on without checking, without knowing for sure. Fatigue forgotten, he plunged back into the Narrows. Green light welcomed his return. Following his tracks back, in a short time he found the place where he had fought the shadows. His footprints wandered all about in the mud of the slide, telling the tale of his battle. He was surprised at how much ground he had covered in the fight. He didn't remember all the circling, the back and forth. But then he didn't remember much of the fight until the last part. With a jolt of recognition, he saw what he was looking for, the tracks of the two of them together, then hers alone. His heart pounded as he followed them, hoping so hard it hurt that they wouldn't lead into the wall. Squatting, he inspected them, touched them. Her tracks wandered about a while, seeming confused, and then they stopped and turned. Where their pair of tracks led in from the other way, one set of tracks led back. Kalen's. Richard stood in a rush, his breathing rapid, his pulse racing. The green light glowed irritatingly about him. He wondered how far she could have gone. It had taken them most of the night to laboriously cross the Narrows, but they hadn't known where the trail was. He looked down at the footprints in the mud. He did now. He would have to go fast. He couldn't be timid in following the way back. A memory of something Zed had told him when the old man had given him the sword came into his mind. The strength of rage, the wizard had said, gives you the heedless drive to prevail. The clear metallic ringing filled the dim morning as the seeker drew his sword. Anger flooded through him. Without a second thought, Richard dashed down the trail, following the tracks. The pressure of the wall buffeted him as he jogged through the cool mist. When the tracks turned, switching back and forth, he didn't slow, but set his feet to one side or the other to throw his weight the other way down the path. Keeping a steady, sustainable pace, he was able to traverse the span of the Narrows before mid-morning. Twice he had come across a shadow floating in place on the path. They didn't move or seem to be aware of him. Richard charged through, sword first. Even without faces, they had seemed surprised as they howled apart. Without slowing, he went through the split rock, kicking a gripper out of the way. On the other side, he stopped to catch his breath. He was overwhelmed with relief that her footprints went all the way. Now, back on the forest trail, her tracks would be harder to see, but it didn't matter. He knew where she was going, and he knew she was safely through the Narrows. He felt like crying with joy in the knowledge that Kalen was alive. He knew he was getting closer to her. The mist hadn't yet had time to soften the sharp edges of her footprints, the way it had when he had first found them. When it had gotten light, she must have followed their tracks instead of using the walls to show the way, or else he would have caught her long before now. Good girl, he thought, using your head. He would make a woodswoman of her yet. Richard trotted off down the trail, keeping the sword and his anger out. He didn't waste time to stop and look for signs of her trail. But whenever there was a soft or muddy patch, he looked down, checking as he slowed a little. After running over an area of mossy ground, he came to a small bare patch with footprints. He gave a cursory glance as he went by. Something he saw made him stop so suddenly that he fell. On his hands and knees, he peered down at the prints. His eyes widened. Overlapping part of her footprint was a man's boot print, nearly 3 times as large as hers. He knew without a doubt who it belonged to. The last man of the quad. Rage brought him to his feet, scrambling into a dead run. Branches and rock flashed by in a blur. His only concern was to stay on the trail and avoid accidentally running into the boundary, not out of fear for himself, but because he knew he couldn't help Kalen if he got himself killed. His lungs burned for air as his chest heaved with exertion. The anger of the magic made him ignore his exhaustion, his lack of sleep. Clambering to the top of a small jut of rock, he saw her at the bottom of the other side. For an instant he froze. Kalen stood on the left, feet apart, in a half-crouch, a rock wall at her back. The last man of the quad stood in front of her to Richard's right. Panic slashed through his anger. The man's leather uniform glistened in the wet. The hood of his chainmail shirt covered his head of blonde hair. His sword rose in his massive fists, and muscles stood out in knots along his arms. He howled a battle cry. He was going to kill her. Wrath exploded through Richard's mind. He screamed, "No!" in a murderous rage as he leapt off the rock. With both hands he brought the sword of truth up while still in midair. When he hit the ground, he recoiled, swinging it around from behind in an arc. The sword whistled with its speed. The man had turned as Richard hit the ground. Seeing Richard's sword coming, he brought his own up defensively with lightning speed, the tendons in his wrists and hands making a popping sound as he did so. Richard watched as if in a dream as his sword came around. Every ounce of his strength went into trying to make the sword go faster, go truer, be deadlier. The magic raged with his need. Richard looked from the man's sword hard into the steel blue eyes. The seeker's sword followed the track of his eyes. He heard himself still screaming. The man held his sword straight up to deflect the blow. Everything else around the man dissolved in Richard's vision. His anger, the magic, was unleashed like never before. No power on earth could deny him the man's blood. Richard was beyond all reason, beyond all other need, beyond all other cause for living. He was death brought to life. Richard's entire life force focused lethal hatred into the drive of his sword. With a beat of his heart that he could feel in the straining muscles of his neck, Richard watched out of his peripheral vision with expectant elation as he held the man's blue eyes, watched his sword finally sweep the rest of the agonizing distance around in a smooth arc, at long last contacting the enemy's raised sword. He saw the detail of it shattering ever so slowly in a burst of hot fragments, freeing the bulk of the severed blade to lift into the air, twisting as it went, its polished surface glinting in the light with a flash upon each of the 3 revolutions it made before the seeker's sword, with all the power of his rage and the magic behind it, reached the man's head, contacting the chainmail, making the head deflect only the tiniest bit before the sword exploded through the steel links of the mail, through the man's head at eye level, filling the air with a shower of steel pieces and links. The misty morning erupted with a burst of red fog that made Richard feel a flush of exhilaration as he watched clumps of blonde hair and bone and brain tumble madly away as the blade continued its sweep through the crimson air, clearing the last ragged fragments of the enemy's skull, continuing its journey around while the body, with only a neck and jaw and little else recognizable above that, began dropping away as if all its bones had dissolved, leaving nothing to hold it up, finally hitting the ground with a hard jolt. Globs of blood were flung up into the air in long strings, which finally arced and fell back to the ground and onto Richard, offering the victor the hot, satisfying taste of it in his mouth where some of it had landed as he screamed his rage. More pumped thick and copious out into the dirt at the same time as bits of steel from the chainmail and shattered sword rained to earth, while other bits of bone and steel that had already flown past Richard bounced and skittered across the rock behind him, and still more bone and brain and blood from up in the air fell back at last onto the ground all about, tinting everything a rich red. The bringer of death stood victorious over the object of his hate and rage, soaked in blood and the glory of joy such as he had never imagined. His chest heaved in rapture. Bringing the sword to the front again, he checked for any other threat. There was none. And then the world imploded upon him. Everything about jolted back into his sight. Richard saw a wide-eyed look of shock on Caelan's face before the pain took him to his knees, ripping through him, doubling him over. The sword of truth dropped from his hands. Sudden realization of what he had done slashed through him. He had killed a man. Worse, he had killed a man he had wanted to kill. It didn't matter that he was protecting another life. He had wanted to kill, had reveled in it. He would have allowed nothing to deny him the killing. The vision of his sword exploding through the man's head flashed over and over in his mind. He couldn't make it stop. In searing pain like none he had ever known, he clutched his arms across his abdomen. His mouth was open, but no scream came forth. He tried to let himself lose consciousness to stop the pain, but could not. Nothing else existed but the pain, just as nothing else had existed in his desire to kill but the man. The pain whited his vision out. He was blind. Fire burned through every muscle, bone, and organ of his body, consuming him, taking his breath from his lungs, choking him in convulsing agony. He fell to his side on the ground, his knees pulled up to his chest, the screams coming at last in pain now as he had screamed in rage before. Richard felt the life being drawn from him. Through the anguish and hurt, he knew that if this went on, he wasn't going to be able to retain his sanity, or worse, his life. The power of the magic was crushing him. He could never have imagined that this level of pain existed. Now he couldn't imagine it ever leaving. He felt it stripping his sanity from him. In his mind, he begged for death. If something didn't change, and quick, he would have it one way or another. In the fog of agony, a realization came to him. He recognized the pain. It was the same as the anger. It coursed through him the same way as the anger from the sword. He knew that feeling well enough. It was the magic. Once he recognized it as the magic, he urgently tried to take control of it, the way he had learned to control the anger. This time, he knew he must win control or die. He reasoned with himself, came to comprehend the need of what he had done, horrible as it was. The man had sentenced himself to death with his own intent to kill. At last, he was able to put away the pain, as he had learned to put away the anger. Relief washed over him. He had won both battles. The pain lifted and was gone. Lying on his back, panting, he felt the world come rushing back. Kaylin was kneeling beside him, wiping a cool, damp cloth over his face, wiping off the blood. Her brow was wrinkled. Tears ran down her cheeks. Splatters of the man's blood lay in long streaks across her face. Richard rose to his knees and took the cloth from her hand to wipe her face, as if to wipe from her mind the sight of what he had done. Before he could, she threw her arms around him, embracing him tighter than he would have thought her capable of. He hugged her back just as tight, while her fingers went up the back of his neck into his hair, holding his head to her as she cried. He couldn't believe how good it felt to have her back. He didn't want to let her go, ever. "I'm so very sorry, Richard," she sobbed. "For what?" "That you had to kill a man on my account." He rocked her gently, stroking her hair. "It's all right." She shook her head against his neck. "I knew how much the magic would hurt you. That's why I didn't want you to have to fight the men back at the inn." Zed told me... Side 9, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 227. The children stayed back from the pole building, sitting in the mud to watch as the hunting party brought the outsiders to the elders. The women had halted their work at the cooking fires, as had the young men their weapons making, and all fell silent, including the children sitting in the mud. Business among the mud people was conducted in the open for all to see. Kaylin stepped up to the 6 elders, Richard to her right, but back a pace. Savidlin to his right. The 6 surveyed the 2 outsiders. "Strength to Confessor Kaylin," said the eldest. "Strength to Tofalar," she answered. He gave her face a gentle slap, hardly more than a pat. It was their custom to give only small slaps in the village proper. Heartier ones, like Savidlin had delivered, were reserved for chance meetings out on the plain away from the village. The gentler custom helped preserve order and teeth. Surin, Caldus, Arbrin, Bregendarin, and Hagenlet, each in turn offered strength and a small slap. Kaylin returned the greetings and the gentle slaps. They turned to Richard. Savidlin stepped forward, pulling his new friend with him. He proudly displayed his swollen lip to the elders. Kaylin spoke Richard's name under her breath with a rising inflection and a cautionary tone. "These are important men. Please do not loosen their teeth." He gave her a quick glance out of the corner of his eye and a mischievous smile. "This is the seeker, Richard with the temper," Savidlin said, proud of his charge. He leaned closer to the elders, his voice heavy with meaning. "Confessor Kaylin brought him to us. He is the one you spoke of, the one who brought the rains. She told me so." Kaylin began to worry. She didn't know what Savidlin was talking about. The elders remained stone-faced, except Tofalar, who lifted an eyebrow. "Strength to Richard with the temper," Tofalar said. He gave Richard a gentle slap. "Strength to Tofalar," he answered in his own language, having recognized his name, and immediately returned the slap. Kaylin breathed out in relief that it was gentle. Savidlin beamed, showing his fat lip again. Tofalar at last smiled. After the others had given and received a greeting, they smiled too. And then they did something very odd. The 6 elders and Savidlin each dropped to one knee and bowed their heads to Richard. Kaylin instantly tensed. "What's going on?" Richard asked out of the side of his mouth, alerted by her anxiety. "I do not know," she answered in a low voice. "Maybe it's their way of greeting the seeker. I have never seen them do this before." The men rose to their feet, all smiles. Toffelar held his hand up and motioned over their heads to the women. "Please," Toffelar said to the two of them, "sit with us. We are honored to have you both among us." Pulling Richard down with her, Kaelin sat cross-legged on the wet wooden floor. The elders waited until they were seated before seating themselves, paying no attention to the fact that Richard kept his hand near his sword. Women came with woven trays stacked high with loaves of round, flat tava bread and other food, offering them first to Toffelar and then the other elders, as they kept their eyes and smiles on Richard. They chatted softly among themselves about how big Richard with the temper was and what odd clothes he wore. They mostly ignored Kaelin. Women in the Midlands tended not to like confessors. They saw them as a menace who could take their men and a threat to their lifestyle. Women were not supposed to be independent. Kaelin disregarded their cool glances. She was more than used to them. Toffelar took his bread and tore it into 3 sections, offering a third to Richard first, and then a third to Kaelin. With a smile, another woman offered a bowl of roasted peppers to each. Kaelin and Richard both took one, and following the elder's example, rolled them in the bread. She noticed just in time that Richard was keeping his right hand near his sword and was about to eat with his left. "Richard," she warned in a harsh whisper, "don't put food in your mouth with your left hand." He froze. "Why?" "Because they believe that evil spirits eat with their left hand." "That's foolish," he said, an intolerant tone in his voice. "Richard, please, they outnumber us. All their weapons are tipped with poison. This is a poor time for theological arguments." She could feel his gaze on her as she smiled at the elders. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw with relief that he switched the food to his right hand. "Please forgive our meager offering of food," Toffelar said. "We will call a banquet for tonight." "No," Kaelin blurted out. "I mean, we do not want to impose upon your people." "As you wish," Toffelar said with a shrug, a little disappointed. "We are here because the Mud People, among others, are in great danger." The elders all nodded and smiled. "Yes," Surin spoke up. "But now that you have brought Richard with the temper to us, all is well. We thank you, Confessor Kaelin. We will not forget what you have done." Kaelin looked around at their happy, smiling faces. She didn't know what to make of this development, and so took a bite of the flat-tasting tava bread with roasted peppers to gain time to think it over. "What are they saying?" Richard asked before he took a bite himself. "For some reason, they are glad I brought you here." He looked over at her. "Ask them why." She gave him a nod and turned to Toffelar. "Honored elder, I am afraid I must admit that I am without your knowledge of Richard with the temper." He smiled knowingly. "I am sorry, child. I forget you were not here when we called the Council of Seers. You see, it was dry, our crops were withering, and our people were in danger of starvation. So we called a gathering to ask the spirits for help. They told us one would come and bring the rain with him. The rains came, and here is Richard with the temper, just as they promised." "And so you are happy that he is here, because he is an omen?" "No," Toffelar said, eyes wide with excitement. "We are happy that one of the spirits of our ancestors has chosen to visit us." He pointed at Richard. "He is a spirit man." Kaelin almost dropped her bread. She sat back in surprise. "What is it?" Richard asked. She stared into his eyes. "They had a gathering to bring rain. The spirits told them someone would come and bring the rain. Richard, they think you are a spirit of their ancestors. A spirit man." He studied her face a moment. "Well, I'm not. They think you are. Richard, they would do anything for a spirit. They will call a council of seers if you ask." She didn't like asking him to do this. She didn't feel at all right about deceiving the Mud People, but they needed to know where the box was. Richard considered her words. "No," he said quietly, while holding her gaze. "Richard, we have an important task to attend to. If they think you are a spirit, and that will help us get the last box, what does it matter?" It matters because it's a lie. I won't do it. Would you rather have Rahl win? She asked quietly. He gave her a cross look. First of all, I will not do it because it's wrong to deceive these people about something as important as this. Secondly, these people have a power. That is why we are here. They have proven it to me by the fact that they said one would come with the reins. That part is true. In their excitement, they have jumped to a conclusion that is not. Did they say the one who would come would be a spirit? She shook her head. People sometimes believe things simply because they want to. If it works to our advantage and theirs, what harm is there? The harm is in their power. What if they call the gathering and they see the truth? Then I'm not a spirit. Do you think they will be pleased that we lied to them, tricked them? Then we will be dead and Rahl wins. She leaned back and took a deep breath. The wizard chooses his seekers well, she thought.
Have we aroused the temper of the spirit?
Toffelar asked, a look of concern on his weathered face. He wants to know why you are angry, she said. What shall I tell him? Richard looked at the elders, then to her. I will tell them. Translate my words. Kaelin nodded her agreement. The Mud People are wise and strong, he began. That is why I have come here. Your ancestors' spirits were right that I would bring the rains. They all seemed pleased when Kaelin told them his words. Everyone else in the village was stone silent as they listened. But they have not told you everything. As you know, that is the way of spirits. The elders nodded their understanding. They have left it to your wisdom to find the rest of the truth. In this way you remain strong as your children become strong because you guide them, not because you provide them their every want. It is the hope of every parent that their children will become strong and wise to think for themselves. There were nods, but not as many.
What are you saying, Great Spirit?
Asked Arbrin, one of the elders in the back. Richard ran his fingers through his hair after Kaelin translated. I am saying that yes, I brought the rains, but there is more. Perhaps the spirit saw a greater danger for your people, and that is the more important reason I have come. There is a very dangerous man who would rule your people, make you his slaves. His name is Darken Rahl. There were snickers among the elders.
Then he sends fools to be our masters,
Toffelar said. Richard regarded them angrily. The laughter died out. It is his way to lull you into overconfidence. Do not be fooled. He has used his power and his magic to conquer peoples of greater numbers than you. When he chooses, he will crush you. The rains came because he sends clouds to follow me to know where I am, that he might try to kill me at a time of his choosing. I am not a spirit. I am the seeker, just a man. I want to stop Darken Rahl, so that your people and others may live their own lives as they wish. Toffelar's eyes narrowed.
If what you say is true, then the one called Rahl sent the rains and has saved our people. That is what his missionary tried to teach us, that Rahl would save us.
No, Rahl sent the clouds to follow me, not to save you. I chose to come here, just as your spirit ancestors said I would. They said the rains would come, and a man would come when they did. They did not say I would be a spirit. There was great disappointment in the expressions of the elders as Kaelin interpreted. She hoped it wouldn't turn to anger.
Then maybe the message of the spirits was a warning about the man that would come,
Surin said. And maybe it was a warning about Rahl, Richard answered right back. I am offering you the truth. You must use your wisdom to see it, or your people are lost. I offer you a chance to help save yourselves. The elders considered in silence.
Your words seem to flow true, Richard, with the temper. But it is yet to be decided,
Toffelar said at last.
What is it you want from us?
The elders sat quietly, the joy gone from their faces. The rest of the village waited in quiet fear. Richard regarded the face of each elder in turn, then spoke quietly. Darken Rahl looks for a magic that will give him the power to rule everyone, including the Mud People. I look for this magic also, so that I might deny him the power. I would like you to call a council of seers to tell me where I might find this magic before it is too late, before Rahl finds it first. Toffelar's face hardened.
We do not call gatherings for outsiders.
Kaylin could tell that Richard was getting angry and straining to control himself. She didn't move her head, but her eyes swept around, gauging where everyone was, especially the men with weapons, in case they had to fight their way out. She didn't judge their chances of escape to be very good. Suddenly, she wished she had never brought him here. Richard's eyes were full of fire as he looked around at the people of the village and then back to the elders. In return for bringing you the rain, I ask of you only that you do not decide right now. Consider what manner of man you find me to be. He was keeping his voice calm, but there was no mistaking the import of his words. Think it over carefully. Many lives depend upon your decision. Mine, Kaylin's, yours. As Kaylin translated, she was suddenly suffused with the cold feeling that Richard was not talking to the elders. He was speaking to someone else. She suddenly felt the eyes of that other on her. Her own gaze swept the crowd. All eyes were on the two of them. She didn't know whose gaze she still felt.
Fair,
Tofflar proclaimed at last.
you both are free to be among our people as honored guests while we consider. Please enjoy all we have. Share our food and our homes.
The elders departed, through the light rain, toward the communal buildings. The crowd went back to their business, shooing the children as they went. Savidlin was the last to leave. He smiled and offered his help in anything they might need. She thanked him as he stepped off into the rain. Kaylin and Richard sat alone on the wet wooden floor, dodging the drips of rainwater leaking through the roof. The woven trays of tava bread and the bowl of roasted peppers remained behind. She leaned over and took one of each, wrapping the bread around the pepper. She handed it to Richard and made herself another. "You angry with me?" he asked. "No," she admitted with a smile. "I am proud of you." A little boy grin spread on his face. He began eating with his right hand and made short work of it. After he swallowed the last bite, he spoke again. "Look over my right shoulder. There is a man leaning against the wall, long gray hair, arms folded across his chest. Tell me if you know who he is." Kaylin took a bite of the bread and pepper, chewing as she glanced over his shoulder. "He is the Birdman. I don't know anything about him except that he can call birds to himself." Richard took another piece of bread, rolled it up, and took a bite. "I think it's time we went and had a talk with him." "Why?" Richard looked up at her from under his eyebrows. "Because he's the one who is in charge around here." Kaylin frowned. "The elders are in charge." Richard smiled with one side of his mouth. "My brother always says that real power is not brokered in public." He watched her intently with his gray eyes. "The elders are for show. They are respected, and so are put on display for others to see, like the skulls on the poles, only they still have the skin on them. They have authority because they are esteemed, but they are not in charge." With a quick flick of his eyes, Richard indicated the Birdman leaning against the wall behind him. "He is." "Then why has he not made himself known?" "Because," he said, grinning, "he wants to know how smart we are." Richard stood and held his hand out to her. She stuffed the rest of the bread in her mouth, brushed her hands on her pants, and took his hand. As he hoisted her up, she thought about how much she liked the way he always offered her his hand. He was the first person who had ever done that. It was just one part of why it felt so easy being with him. They walked across the mud through the cold rain toward the Birdman. He still leaned against the wall, his sharp brown eyes watching them come. Long hair, mostly silver gray, lay on his shoulders, flowing partway down the deerskin tunic that matched his pants. His clothes had no decoration, but a bone carving hung on a leather thong around his neck. Not old, but not young, and still handsome, he was about as tall as she. The skin of his weathered face was as tough-looking as the deerskin clothes he wore. They stopped in front of him. He continued to lean his shoulders against the wall, and his right knee stuck out as his foot propped against the plastered brick. His arms lay folded across his chest as he studied their faces. Richard folded his arms across his own chest. "I would like to talk to you, if you are not afraid I might be a spirit." The Birdman's eyes went to hers as she translated, then back to Richard's. "I have seen spirits before," he said in a quiet voice. "They do not carry swords." Kaylin translated. Richard laughed. She liked his easy laugh. I also have seen spirits, and you are right. They do not carry swords. A small smile curled the corners of the birdman's mouth. He unfolded his arms and stood up straight. Strength to the seeker. He gave Richard a gentle slap. Strength to the birdman, he said, returning the easy slap. The birdman took the bone carving that hung on the leather thong at his neck and put it to his lips. Kalin realized it was a whistle. His cheeks puffed out as he blew, but there was no sound. Letting the whistle drop back, he held his arm out while he continued to hold Richard's eyes. After a moment, a hawk wheeled out of the gray sky and alighted on his outstretched arm. It fluffed its feathers, then let them settle as its black eyes blinked and its head swiveled about in short, jerky movements. Come, the birdman said. We will talk. He led them among the large communal buildings to a smaller one at the back, set away from the others. Kalin knew the building with no windows, although she had never seen it. It was the spirit house, where the gatherings were held. The hawk stayed on his arm as the birdman pulled the door open and motioned them inside. A small fire was burning in a pit at the back end, offering a little light to the otherwise dark room. A hole in the roof above the fire let the smoke out, although it did a poor job of it, and left the place with a sharp, smoky smell. Pottery bowls left from past meals lay about the floor, and a plank shelf along one wall held a good 24 ancestral skulls. Otherwise, the room was empty. The birdman found a place near the center of the room where the rain wasn't dripping, and sat down on the dirt floor. Kalin and Richard sat side by side, facing him, as the hawk watched their movements. The birdman looked at Kalin's eyes. She could tell he was used to having people be afraid when he looked at them, even if it wasn't warranted. She could tell because she was used to the same thing. This time he found no fear. Mother Confessor, you have not yet chosen a mate. He gently stroked the hawk's head while he watched her. Kalin decided she didn't like his tone. He was testing. No. Are you offering yourself? He smiled slightly. No. I apologize. I did not mean to offend you. Why are you not with a wizard? All the wizards save 2 are dead. Of those 2, one sold his services to a queen. The other was struck down by an underworld beast and lies in a sleep. There are none left to protect me. All the other confessors have been killed. We are in dark times. His eyes looked genuinely sympathetic, but his tone still was not. It is dangerous for a confessor to be alone. Yes, and it is also dangerous for a man to be alone with a confessor who is in great want of something. From where I sit, it would seem that you are in greater danger than I. Perhaps, he said, stroking the hawk, his slight smile returning. Perhaps. This one is a true seeker, one named by a wizard? Yes. The birdman nodded. It has been many years since I have seen a true seeker. A seeker who was not a real seeker came here one time. He killed some of my people when we would not give him what he wanted. I am sorry for them, she said. He shook his head slowly. Do not be. They died quickly. Be sorry for the seeker. He did not. The hawk blinked as it looked at her. I have never seen a pretend seeker, but I have seen this one in the rage. Believe me, you and your people do not want to ever give this one cause to draw his sword in anger. He knows how to use the magic. I have seen him strike down evil spirits. He studied her eyes for a moment, seeming to judge the truth of what she said. Thank you for the warning. I will remember your words. Richard spoke up at last. Are you two about done threatening each other? Kalin looked at him in surprise. I thought you couldn't understand their language. Can't, but I can understand eyes. If looks caused sparks, this place would be ablaze. Kalin turned back to the birdman. The seeker wishes to know if we are finished threatening each other. He glanced at Richard and then back to her. He is an impatient man, is he not? She nodded. I have told him so myself. He denies it. It must be a burden traveling with him. Kalin broke into a smile. Not at all. The birdman returned her smile, and then addressed his gaze to Richard. If we choose not to help you, how many of us will you kill? Kalin interpreted the words as they spoke. None. The birdman studied the hawk as he asked, "And if we choose not to help Dark and Ral, how many of us will he kill?" "Sooner or later, a great many." He took his hand away from the hawk and looked at Richard with his sharp eyes. "It would seem you argue for us to help Dark and Ral." A smile spread across Richard's face. "If you choose not to help me and remain neutral, foolish as that would be, it is your right, and I will harm none of your people. But Ral will. I will press on and fight against him with my last breath if need be." His face took on a dangerous expression. He leaned forward. "If, on the other hand, you choose to help Dark and Ral, and I defeat him, I will come back, and..." He pulled his finger across his throat in a quick gesture that needed no translation. The birdman sat stone-faced, no quick retort at hand. "We wish only to be left alone," he said at last. Richard shrugged, looking down at the ground. "I can understand that. I, too, wished only to be left alone." His eyes came up. "Dark and Ral killed my father and sends evil spirits that haunt me in my father's guise. He sends men to try to kill Kalin. He brings down the boundary to invade my homeland. His minions have struck down my 2 oldest friends. They lie in a deep sleep near death, but at least they will live, unless he is successful the next time. Kalin has told me of many he has killed. Children, stories that would make your heart sick." He nodded, his voice soft, hardly more than a whisper. "Yes, my friend, I too wished only to be left alone. On the first day of winter, if Dark and Ral gains the magic he seeks, he will have a power no one can stand against. Then it will be too late." His hand went to his sword. Kalin's eyes widened. "If he were here in my place, he would pull this sword and have your help or have your head." He took his hand away. "That, my friend, is why I cannot harm you if you choose not to help me." The birdman sat quiet and still for a while. "I can see now that I do not want Dark and Ral for an enemy. Or you." He got up and went to the door, casting the hawk into the sky. The birdman sat once more, sighing heavily with the weight of his thoughts. "Your words seem to flow true, but I cannot know for sure yet. It would also seem that although you want us to help you, you also wish to help us. I believe you are sincere in this. It is a wise man who seeks help by helping, and not by threats or tricks." "If I wanted to get your help by tricks, I would have let you believe me to be a spirit." The corners of the birdman's mouth turned up in a small smile. "If we had held a gathering, we would have discovered you were not. A wise man would suspect that too. So which reason is it that made you tell the truth? You did not want to trick us? Or you were afraid to?" Richard smiled back. "In truth, both." The birdman nodded. "Thank you for the truth." Richard sat quietly, took a deep breath, and let it out slowly. "So, birdman, I have told you my tale. You must judge it true or not. Time works against me. Will you help?" "It is not that simple. My people look to me for direction. If you asked for food, I could say, 'Give him food,' and they would do so. But you have asked for a gathering. That is different. The Council of Seers are the 6 elders you spoke to, plus myself. They are old men, firm in the ways of their past. An outsider has never been given a gathering before, never been permitted to disturb the peace of our ancestors' spirits. Soon, these 6 will join the ancestors' spirits, and they do not want to think they will be called from the spirit world for an outsider's needs. If they break the tradition, they will be forever burdened with the results. I cannot order them to do this." "It is not only an outsider's needs," Kalin said, telling them both her words. "Helping us also helps the mud people." "Maybe in the end," the birdman said, "but not in the beginning." "What if I were one of the mud people?" Richard asked, his eyes narrowing. "Then they would call the gathering for you and not violate the tradition." "Could you make me one of the mud people?" The birdman's silver-gray hair glistened in the firelight as he considered. "If you were to first do something that helped our people, something that benefited them with no advantage to you,
proved you were a man of good intentions toward us, doing so without promise of aid for your help, and the elders wished it, I could.
And once you named me as one of the mud people, I could ask for a gathering and they would call it?
If you were one of us, they would know you had our interests in your heart. They would call a council of seers to help you.
And if they called the council, would they be able to tell me where the object I seek is located?
I cannot answer that. Sometimes the spirits will not answer our questions. Sometimes they do not know the answers to our questions. There is no guarantee that we could help you, even if we held a gathering. All I can promise is that we would try our best.
Richard looked down at the ground, thinking. With his finger, he pushed some dirt into one of the puddles where the rain dripped. Kalen, he asked quietly, do you know of anyone else who would have the power to tell us where to look for the box? Kalen had been giving this consideration all day. I do. But of all the ones I know of, I do not know of any who would be any more eager to help us than the mud people are. Some would kill us just for asking. Well, of the ones who wouldn't kill us just for asking, how far away are they? 3 weeks at least, north, through very dangerous country controlled by Rahl. 3 weeks, Richard said out loud with a heavy tone of disappointment. But, Richard, the Birdman is able to promise us precious little. If you could find a way to help them, if it pleases the elders, if they ask the Birdman to name you one of the mud people, if the Council of Seers can get an answer, if the spirits even know the answer, if. Many opportunities for a wrong step. Was it not you who told me I would have to win them over? He asked with a smile. It was. So what do you think? Do you think we should stay and try to convince them to help, or we should go to find the answers elsewhere? She shook her head slowly. I think you are the seeker, and you will have to decide. He smiled again. You are my friend. I could use your advice. She hooked some hair behind her ear. I don't know what advice to give, Richard, and my life, too, depends upon you making the right choice. But as your friend, I have faith that you will decide wisely. Will you hate me, he grinned, if I make the wrong choice? She looked into his gray eyes, eyes that could see into her, eyes that made her weak with longing. Even if you choose wrong, and it costs me my life, she whispered, swallowing back the lump in her throat, I could never hate you. He looked away from her, back down at the dirt a while, then once again up to the Birdman. Do your people like having roofs that leak? The Birdman raised an eyebrow. Would you like it if water dripped on your face when you were asleep? Smiling, Richard shook his head. Then why don't you make roofs that don't leak? The Birdman shrugged. Because it cannot be done. We have no materials at hand to use. Clay bricks are too heavy and would fall down. Wood is too scarce. It must be carried long distances. Grass is all we have, and it leaks. Richard took one of the pottery bowls and turned it upside down under one of the drips. You have clay from which you make pottery. Our ovens are small. We could not make a pot that big. And besides, it would crack, and then it too would leak. It cannot be done. It is a mistake to say something cannot be done simply because you don't know how to do it. I would not be here otherwise. He said this gently, without malice. Your people are strong and wise. I would be honored if the Birdman would allow me to teach his people how to make roofs that do not leak, and also let the smoke out at the same time. The Birdman considered this without showing any emotion. If you could do this, it would be a great benefit to my people, and they would give you many thanks. But I can make no promises beyond that. Richard shrugged. None asked for. The answer may still be no. You must accept that, if that is the answer, and bring no harm to my people. I will do my best for your people, and hope only that they judge me fairly. Then you are free to try, but I cannot see how you will make a roof of clay that will not crack and leak. I will make a roof for your spirit house that will have 1,000 cracks, but will not leak. Then I will teach you to make more for yourselves. The Birdman smiled and gave a nod. Chapter 24. I hate my mother. The master, sitting cross-legged on the grass, looked down at the bitter expression on the boy's face and waited a moment before he answered in a quiet voice. That is a very strong thing to say, Carl.
I would not want you to say something you would come to regret when you had thought it over.
I've thought it over plenty, Carl snapped. We've talked about it a long time. I know now how they've twisted me around, deceived me, how selfish they are. He squinted his eyes. How they are enemies of the people. Rahl glanced up at the windows, at the last tinge of fading sunlight, turning the wisps of clouds a beautiful deep reddish purple, frosted with tips of gold. Tonight. Tonight, at long last, would be the night he returned to the underworld. For most of long days and nights, he had kept the boy awake with the special gruel, allowing him to sleep for only brief spells, kept him awake to hammer away at him until his mind was empty and could be molded. He had talked to the boy endlessly, convincing him how others had used him, abused him, and lied to him. Sometimes he had left the boy to think over what he had been told, and used the excuse to visit his father's tomb and read the sacred inscriptions again, or to snatch some rest. And then last night he had taken that girl to his bed to get some relaxation, a small, momentary diversion. An interlude of gentleness to feel another's soft flesh against his, to relieve his pent-up excitement. She should have been honored, especially after he had been so tender with her, so charming. She had been anxious enough to be with him. But what did she do? She laughed. When she saw the scars, she laughed. As he thought of it now, Rahl had to strain to control his rage, strain to show the boy a smile, strain to hide his impatience to get on with it. He thought of what he had done to the girl, the exhilaration of his violence unleashed, her ripping screams. The smile came more easily to his lips. She would laugh at him no more. "What's the big grin for?" Carl asked. Rahl looked down at the boy's big brown eyes.
"I was just thinking about how proud I am of you."
His smile widened as he remembered the way her hot, sticky blood pumped and spurted as she screamed. Where was her haughty laughter then? "Me?" Carl asked, smiling shyly. Rahl's blond head nodded. "Yes, Carl, you. Not many young men of your age would be intelligent enough to see the world as it really is, to see beyond their own lives to the wider dangers and wonders all about, to see how hard I work to bring safety and peace to the people." He shook his head sadly. "Sometimes it hurts my heart to see the very ones for whom I struggle so hard turn their backs to me, reject my tireless efforts, or worse yet, join with the enemies of the people. I have not wanted to burden you with worry for me, but right now as I speak with you, there are evil people who plot to conquer us, to crush us. They have brought down the boundary that protected Dahara, and now the second boundary too. I fear they plot an invasion. I have tried to warn the people of the danger from Westland, to get them to do something to protect themselves, but they are poor and simple people. They look to me for protection." Carl's eyes widened. "Father Rahl, are you in danger?" Rahl brushed the matter away with a wave of his hand. "It's not me I fear for, it's the people. If I were to die, who would protect them?" "Die?" Carl's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Father Rahl, we need you. Please don't let them get you. Please let me fight at your side. I want to help protect you. I couldn't stand the thought of you getting hurt." Rahl's breathing quickened. His heart raced. The time was near. It would not be long now. He smiled warmly at Carl as he remembered the girl's hoarse screams. "I could not stand the thought of you being in danger for me. Carl, I have come to know you these last days. You are more to me than simply a young man who has chosen to help me with the ceremony. You have become my friend. I have shared my deepest concerns with you, my hopes, my dreams. I don't do that with many. It's enough to know you care." Tears in his eyes, Carl looked up at the master. "Father Rahl," he whispered, "I'd do anything for you. Please let me stay. After the ceremony, let me stay and be with you. I'll do anything you need, I promise, if I could just stay with you."
"Carl, that's so like you, so kind. But you have a life, parents, friends. And Tinker, don't forget your dog. Soon you will be wanting to go back to all that."
Carl slowly shook his head, while his eyes stayed on Rahl. No, I won't. I only want to be with you. Father Rahl, I love you. I'd do anything for you.
Rahl considered the boy's words, a serious look on his face.
It would be dangerous for you to stay with me.
Rahl could feel his heart pounding.
I don't care. I want to serve you. I don't care if I might get killed. I only want to help you. I don't want to do anything else but help you in your fight with those enemies. Father Rahl, if I got killed helping you, it would be worth it. Please let me stay. I'll do whatever you ask. Forever.
To help control his rapid breathing, Rahl took a deep breath and let it out slowly. His face was grave.
Are you sure of what you are saying, Carl? Are you sure you really mean it? I mean, are you really sure you would give your life for me?
I swear, I'd die to help you. My life is yours if you'll have it.
Rahl leaned back a little, put his hands on his knees, and nodded slowly, his blue eyes riveted on the boy.
Yes, Carl. I will have it.
Carl didn't smile, but shook slightly with the excitement of acceptance, his face set in determination.
When can we do the ceremony? I want to help you and the people.
Soon,
Rahl said, his eyes getting wide and his speech slow.
Tonight, after I have fed you. Are you ready to begin?
Yes.
Rahl rose, feeling the surge of blood through his veins. He strained to control the flush of arousal. It was dark outside. The torches gave off a flickering light that danced in his blue eyes, gleamed on his long blonde hair, and made his white robes seem to glow. Before going to the forge room, he placed the feeding horn near Carl's mouth. Inside the dark room, his guards waited, their massive arms folded across their chests. Sweat rolling from their skin left little trails in the light covering of soot. A crucible sat in the fire of the forge, an acrid smell rising from the dross. Eyes wide, Rahl addressed his guards.
Is Damon back?
For several days, master.
Tell him to come and wait,
Rahl said, unable to manage more than a whisper.
And then I would like you to leave me alone for now.
They bowed and left through the back door. Rahl swept his hand over the crucible, and the smell changed to an appetizing aroma. His eyes closed as he offered silent prayers to the spirit of his father. His breathing was a shallow pant. In the fervor of his emotions, he was unable to control it. He licked his shaking fingertips and rubbed them on his lips. Affixing wooden handles to the crucible so as to lift it without burning himself, he used the magic to make its weight easy to maneuver, and went back through the door with it. The torches lit the area around the boy, the white sand with the symbols traced in it, the ring of grass, the altar set on the wedge of white stone. Torchlight reflected off the polished stone block that held the iron bowl with the shinga on its lid. Rahl's blue eyes took it all in as he approached the boy. He stopped in front of him by the mouth of the feeding horn. There was a glaze in his eyes as he looked down to Carl's upturned face.
Are you sure about this, Carl? He asked hoarsely. Can I trust you with my life?
I swear my loyalty to you, Father Rahl. Forever.
Rahl. Slide 10, Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 254. When they separated, Kaylin put the last of her things in the pack and closed the flap. Richard pulled his cloak back out. She watched as he pushed his hand inside and rummaged around, an urgency to his search. He went to the doorway for light and looked inside as he moved items roughly about. The arm holding the pack lowered and his face came up to hers, alarm in his expression. "The nightstone is gone." The way he said it frightened her. "Maybe you left it out somewhere." "No. I never took it out of my pack. Never." Kaylin didn't understand why he seemed so panicked about it. "Richard, we don't need it now. We are through the pass. I'm sure Addie will forgive its loss. We have more important things to worry about." He took a step closer to her. "You don't understand. We have to find it." "Why?" she frowned. "Because I think that thing can wake the dead." Her mouth fell open. "Kaylin, I've been thinking about it. Do you remember how nervous Addie was when she gave it to me?
How she kept looking around until it was put away? And when did the shadow things in the past start coming for us? After I took it out, remember? Her eyes were wide. But even if someone else used it, she said it would only work for you. She was talking about it giving off light. She said nothing about waking the dead. I can't believe Addie wouldn't warn us. Kaylin looked away, thinking. Her eyes closed as a wave of realization swept over her. Yes, she did, Richard. She warned you with the sorceress's riddle. I'm sorry I never gave it a thought. That is the way of a sorceress. She will not always come right out with what she knows with a warning. She will sometimes put it in the form of a riddle. Richard turned to the door, glaring out. I can't believe it. The world is being sucked into oblivion, and that old woman gives us riddles. He pounded his fist against the doorframe. She should have told us. Richard, maybe she had a reason. Maybe it was the only way. He stared out the door, thinking. If you have need enough. That's what she said. Like water. It is valuable only under the right conditions. That to a drowning man it is of little worth and great trouble. That was how she was trying to warn us. Great trouble. He turned back to the room, picking up the pack again, taking another look inside. It was here last night. I saw it. What could have happened to it? Together they looked up, their eyes meeting. Sidon, they both said at once. Chapter 26. Dropping their packs, they both ran out of the door, heading for the open area where they had last seen Savidlin. Both screamed out Sidon's name. As they ran, splashing through the mud, people scattered out of the way. By the time they reached the open area, the crowd was in a panic, not knowing what was happening, and were sweeping back for the shelter of the buildings. The elders retreated on the platform. The birdman stretched up, trying to see. The band of hunters behind him knocked arrows to their bowstrings. She saw Savidlin, frightened and confused that they were calling out his son's name. Savidlin! Kaylin screamed. Find Sidon! Don't let him open the pouch he has! Savidlin paled, whirled around, searching, then ran off in a half-crouch, looking for his son, his head darting among the running people. Kaylin didn't see Wesselon anywhere. Richard and Kaylin separated, widening their search. The area was turning to mass confusion. She had to push people out of her way. Kaylin's heart was in her throat. If Sidon opened the pouch... And then she saw him. As people cleared the center of the village, there he was, paying no attention to the panic all around him as he sat in the mud, shaking the leather pouch in his little fist, trying to get the stone out. Sidon, no! She yelled at him over and over, running toward him. He couldn't hear her screams. Maybe he wouldn't be able to get it out. He was just a defenseless little boy. Please, she begged in her mind, let the fates be kind to him. The stone dropped from the pouch and plopped into the mud. Sidon smiled and picked it up. Kaylin felt her skin go cold. Shadow things began to materialize all around. They turned like wisps of mist in the damp air as if looking about. Then they floated for Sidon. Richard ran for him, screaming over at her. Get the stone! Put it back in the pouch! His sword flashed through the air, cutting through the shadows as he ran in a straight line for Sidon. When the sword sliced through them, they howled in agony and spun apart. Upon hearing the terrifying wails, Sidon looked up and froze, wide-eyed. Kaylin yelled at him to put the stone back in the pouch, but he could not move. He was hearing other voices. She ran faster than she had ever run, weaving back and forth around the dense knots of shadows as they floated toward the boy. Something dark and small zipped past her, making her breath catch in her throat. Then another behind her. Arrows. The air suddenly became thick with arrows, the birdman having ordered his hunters to bring down the shadows. Every one went true and found its mark, but they simply passed through the shadow things as if they were whizzing through smoke. Poison-tipped arrows were flying wildly everywhere. She knew that if one even nicked her or Richard, they were dead. Now she had to dodge the arrows as well as the shadows. She heard another whistle past her ear as she ducked at the last second. One skipped in the mud and flew past her leg. Richard had reached the boy but couldn't grab the stone. All he was able to do was frantically strike down the advancing shadows. He couldn't pause to try for the stone. Kaylin was still a long way off, not able to run in as Richard had, cutting through them. She knew that if she inadvertently touched a shadow, she was dead.
There were so many materializing around her, the very air was like a gray maze. Richard fought around the boy in a circle that got smaller all the time. He held the sword in both hands, swinging it wildly. He dared not slow for an instant, or they would close over him. There was no end to the shadow things. Kaylin couldn't make any headway. The shadows, floating past her from all around, and the arrows streaking by, cut her off at every turn, the arrows forcing her to jump back just as she went for an opening. She knew Richard wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Hard as he fought, he was falling back in a tighter and tighter circle, closer to the boy. She was their only chance, and she wasn't even close. Another arrow zipped past, the feather flicking her hair. "Stop the arrows!" she yelled angrily at the birdman. "Stop shooting the arrows! You're going to kill us!" Frustrated, he recognized her plight and reluctantly called a halt to the archers. But then they all drew knives and quickly advanced on the shadows. They had no idea what they were up against. They would be killed to the last man. "No!" she screamed, shaking her fists. "If you touch them, you will die! Stay back!" The birdman held his arm up, stopping his men. She knew how helpless he felt as he watched her dart back among the shadows, angling slowly closer to Richard and Sidon. She heard another voice. It was Toffelar, yelling. "Stop them! They are destroying our ancestors' spirits! Shoot them with your arrows! Shoot the outsiders!" Hesitantly, looking at one another, the archers knocked arrows to their bows once again. They could not disobey one of the elders. "Shoot them!" he yelled, red-faced, shaking his fist. "You heard me! Shoot them!" They brought up their bows. Kaylin crouched, preparing to try to jump out of the way once the arrows were loosed. The birdman stepped in front of his men, holding his arm out across them, countermanding the order. There were words she couldn't hear between him and Toffelar. She wasted no time and took the opportunity to work her way forward, ducking under the outstretched arms of the floating shadow things. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Toffelar. He had a knife and was running toward her. She dismissed the danger. Sooner or later, he would run into a shadow and be killed. He stopped here and there to plead with the shadow things. She couldn't hear his words above the wails. The next time she looked, he had closed most of the distance. It was unbelievable that he hadn't run into one. Somehow the gaps just opened for him as he ran heedlessly, recklessly for her, his face contorted in rage. Still, she didn't worry that he could make it. Soon he had to touch one and would be dead. Kaylin gained the rest of the open ground, but found the ring of shadows around Richard and Sidon an impenetrable gray wall. There was no opening. She dodged right, then left, trying to find a way in, but couldn't get through. She was so close, yet so far, and the trap was closing around her, too. Several times she barely escaped by stepping back before shadows converged. Richard snatched glimpses to see where she was. He tried to fight through to her a number of times, but was forced to turn to the other side to keep the shadows from Sidon. With a start, she saw the knife slashing through the air. Toffelar had reached her. Lost in hate, he screamed things she couldn't even understand. But she understood the knife, what he intended. He intended to kill her. She dodged his slash. It was her opening. And then she made a mistake. She started to reach to touch Toffelar, but caught sight of Richard looking toward her. She faltered at the thought of him seeing her use her power. She hesitated and let Toffelar have the instant he needed. Richard screamed her name in warning, then turned to fight back the shadows from behind him. Toffelar's knife came up, hitting her right arm, deflecting off the bone. Shock and pain ignited her rage at her own stupidity. She did not miss the opening a second time. Her left hand came up and caught Toffelar by the throat. She felt her grip cut off his air for an instant. She needed only to touch him. Grabbing him by the throat was a reflex of her rage, not her power. Though there were terrified screams and shouts coming from people all around, and the horrifying wails from the shadows Richard was destroying wholesale, her mind went suddenly quiet, calm. There was no sound in her head, only silence. The silence of what she was going to do. In the calm spark of an instant that to her twisted for an eternity, she saw the look of fear in Toffelar's eyes, the realization of his fate. She saw in his eyes his railing against that end, felt his muscles beginning to tense, to fight her, his hands starting the ever-so-slow, hopeless journey to her grip at his throat. But he had no chance, not the slightest glimmer. She was in control now. Time was hers. He was hers.
She felt no pity, no remorse, only deadly calm. As she had done countless times before, in her calm the mother confessor relaxed her restraint. Released at last, her power slammed into Toffelar's body. There was a hard impact to the air, thunder with no sound. Water in the puddles around her danced and flung muddy droplets into the air. Toffelar's eyes went wide, the muscles of his face went slack. His mouth fell open. "Mistress," he called out in a reverent whisper. The calm expression on her face contorted with anger. With all her strength, she shoved Toffelar backward at the ring of shadows around Richard and Siddon. Arms flung in the air, he fell into the shadows and screamed at the contact before falling to the mud. Somehow, the contact opened a brief, small gap in the ring of shadows. Without hesitation, she dove for it, flinging herself through an instant before it closed behind her. Kaelin threw herself over Siddon. "Hurry!" Richard yelled. Siddon didn't look at her. His face was fixed on the shadows, his mouth open, all his muscles locked. She tried to get the stone from his tight little fist, but his fingers were fastened around it with the strength of his fright. She snatched the pouch from his other hand. Gripping the pouch and his wrist with her left hand, she started prying his little fingers off the stone with the right, begging him the whole time to let go. He didn't hear her. Blood ran down her arm to her shaking hand, mixing with the rain, making her fingers slippery. A shadowy hand reached for her face. She flinched back. The sword hissed past her face, through the shadow. It added its wail to the others. Siddon's eyes were transfixed on the shadows, all his muscles rigid. Richard was right over her, swinging the sword in weaving patterns all around. There was no more ground to give. It was just the three of them now. Siddon's slippery fingers wouldn't open. Gritting her teeth with an effort that sent searing pain through the wound in her right arm, she finally raked the stone out of Siddon's hand. Because of the blood and mud, it shot from her fingers like a melon seed, plopping in the mud by her knee. Almost instantly, her hand was over it, snatching it back up in a scoopful of mud. She jammed it in the pouch and yanked the drawstring closed. Gasping, she looked up. The shadows stopped. She could hear Richard's heavy breathing as he continued slashing at them. Slowly at first, the shadows began moving back as if confused, lost, searching. Then they dissolved back into the air, retreating to the underworld whence they had come. In a moment, they were gone. Except for Toffelar's body, the three of them were in an empty expanse of mud. Kaelin, rain running off her face, took Siddon into her arms, hugging him tight against her as he began crying. In exhaustion, Richard closed his eyes and collapsed to his knees, sitting back on his heels. His head hung down as he panted. "Kaelin," Siddon whimpered. "They were calling my name." "I know," she whispered in his ear, kissing it. "It's all right now. You were very brave. Brave as any hunter." He hugged his arms around her neck as she comforted him. She felt weak, shaky. They had almost lost their lives to save a single one. Something she had told him the Seeker must not do, yet they had done it without a second thought. How could they not have tried? Having Siddon's arms around her made it all worth it. Richard was still holding the sword in both hands, its tip sunk in the mud. She reached over and put a hand on his shoulder. At the touch of her hand, his head instantly snapped up and the sword whipped around toward her, stopping in front of her face. Kaelin jumped with surprise. Fury lit Richard's wide eyes. "Richard," she said, startled, "it's just me. It's over. I didn't mean to frighten you." He let his muscles go limp, let himself fall over onto his side in the mud. "Sorry," he managed, still trying to catch his breath. "When your hand touched me, I guess I thought it was a shadow." Legs were suddenly all about them. She peered up. The Birdman was there, as were Savidlin and Wesselan. Wesselan was sobbing loudly. Kaelin stood and handed her her son. Wesselan passed the boy to her husband and threw her arms around Kaelin, kissing her face all over. "Thank you, Mother Confessor. Thank you for saving my boy," she bawled. "Thank you, Kaelin. Thank you." I know. Kaelin hugged her back. "It's all right now." Wesselan turned fearfully back to take Siddon in her arms. Kaelin saw Toffelar lying close by, dead. She flopped down in the mud, exhausted, and pulled her knees up with her arms around them. She put her face against her knees and, losing control, started crying. Not because she had killed Toffelar, but because she had hesitated, It had almost cost her life, almost cost Richard and Sidon, everyone, their lives. She had almost given victory to Rahl because she hadn't wanted Richard to see what she was going to do, and had hesitated. It was the stupidest thing she had ever done, other than not telling Richard she was a confessor. Tears of frustration poured out as she cried in choking sobs. A hand reached under her good arm, pulling her up. It was the Birdman. She bit her quivering lip, forcing herself to stop crying. She could not let these people see her showing weakness. She was a confessor.
"Well done, Mother Confessor," he said, as he took a strip of cloth from one of his men and started wrapping it around her wounded arm. Kaelin held her head up. "Thank you, honored elder." "This will need to be stitched together. I will have the gentlest healer among us do the work." She stood numbly as he tightened the bandage, sending flames of pain through the deep cut. He looked down at Richard, who seemed content to lie there on his back in the mud, as if it were the most comfortable bed in the world. The Birdman lifted an eyebrow to her and gave a nod indicating Richard. "Your warning that I should not want to give the seeker cause to draw his sword in anger was as true as an arrow from my finest archer." There was a twinkle in his sharp brown eyes. The corners of his mouth curled in a smile. He looked down at the seeker. "You made a good showing of yourself, too, Richard, with the temper. Fortunately, the evil spirits still have not learned to carry swords." "What did he say?" Richard asked. She told him, and he gave a grim smile at their private joke as he came to his feet and put away the sword. He reached out and took the pouch from her hand. She hadn't even realized it was still clutched there. Richard put it in his pocket. "May we never encounter spirits armed with swords." The Birdman nodded his agreement. "And now we have business." He reached down and grabbed a fistful of the coyote hide around Tofalar. The body rolled over in the mud as he tore it off. He turned to the hunters. "Bury the body." His eyes narrowed. "All of it." The men looked at each other, unsure. "Elder, you mean all of it except the skull?" "I said what I meant. All of it. We only keep the skulls of honored elders, to remind us of their wisdom. We do not keep the skulls of fools." This sent a chill through the crowd. It was just about the worst thing you could do to an elder, a dishonor of the highest order. It meant his life had mattered for nothing. The men gave a nod. No one spoke up for the dead elder, including the 5 standing nearby. "We are short an elder," the Birdman announced. He turned, looking slowly to the eyes around him, then made his back straight and shoved the coyote hide against Savidlin's chest. "I choose you." Savidlin put his hands around the muddy hide with the reverence due a gold crown. He gave a small, proud smile and a nod to the Birdman. "Do you have anything to say to our people as their newest elder?" It was not a question. It was a command. Savidlin walked over and turned, standing between Kaelin and Richard. He put the hide around his shoulders, beaming with pride at Wessalan, and then addressed the gathered people. Kaelin looked out and realized that the whole village surrounded them. "Most honored among us," he addressed the Birdman. "These 2 people have acted selflessly in the defense of our people. In my life, I have never witnessed anything to compare with it. They could have left us to fend for ourselves when we foolishly turned our backs on them. Instead, they have shown us what manner of people they be. They are as fine as the best of us." Almost everyone in the crowd was nodding agreement. "I demand that you name them Mud People." The Birdman smiled a small smile. The smile evaporated as he turned to the other 5 elders. Though he hit it well, Kaelin could see the Birdman's eyes flash with the ghost of his anger. "Step forward." They gave one another sidelong glances, then did as ordered. "The demand made by Savidlin is extraordinary. It must be unanimous. Do you make the same demand?" Savidlin strode to the archers and snatched a bow from the hands of one. He smoothly knocked an arrow while he kept his squinted eyes on the elders. He put tension to the string, locking the arrow in place with the bow hand, then stepped in front of the 5. "Make the demand, or we will have new elders who will." They stood grimly, facing Savidlin. The Birdman made no movement to interfere.
There was a long silence as the crowd waited, spellbound. At last, Caldus took a step forward. He put his hand on Savidlin's bow and gently lowered its point to the ground. "Please, Savidlin, allow us to speak from our hearts, not from the point of an arrow." "Speak, then." Caldus walked to Richard, stopping in front of him, looking him in the eye. "The hardest thing for a man to do, especially an old man," he said in a soft voice, waiting for Kalin to translate, "is to admit he has acted foolishly and selfishly. You have acted neither foolishly nor selfishly. The two of you are better examples of mud people for our children than I. I demand of the Birdman that you be named Mud People. Please, Richard with the temper, and Mother Confessor, our people need you." He held his palms out in an open gesture. "If you deem me unworthy of making this demand upon your behalf, please strike me down that one better than I might make the demand." Head bowed, he dropped to his knees in the mud in front of Richard and Kalin. She translated it all word for word, omitting only her title. The other 4 elders came and knelt beside him, adding their sincere request to that of Caldus. Kalin sighed in relief. At last, they had what they wanted, what they needed. Richard stood over the 5 men with his arms folded, looking down at the tops of their heads, saying nothing. She couldn't understand why he wasn't telling them it was all right and to get to their feet. No one moved. What was he doing? What was he waiting for? It was over. Why wasn't he acknowledging their contrition? Kalin could see the muscle in his jaw tighten and flex. She went cold. She recognized the look in his eyes, the anger. These men had crossed a line against him and against her. She remembered how he had slid the sword away when he had last stood with them this very day. It had been final, and Richard meant it. He was not just thinking, he was thinking of killing. Richard's arms unfolded. His hand went to the hilt. The sword slid out as slowly, smoothly, as it had slid away for them the last time. The high-pitched sound of steel announced the blade's arrival in the silent air, sending a painful shiver through her shoulders and up the back of her neck. She could see Richard's chest beginning to heave. Kalin stole a glance at the Birdman. He did not move, nor did he have any intention of moving. Richard did not know it, but under the law of the Mud People, these men were his to kill if he so wished. It was no false offer they had made. Savidlin had not been bluffing either. He would have killed them. In a blink. Strength to the Mud People meant the strength to kill your adversary. These men were already dead in the eyes of the village, and only Richard could give them back their lives. Even so, their law was irrelevant. The Seeker was a law unto himself, answering ultimately to no one but himself. There was no one present who could stop this. Richard's knuckles were white as he held the sword of truth level in both hands over the heads of the 5 elders. Kalin could see the rage building in him, the hot need, the fury. The whole scene felt like a dream she could only watch helplessly, one she couldn't stop. Kalin thought of all those she knew who had already died, both the innocent and those who had given their lives trying to stop Dark and Rahl. Denis, all the other confessors, the wizards, Shar, the Night Wisp, perhaps Zed and Chase. She understood. Richard was not deciding if he should kill them, but if he dared let them live. Could he trust these men with his chance of stopping Rahl? Trust that they were sincere? Could Richard trust them with his life? Or should he have a new council of elders, ones who might be more intent on his success? If he couldn't trust these men to send him in the right direction against Rahl, he would have to kill them and have ones he thought would be on his side. Stopping Rahl was all that mattered. The lives of these men must be forfeited if there was a chance they would jeopardize success. Kalin knew that what Richard was doing was right. It was no less than she herself would do, no less than what the Seeker must do. She watched him as he stood over the elders. The rain had stopped. Sweat ran from his face. She remembered the pain he suffered when he had killed the last man of the quad. She watched the anger building, hoping it would be enough to protect him from what he was about to do. Kalin understood why a Seeker was so feared. This was no game. He meant this. He was lost within himself, within the magic. If anyone were to try to stop him right now, he would kill them too. If that was, they got past her. The blade of the sword came up in front of Richard's face. his head tilted back, his eyes closed. He shook with wrath. The 5 did not move as they knelt before the Seeker. Kalin remembered the man Richard had killed, remembered the way the sword had exploded through the man's head, the blood everywhere. Richard had killed him because of a direct threat. Kill or be killed, no matter that the threat was to her and not him. But this was an indirect threat, a different kind of killing, very different. This was an execution, and Richard was both judge and executioner. The sword lowered again. Richard glowered at the elders, then made a fist and pulled the blade in a slow sweep across the inside of his left forearm. He turned the blade, wiping both sides in the blood until it ran down, dripping off the tip. Kalin snatched a quick glance around. The mud people stood transfixed, gripped by the mortal drama played out before their eyes, not wanting to watch, yet unable to turn away. No one spoke. No one moved. No one even blinked. Every eye followed as Richard brought the sword up again, touching it to his forehead. "Blade, be true this day," he whispered. His left hand glistened with blood. She could see him shaking with need. The sword flashed in places between the red. He looked down at the men. "Look at me," he said to Caldus. The elder did not move. "Look at me while I do this," he yelled. "Look into my eyes." Still, Caldus did not move. "Richard," she said. His eyes came angrily to hers. Eyes looking at her from a different world. The magic danced in them. She kept her voice even, showed no emotion. "He cannot understand you." "Then you tell him." "Caldus?" He looked to her blank face. "The Seeker wishes you to look into his eyes while he does this." He didn't answer, but simply looked at Richard, held by the Seeker's glare. Richard inhaled sharply as the sword rose swiftly into the air. She watched the tip as it paused for only an instant. Some people turned away, others shielded their children's eyes. Kalin held her breath and half turned to brace for an aftermath of fragments. The Seeker screamed as he brought down the sword of truth. Its tip whistled through the air. The crowd gasped. The sword stopped dead in the air, a scant inch from Caldus's face, just as it had stopped the first time Richard had used it, when Zed had him try to cut down the tree. For what seemed an eternity, Richard stood unmoving, the muscles in his arms hard as steel. Then at last they relaxed, and he withdrew the blade from over Caldus, withdrew his burning stare. His eyes unmoving, he asked Kalin, "How do you say, 'I return your lives and your honor to you' in their language?" She answered quietly. "Caldus, Surin, Arbrin, Bregendarin, Hagenlet," he announced loud enough for all to hear. "I return your lives and your honor to you." There was a brief moment of silence. Then the mud people erupted in a wild cheer. Richard slid the sword back into its scabbard and then helped the elders to their feet. Pale, they gave him smiles, pleased with his action, and in no small measure relieved. They turned to the Birdman. "We make a unanimous demand of you, most honored elder. What have you to say?" The Birdman stood with his arms folded. He looked from the elders to Richard and Kalin. His eyes showed the strain of the emotional ordeal he had just witnessed. Dropping his arms to his side, he approached Richard. The Seeker looked drained, exhausted. The Birdman put an arm around each of their shoulders as if to congratulate them on their courage, then put a hand on each of the elders' shoulders to let them know all was set straight. He turned and headed off, intending for them to follow. Kalin and Richard walked behind him. Savadlin and the other elders followed behind, a royal escort. "Richard," she asked in a low voice, "did you expect the sword to stop?" He looked ahead as he walked, letting out a deep breath. "No." She had thought as much. She tried to imagine what this was doing to him. Even if he hadn't executed the elders, he had committed to it, expected it. Though he didn't have to live with the deed, he still had to live with the intent. She wondered if he had done the right thing, not killing them. She knew what she would have done in his place. She would not have allowed the option of clemency. Too much was at stake. But then she had seen more than he had. Maybe she had seen too much, was too ready to kill. You couldn't kill every time there was a risk. Risk was constant. It had to stop somewhere. "How's the arm?" he asked, bringing her out of her thoughts. "It throbs like mad," she admitted. The Birdman says it must be stitched together. Richard looked deliberately ahead as he walked next to her. I need my guide, he said quietly, without emotion. You gave me a fright. It was as close as he would come to a reprimand. Her face burned, and she was glad he wasn't looking at her to see it. He didn't know what it was she could do, but he knew she had hesitated. She had almost made a fatal mistake, had put them all at risk because she hadn't wanted him to see. He hadn't pressed her when he had the chance, the right, just as now. He put her feelings first. Her heart felt as if it would break. The little group stepped onto the platform of the pole building. The elders stood in the back, the Birdman between the two of them as they faced the crowd. The Birdman regarded her with an intense expression. Are you prepared to do this? What do you mean? She asked, suspicious of his tone. I mean that if the two of you want to become mud people, then you must do that which is required of mud people. Respect our laws, our ways. I alone know what we are up against. I expect to die in the quest. She kept her tone deliberately hard. I have already escaped death more times than anyone has a right to. What we want is to save your people. We are sworn on our lives to do so. What more could be asked of us than our lives? The Birdman knew she was avoiding the question and didn't let her get away with it. This is not something I do lightly. I do it because I know you are true in your struggle, that you mean to shield my people from the storm that comes. But I must have your help in this. You must agree to our ways, not to please me, but out of respect for my people. They expect it. Her mouth was so dry she could hardly swallow. I do not eat meat, she lied. You know that from when I have been here before. Though you are a warrior, you are also a woman, therefore it may be excused. That much is within my power. Being a confessor excludes you from the other. His eyes showed that this was as far as his compromise would go. Not the seeker. He must do these things. But you have said you will not choose him as your mate. If he will call a gathering, it must be as one of us. Kalin felt trapped. If she turned him down now, Richard would be furious for good reason. They would lose to Rahl. Being from Westland, Richard was not used to the ways of the different peoples of the Midlands. He might not willingly go along. She couldn't take the chance. Much was at stake. The Birdman's eyes waited. We will do what your law requires, she said, trying not to show what she really thought. Don't you wish to consult the Seeker on his feelings about these things? She looked away, over the heads of the waiting crowd. No. He took her chin in his hand and turned her face back to his. Then it will be your responsibility to see to it that he does as required. By your word. She could feel the heat of her anger rising. Richard leaned around the Birdman. Kalin, what's going on? What's wrong? Her eyes went from Richard back to the Birdman, and she gave him a nod. Nothing. It's all right. The Birdman released her chin and turned to his people, blowing the silent whistle he carried around his neck. He began talking to them of their history, their ways, why they avoided the influence of outsiders, how they had the right to be a proud people. As he talked, doves began coming in, landing among the people. Kalin listened without hearing, standing still on the platform, feeling like a trapped animal. When she had thought they could win over the Mud People, and have themselves named Mud People, she hadn't contemplated having to agree to these things. She had thought their initiation to be a mere formality, after which Richard could ask for a gathering. She hadn't given consideration to events going this way. Maybe she could simply not tell him some of it. He wouldn't even know. After all, he didn't understand their language. She would just keep quiet. It was for the best. But other things, she thought despondently, would be all too obvious. She could feel her ears turning red, could feel a knot in the pit of her stomach. Richard sensed that the words of the Birdman were not yet something he needed to understand and didn't ask for a translation. The Birdman finished his introductory remarks and arrived at the important part. When these two came to us, they were outsiders. By their actions, they have proved their caring for our people, proved their worth.
From this day forward, let all know that Richard with the Temper and Confessor Kalen are mud people.
Kalen translated, dropping her title as the crowd cheered. Smiling, Richard held his hand up to the people, and they cheered all the more. Savadlin reached out and gave him a friendly slap on the back. The Birdman put a hand on each of their shoulders, giving hers a sympathetic squeeze, trying to relieve the sting of the agreement he had forced upon her. She took a deep breath, resigning herself to it. It would be over soon enough, and then they would be gone, on their way to stop Rahl. That was all that mattered. Besides, she of all people had no right to be upset about it.
There is one more thing, the Birdman went on. These two were not born mud people. Kalen was born a confessor, a matter of blood, not choosing. Richard with the Temper was born in Westland, across the boundary, of ways that are a mystery to us. Both have agreed to be mud people, to honor our laws and ways from this day on, but we must understand that our ways may be a mystery to them. We must have patience with them. Understand that they are trying for the first time to be mud people. We have lived our lives as mud people. This is their first day. They are as new children to us. Give them the understanding you would give our children, and they will do their best.
The crowd buzzed with talk, heads nodding, all agreeing the Birdman was wise. Kalen let out a sigh. The Birdman had given himself and the two of them a sliver of room if things went wrong. He was indeed wise. He gave her shoulder another squeeze, and she placed her hand over his, giving her own appreciative squeeze. Richard didn't waste a second. He turned to the elders. I am honored to be one of the mud people. Wherever I may travel, I will uphold the honor of our people, to make you proud of me. Right now, there is danger to our people. I need help so I might protect them. I request a council of seers. I request a gathering. Kalen translated, and each elder in turn nodded his agreement.
Granted, the Birdman said. It will take 3 days to prepare for the gathering.
Honored elder, Richard said, restraining himself. The danger is great. I respect your ways, but is there any way it can be done faster? The lives of our people depend on this. The Birdman took a deep breath, his long silver hair reflecting the gloomy light.
In this special circumstance, we will do our best to help you. Tonight, we will hold the banquet. Tomorrow night, we will hold the gathering. This is as fast as it can be done. There are preparations that must be made for the elders to bridge the gap to the spirits.
Richard, too, took a deep breath. Tomorrow night, then. The Birdman blew the whistle again, and the doves took to the air. Kalen felt as if her hopes, impossible and foolish as they had been, took wing with them. Preparations were quickly set underway, and Savadlin took Richard to his home to care for his cuts and clean him up. The Birdman took Kalen to the healer to have her wound treated. Blood had completely soaked the bandage, and the cut hurt in earnest. He guided her through narrow passageways with his arm protectively around her shoulders. She was thankful he didn't speak of the banquet. He left her in the care of a stooped woman named Nissel, instructing her to care for Kalen as if she were his daughter. Nissel smiled little, mostly at the oddest times, and spoke little, other than instructions. Stand here, hold your arm up, put it down, breathe, don't breathe, drink this, lie here, recite the Khandra. Kalen didn't know what the Khandra was. Nissel shrugged and instead had her balance flat stones atop one another on her stomach while the wound was inspected. When it hurt and the stones started slipping, Nissel admonished her to try harder to keep the stones balanced. She was given bitter-tasting leaves to chew, while Nissel removed Kalen's clothes and bathed her. The bath did more for her than the leaves. She couldn't remember a bath feeling so good. She tried to let her depressing thoughts slough away with the mud. She tried very hard. While she was left to soak, Nissel washed her clothes and hung them by the fire, where a little pot of brown paste bubbled, smelling of pine pitch. Nissel dried her off, wrapped her in warm skins, and sat her on a bench built into the wall near the raised fire pit. The taste of the leaves seemed to get better the more she chewed them, but her head was beginning to spin. Nissel, what are the leaves for? Nissel turned from studying Kalen's shirt, which he thought very curious.
It will make you relax, so you will not feel what I do. Keep chewing. Do not worry, child.
Side 11, Wizard's First Rule, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 281. But I was thinking hawk. I really was. Every kind of bird you named, I thought it hard as I could, honest. When Kalen translated, the hunters laughed all the more. Richard scowled over at them, but they kept laughing. The birdman folded his arms with a sigh.
It is no use. The day ends. The gathering will be soon.
He put his arm around the shoulders of a frustrated seeker.
Keep the gift of the whistle anyway. Though it will never aid you, let it serve as a reminder that while you may be better at some things than most people, in this, even a child is better than you.
The hunters roared. Richard sighed and gave the birdman a nod. Everyone collected their things and headed back to the village. Richard leaned toward her. I was trying my best, really. I don't understand it. She grinned, taking his hand in hers. I am sure you were. Though the light was fading, the cloudy day had been the brightest and longer than she could remember, and it had helped to lift her spirits. Mostly, though, what helped her was the way Richard had treated her. He had let her have time to recover from last night without asking her anything. He had just held her, let her be. Even though nothing more had happened, she felt closer to him than she ever had, but at the same time, she knew that was not a good thing. It only deepened her dilemma. She had almost made a very big mistake last night, the biggest mistake of her life. She was relieved that he had pulled her back from the brink. At the same time, part of her wished he hadn't. When she woke this morning, she didn't know how he would feel about her, if he would be hurt, angry, or hate her. Even though she lay bare-chested against him all night, she turned her back to him in embarrassment while she buttoned her shirt. As her fingers slipped the buttons back in place, she told him that no one had ever had a friend as patient as the one she had. She said she only hoped that someday she could prove to be as good a friend as he was. You already have. You have placed your trust, your life, in my hands. You have pledged your life in defense of me. What more proof could I have? She turned, and resisting mightily the urge to kiss him, thanked him for putting up with her. I will have to admit, though, he said, smiling, that I will never look at an apple in quite the same way. That made her laugh, partly in embarrassment, and they both laughed together a long time. Somehow it made her feel better, and took away what could have been a thorn. Suddenly, Richard stopped in his tracks. She stopped, too, as the others walked on. Richard, what is it? The sun. He looked pale. For a moment, a shaft of sunlight was on my face. She turned to the west. All I see are clouds. It was there, a small opening, but I don't see it either now. Do you think it means something? He shook his head. I don't know, but it's the first time I've seen even the slightest break in the clouds since Zed put them up there. Maybe it's nothing. They started walking again, the eerie sounds of the boldas carrying to them across the wind-swept, flat grasslands. By the time they reached the village, it was dark. The banquet was still going on, as it had all last night, as it would tonight, until the gathering was over. Everyone was still going strong, except the children, many of whom walked around in a sleepy stupor, or slept contentedly in corners here and there. The 6 elders were on their platform, their wives gone. They were eating a meal being served by special women, cooks who were the only ones allowed to prepare the gathering feast. Kalen watched them pour a drink for each of the elders. It was red, different from any other drink at the banquet. The eyes of the 6 were glazed, far off, as if they were seeing things others didn't. Kalen felt a chill. Their ancestors' spirits were with them. The birdman spoke to them. When he seemed satisfied by whatever it was they told him, he nodded, and the 6 rose, walking in a line toward the spirit house. The sound of the drums and the boldas changed in a way that ran bumps up her arms. The birdman strode back to them, his eyes as sharp and intense as ever.
It is time, he told her. Richard and I must go now.
What do you mean, Richard and I? I'm going too.
You cannot.
Why?
Because a gathering is only men.
I am the Seeker's guide. I must be there to translate." The birdman's eyes shifted about in an uncomfortable manner. "But a gathering is only men," he repeated, seemingly unable to come up with a better reason. She folded her arms. "Well, this one will have a woman." Richard looked from her face to the birdman's and back again, knowing by the tone of her voice that something was going on, but deciding not to interfere. The birdman leaned a little closer to her, lowered his voice. "When we meet the spirits, it must be as they are." Her eyes narrowed. "Are you trying to tell me that you can't wear clothes?" He took a deep breath and nodded. "And you must be painted with mud." "Fine," she said, holding her head up. "I have no objections." He leaned back a little. "Well, what about the Seeker? Maybe you would like to ask him what he feels about you doing this." She held his eyes for a long time, then turned to Richard. "I need to explain something to you. When a person calls a gathering, they are sometimes asked questions by the spirits, through the elders, to be sure they are acting of noble intent. If you answer a question in a way that a spirit ancestor finds dishonorable or untruthful, they may kill you. Not the elders, the spirits." "I have the sword," he reminded her. "No, you won't. If you want a gathering, you must do as the elders do, face the spirits with nothing but yourself. You can wear no sword, no clothes, and you must have mud painted on you." She took a breath, pushed some hair back over her shoulder. "If I am not there to translate, you may get killed simply because you cannot answer a question you don't understand. Then Rahl wins. I must be there to interpret. But if I'm there, I, too, can wear no clothes. The birdman is in a fret and wishes to know what you think of this. He is hoping you will forbid me from doing this." Richard folded his arms, looking her in the eye. "I think you are bound and determined one way or another to have your clothes off in the spirit house." The corners of his mouth turned up, and his eyes sparkled. Kaelin had to bite her lower lip to keep from laughing. The birdman looked from one to the other, confused. "Richard?" She spoke his name in a rising tone of caution. "This is serious. And don't get your hopes up. It will be dark." Still, she could hardly keep from laughing. Richard's face regained its seriousness as he turned to the birdman. "I called the gathering. I need Kaelin there." She could almost see him flinch at the translation. "You two have been stretching my limits from the moment you arrived." He gave a loud sigh. "Why should it change now? Let's go." Kaelin and Richard walked side by side, following the birdman's silhouette as he led them off through the dark passageways of the village, turning to the right several times, then the other way. Richard's hand found hers. Kaelin was a lot more nervous about this than she let on, about sitting naked with 8 naked men. But she was not about to let Richard go into the gathering without her. This was no time to let it all slip away from them. They had worked too hard. Time was too short. She put on her confessor's face. Before they reached the spirit house, the birdman took them through a narrow doorway into a small room in a building nearby. The other elders were there, sitting cross-legged on the floor, staring blankly ahead. She smiled at Savidlin, but he didn't respond. The birdman picked up a small bench and 2 clay pots. "When I call your name, come out. Wait until then." As the birdman took his bench and pots with him, squeezing sideways out the door, Kaelin told Richard what he had said. In a while, he called Caldus's name, and after a time, each of the other elders in turn. Savidlin last. Savidlin did not speak to them or even acknowledge that he knew they were there. The spirits were in his eyes. Kaelin and Richard sat in silence in the empty, dark room, waiting. She picked at the heel of her boot, trying not to think what it was she had committed herself to, yet unable to think of anything else. Richard would be unarmed, without his sword, his protection. But she would not be without her power. She would be his protection. Though she had not spoken it, that was the other reason she had to be in there. If anything went wrong, it was going to be she who died, not him. That much she knew. She would see to it. She steeled herself, went into herself. She heard the birdman call out Richard's name. He rose to his feet. "Let's hope this works. If it doesn't, we're in a lot of trouble. I'm glad I'll have you there." It was a warning to stay alert. She nodded. "Just remember, Richard, these are our people now. We belong. They want to help us. They will be doing their best. Kaylin sat hugging her knees, waiting until her name was called, then went out into the cool, dark night. The Birdman sat against the wall of the spirit house on the little bench. She could see in the dark that he was naked, symbols painted in jagged lines, stripes, and whorls all over his body, his silver hair down around his bare shoulders. Chickens roosted on a short wall nearby, watching. A hunter stood near the Birdman. Coyote hides, clothes, and Richard's sword lay at his feet.
"Remove your clothes," the Birdman said.
"What is this?" she asked, pointing at the hunter.
"He is here to take the clothes. They are taken to the Elder's platform for the people to see that we are in a gathering. Before dawn, he will return them to let the people know that the gathering is at an end."
"Well, tell him to turn around." The Birdman gave the order. The hunter turned around. She gripped the tongue of her belt, yanked it free from the catch. She paused, looking down at the Birdman.
"Child," he said softly, "tonight you are neither man nor woman. You are a mud person. Tonight, I am neither man nor woman. I am a spirit guide."
She nodded, removed her clothes, and stood before him, the cold night air on her naked flesh. He scooped a handful of white mud from one of the pots. His hand paused before her. She waited. He was clearly skittish about doing this, despite what he said. Seeing was one thing, touching quite another. Kaylin reached out, took his hand, and pulled it firmly against her belly, feeling the cold mud squish against her. "Do it," she ordered. When finished, they pulled the door open and went inside. He sitting among the circle of painted elders, she opposite him next to Richard. Black and white lines swept diagonally across Richard's face in dramatic tangles, a mask they all wore for the spirits. The skulls that had sat on the shelf were arranged in the center of the circle. A small fire burned slowly in the fireplace behind her, giving off an odd, acrid smell. The elders stared fixedly ahead as they rhythmically chanted words she couldn't understand. The Birdman's far-off eyes came up. The door closed of its own accord.
"From now until we are finished, near dawn, no one may go out. No one may come in. The door is barred by the spirits."
Kaylin's eyes swept the room but saw nothing. A shiver ran up her spine. The Birdman took a woven basket sitting near him and reached inside. He pulled out a small frog, then passed the basket to the next elder. Each took a frog and began rubbing its back against the skin of his chest. When the basket reached her, she held it between her hands and looked up at the Birdman. "Why do we do this?"
"These are red spirit frogs, very hard to find. They have a substance on their backs that makes us forget this world and allows us to see the spirits."
"Honored elder, I may be one of the mud people, but I am also a confessor. I must always hold back my power. If I forget this world, I may not be able to do that."
"It is too late to back out now. The spirits are with us. They have seen you, seen the symbols on you that open their eyes. You may not leave. If one is here who is blind to them, they will kill that person and steal their spirit. I understand your problem, but I cannot help you. You will just have to do your best to hold back your power. If you cannot do so, then one of us will be lost. It is a price we will have to pay. If you want to die, then leave your frog in the basket. If you want to stop Dark and Rahl, take it out."
She stared wide-eyed into his hard face, then reached into the basket. The frog wriggled and kicked in her hand as she passed the basket to Richard, telling him what to do. Swallowing hard, she pushed the cold, slimy back of the frog against her chest, between her breasts, to the one place on her where there were no symbols painted, pushed it around in circles as the others had done. Where the slime touched her skin, it felt tingly, tight. The feeling spread through her. The sounds of the drums and the boulders grew in her ears until it seemed as if the sound was the only thing in the world. Her body vibrated with the beat. In her mind, she took hold of her power, held it tightly, concentrated on her control of it. Then, hoping it was enough, she felt herself drift away. Everyone took the hand of the person to each side. The walls of the room swam away from her vision. Her consciousness undulated like ripples on a pond, floating, bobbing, pitching. She felt herself beginning to spin in a circle with the others, around and around the skulls in the center. The skulls brightened, lighting the faces of everyone in the circle. They were all swallowed in a soft void of nothingness. Shafts of light from the center spun with them. All around, shapes closed in. In terror, she recognized what they were. Shadow things. Unable to get a scream out, her breath caught in her throat. She squeezed Richard's hand. She had to protect him. She tried to get up to throw herself over him so they couldn't touch him, but her body wouldn't move. She realized with horror that it was because hands of the shadow things were on her. She struggled to get up to protect Richard. Her mind raced with panic. Had they already killed her? Was she dead? Was she no more than a spirit now, unable to move? The shadow things stared down at her. Shadow things didn't have faces. These did. Mud people faces. They weren't shadow things, she realized with a wave of relief. They were the ancestors' spirits. She caught her breath, eased the panic back down, relaxed herself. Who calls this gathering? It was the spirit speaking, all of them, together. The sound, hollow, flat, dead, almost took her breath away. But it was the birdman's mouth that moved. Who calls this gathering? They repeated. This man does, she said. This man beside me, Richard with the temper. They floated between the elders, gathering into the center of the circle. Release his hands. Kalin and Savadlin let go of Richard's hands. The spirits spun in the center of the circle. Then, in a rush, they came out in a line, passing through Richard's body. He inhaled sharply, threw his head back, and screamed in agony as they swept through him. Kalin jumped. The spirits all hovered behind him. The elders all closed their eyes. Richard! His head came back down. It's all right. I'm all right, he managed in a hoarse voice, but he was clearly still in pain. The spirits moved around the circle behind the elders, then settled into their bodies, both spirit and man, in the same place at the same time. It gave the elders a soft, indefinite appearance around the edges. Their eyes came open. Why have you called us? The birdman asked, in their hollow, harmonic voices. She leaned a little toward Richard, keeping her eyes on the birdman. They want you to say why you called this gathering. Richard took a few deep breaths, recovering from what they had done to him. I called this gathering because I must find an object of magic before Dark and Rawl finds it, before he can use it. Kalin translated as the spirits talked to Richard through the elders. How many men have you killed? Savadlin asked with spirit voices. Richard answered without hesitation. 2. Why? Hagenlet asked in their haunting tones. To keep them from killing me. Both? He thought a moment. The first one I killed in self-defense. The second I killed in defense of a friend. Do you think the defense of a friend gives you the right to kill? Arbrin's mouth moved this time. Yes. Suppose he was going to kill your friend only to defend the life of his friend. Richard took a deep breath. What's the point of the question? The point is, according to what you believe, that you think it is justified to kill in the defense of a friend, then if he was killing to defend a friend, he had the right to kill your friend. He was justified. Since he was justified, that would void your right, would it not? Not all questions have answers. Maybe not all questions have answers you like. Maybe. Kalin could tell by his tone that Richard was getting angry. All the eyes of the elders, the spirits, were on him. Did you enjoy killing this man? Which one? The first. No. The second. Richard's jaw muscles tightened. What is the point of these questions? All questions have a different reason for being asked. And sometimes the reasons have nothing to do with the question? Answer the question. Only if you first tell me the reason for it. You came here to ask us questions. Shall we ask your reasons? It would seem you are. Answer our question, or we will not answer yours. And if I answer it, will you promise to answer mine?
We are not here to make bargains. We are here because we were called. Answer the question or the gathering is over.
Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he stared up at the void. Yes, I enjoyed killing him because of the magic of the Sword of Truth. That is how it works. If I had killed him in another manner without the sword, I would not have enjoyed it.
Irrelevant.
What?
If is irrelevant. Did is not. So now you have given 2 reasons for killing the second man. To defend a friend and because you enjoyed it. Which is the true reason?
Both. I killed him to protect a friend's life, and because of the sword, I enjoyed it.
What if you did not need to kill to protect your friend? What if you were wrong in your assessment? What if the life of your friend was not, in fact, in danger?
Kaelin tensed at this question. She hesitated a moment before translating it. In my mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. I truly believed my friend's life was in danger, therefore I felt justified in killing to protect her. I had only a moment to act. In my mind, indecision would have resulted in her death. If the spirits think I was wrong in killing, or that the one I killed may have been justified, voiding my right, then we have a disagreement. Some problems have no clear solution. Some problems don't provide the time to analyze them. I had to act with my heart. As a wise man once told me, every murderer thinks he is justified in killing. I will kill to prevent myself or a friend or an innocent from being killed. If you feel that is wrong, tell me now so we can put an end to these painful questions and I may go in search of the answers I need.
As we said, we are not here to make bargains. You said that to your mind, the deed is not as important as the intent. Is there anyone you have intended to kill, but have not?
The sound of their voices was painful. Kaelin felt as if it was burning her skin. You have misinterpreted the context of what I said. I said I killed because I thought I had to, that I thought his intent was to kill her. Therefore, I thought I had to act or she would die. Not that my intent equates to the deed. There is probably a long list of people who at one time or another I have wanted to kill.
If you wanted to, why have you not done so?
Many reasons. For some, I had no true justification. It was only a mind game, a fantasy, to counter the sting of an injustice. For some, though I felt justified, I was able to escape without killing. Some, well, it just turned out that I didn't, that's all.
The 5 elders?
Richard sighed. Yes.
But you intended to.
Richard didn't answer.
Is this a case where the intent is as the deed?
Richard swallowed hard. In my heart, yes. That I intended it wounds me almost as much as the deed would have.
So then we have not, it would seem, gotten what you said entirely out of context.
Kaelin could see tears in Richard's eyes. Why are you asking me these questions?
Why do you want the object of magic?
To stop Dark and Rawl.
And how will getting this object stop him?
Richard leaned back a little. His eyes went wide. He understood. A tear ran down his cheek. Because if I can get the object and keep it from him, he whispered, he will die. I will kill him in that way.
What you are really asking us, then, is for our aid in killing another.
Their voices echoed around her in the darkness. Richard only nodded.
That is why we are asking you these questions. You are asking for our aid in killing. Do you not think it fair we should know what kind of person it is we would be helping in his attempt to kill?
Sweat was rolling off Richard's face. I guess so. He closed his eyes.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Many reasons.
Why do you want to kill this man?
Because he tortured and killed my father. Because he has tortured and killed many others. Because he will kill me if I don't kill him. Because he will torture and kill many more if I don't kill him. It is the only way to stop him. He cannot be reasoned with. I have no option but to kill him.
Consider the next question carefully. Answer with the truth or this gathering will end.
Richard nodded.
What is the reason above all others why you want to kill this man?
Richard looked down and closed his eyes again. Because, he whispered at last, tears running down his face, if I don't kill him, he will kill Kaelin. Kaelin felt as if she had been hit in the stomach. She could barely bring herself to translate the words. There was a long silence. Richard sat naked in more ways than one. She was angry at the spirits for doing this to him. She was also deeply distraught by what she was doing to him. Shar had been right.
If Kaelin were not a factor, would you still try to kill this man?
Absolutely. You asked the reason above all others, I told you.
What is the object of magic you seek?
They asked suddenly. Does that mean you agree with my reasons for killing?
No. It means that for our own reasons we have decided to answer your question, if we can. What is the object of magic you seek?
One of the 3 boxes of Orden. When Kaelin translated, the spirits suddenly howled as if in pain.
We are not allowed to answer that question. The boxes of Orden are in play. This gathering is over.
The elder's eyes began to close. Richard jumped to his feet. You would let Dark and Rahl kill all those people when you have the power to help?
Yes.
You would let him kill your descendants, your living flesh and blood. You aren't spirit ancestors to our people, you are spirit traitors.
Not true.
Then tell me.
Not allowed.
Please, don't leave us without your help. Let me ask another question.
We are not allowed to disclose where the boxes of Orden are. It is forbidden. Think and ask another question.
Richard sat down, pulling his knees up. He rubbed his eyes with the tips of his fingers. The symbols painted all over him made him look like some kind of wild creature. He put his face in his hands, thinking. His head snapped up. You can't tell me where the boxes are. Are there any other restrictions?
Yes.
How many boxes does Rahl already have?
2.
He looked at the elders evenly. You have just disclosed where 2 of the boxes are. That is forbidden, he reminded them. Or maybe it is simply a gray shade of intent. Silence.
That information is not restricted. Your question?
Richard leaned forward like a dog on scent. Can you tell me who knows where the last box is? Richard already knew the answer to this question, she suspected. She recognized his manner of slicing the loaf the other way.
We know the name of the person who has the box, and the names of several other people nearby, but we cannot tell you the names because that would be the same as telling you where it is. That is forbidden.
Then can you tell me the name of a person other than Rahl, who is not in possession of the last box, who is not near it, but who knows where it is?
There is one we can name. She knows where the box is. If we tell you her name, that would not lead you to the box, only to her. This is allowed. It will be up to you, not us, to get whatever information you might.
That is my question, then. Who is it? Name her. When they uttered the name, Kaelin froze with a jolt. She didn't translate. The elders shook at the mere name, spoken aloud. Who is it? What's her name? Richard demanded of her. Kaelin looked up at him.
We are as good as dead, she whispered.
Why? Who is it? Kaelin sank back into herself.
It is the witch woman, Shota.
And do you know where she is? Kaelin nodded, her brow wrinkled in terror.
In the Agadan Reach.
She whispered the name as if even the words tasted of poison.
Not even a wizard would dare to go into the Reach.
Richard studied the visage of fear in her face and looked to the elders as they shook. Then we go to Agadan Reach, to this witch woman, Shota, he said in an even voice, and find out where the box is.
We wish you kind fates, the spirit said through the birdman. The lives of our descendants depend upon you.
Thank you for your help, honored ancestors, Richard said. I will do my best to stop Rahl, to help our people.
You must use your head. That is Darkenral's way. Meet him on his terms, and you will lose. It will not be easy. You will have to suffer, as will our people, as will other people, before you even have a chance to succeed. And in all probability you will still fail. Heed our warning, Richard with the temper.
I will remember the things you say. I pledge to do my best.
Then we will test the truth of your pledge. There is something else we would tell you.
They paused for a moment.
Darkenral is here. He looks for you.
Kaelin translated in a rush, jumping to her feet. Richard came up beside her. What? He is here now? Where is he? What is he doing?
He is in the center of the village. He is killing people.
Fear raged through Kaelin. Richard took a step forward. I have to get out of here. I have to get my sword. I have to try to stop him.
If you wish, but hear us out first. Sit, they commanded.
Richard and Kaelin sank back down, looking wide-eyed at each other, clutching each other's hands. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hurry then, Richard said.
Darkenral wants you. Your sword cannot kill him. Tonight, the balance of power is on his side. If you go out there, he will kill you. You will have no chance. None. In order to win, you must change the balance of power, something you cannot do this night. The people he kills tonight will die whether or not you go out to fight him. If you do go out, more will die in the end. Many more. If you are to succeed, you must have the courage to let these die tonight. You must save yourself to fight at another time. You must suffer this pain. You must heed your head rather than your sword, if you are to have a chance to win.
But I have to go out sooner or later.
Darkenral has loosed many dark terrors. He must balance many things, including his time. He does not have the time to wait all night. He is confident, with good reason, that he can defeat you at any time of his choosing. He has no reason to wait. He will be gone soon to tend to other dark matters, to look for you another day. The symbols painted upon you open our eyes to you so we may see you. They close his eyes to you. He cannot see you unless you draw your sword. That he will be able to see. Then he would have you. As long as the symbols are upon you and the magic of your sword remains in its scabbard, while you are in Mud People territory, he cannot find you.
But I can't stay here.
Not if you wish to stop him. When you leave our territory, the power of the symbols will be gone, and he will be able to see you again.
Richard breathed hard. His hands shook. Kaelin could see by the look on his face that he was close to disregarding the warning, close to going out to fight.
The choice is yours, the spirit said.
Wait in here while he kills some of our people, and when he is gone, go after the box to kill him. Or go out now and accomplish nothing.
Richard closed his eyes tight, swallowed hard. His chest rose and fell with his labored breathing. "I will wait," he said in a voice she could barely hear. Kaelin threw her arms around his neck, putting her head against his, as they both cried. The circle of elders began spinning around again. That was the last thing she remembered until she and Richard were shaken awake by the Birdman. She felt as if she were coming out of a nightmare as she recalled the things the spirit said about the killing of the Mud People, and that to find the box they had to go into Agaden Reach, to Shota. She recoiled at the thought of the witch woman. The other elders were standing over them and helping both of them up. All wore grim faces. Tears tried to come to her again. She forced them back. The Birdman pushed the door open to the cold night air, to a clear starlit sky. The clouds were gone, even the snake-like cloud. Dawn was less than an hour away, and already the eastern sky had a hint of color to it. A solemn-faced hunter handed them their clothes, and Richard his sword. Wordlessly, they dressed and went out. A phalanx of hunters and archers protectively surrounded the spirit house. Many were blooded. Richard pushed in front of the Birdman. "Tell me what happened," he ordered in a quiet voice. A man with a spear stepped forward. Kaelin waited next to Richard to translate. Rage flared in the man's eyes.
The red demon came from the sky carrying a man. He wanted you.
Fire in his eyes, he pushed his spear point against Richard's chest. The birdman, stone-faced, put his hand on the spear, raising the point away from Richard.
When he could only find your clothes, he began killing people. Children.
His chest was heaving with anger.
Our arrows would not touch him. Our spears would not touch him. Our hands would not touch him. Many of those who tried were killed by magic fire. Then he became even more angry when he saw that we use fire. He made all the fires go out. Then he climbed back on the red demon and told us that if we use fire again, he will come back and kill every child in the village. With magic, he floated Sidon into the air and took him under his arm. A gift, he said, for a friend. Then he flew away. And where were you and your sword?
Savidlin's eyes filled with tears. Kaelin put her hand against the ripping pain in her heart. She knew who the gift was for. The man spat on Richard. Savidlin went for him, but Richard held his arm out, held Savidlin back.
I heard the voices of our ancestors' spirits, Savidlin said. I know this is not his failing.
Kaelin put her arms around Savidlin and comforted him. Be strong. We have saved him once when it seemed he was lost. We will save him again. He nodded bravely as he pulled back. Richard asked softly what she had told Savidlin. A lie, she answered, to ease his pain. Richard nodded his understanding and turned to the man with the spear. Show me the ones he killed, he said without emotion.
Why?
The man demanded. So I will never forget why I am going to kill the one who did this. The man gave the elders an angry glance and then led them all to the center of the village. Kaelin put on her blank expression to shield herself from what she knew she would see. She had seen it too many times before in other villages, other places. And as she expected, it was the same as she had seen before. Lined up in terrible disarray beside a wall were the torn and ripped bodies of children, the burned bodies of men and dead women, some without arms or jaws. The birdman's niece was among them. Richard showed no emotion as he walked among the chaos of screaming and wailing people, past the dead, looking, the calm in the eye of the hurricane. Or maybe, she thought, the lightning about to strike.
This is what you brought us, the man hissed. This is your fault.
Richard watched as others nodded their agreement, then turned his eyes on the man with the spear. His voice was gentle. If it eases your pain to think so, then blame me. I choose to blame the one whose hands have the blood on them. He addressed the birdman and the other elders. Until this is over, don't use fire. It will only invite more killing. I swear to stop this man or die in the attempt. Thank you, my friends, for helping me. His eyes turned to Kaelin. They were intense, reflecting his anger over what he had just seen. He gritted his teeth. Let's go find this witch woman. They had no choice, of course, but she knew of Shota. They were going to die. They might as well go ask Dark and Rahl to tell them where they could find the box. Kaelin walked up to the birdman, then suddenly threw her arms around him. Remember me, she whispered. When they separated, the birdman looked around at the people, his face drawn.
These two need some men to guard them safely to the edge of our land.
Savidlin stepped forward instantly. Without hesitation, a band of 10 of his best hunters came to stand with him. Chapter 29. Princess Violet turned suddenly and slapped Rachel's face. Hard. Rachel had done nothing wrong, of course. The princess just liked to slap her when she least expected it. The princess thought it was fun. Rachel didn't try to hide how much it hurt. If it didn't hurt enough, the princess would slap her again. Rachel put her hand over the sting, her bottom lip quivering, tears welling up in her eyes, but she said nothing. Turning back to the shiny, polished wall of little wooden drawers, Princess Violet put her stubby finger through a gold handle and slid open another drawer, taking out a sparkling silver necklace studded with large blue stones.
This one's pretty. Hold my hair up.
She turned to the tall, wood-framed mirror, admiring herself as her fingers hooked the clasp behind her plump neck, while Rachel held her long, dull brown hair out of the way for her. Rachel eyed herself in the mirror, inspecting the red mark on her face. She hated looking at herself in the mirror, hated seeing her hair, how it looked when the princess chopped it off short. She wasn't allowed to let her hair grow, of course. She was a nobody, but she wished so much it could at least be cut even. Almost everyone else had their hair cut short, but it was even. The princess liked chopping it for her, liked making it all jagged. Princess Violet liked it when other people thought Rachel was ugly. Rachel shifted her weight to her other foot and rolled her free ankle around to ease its stiffness. They'd been in the Queen's jewel room all afternoon, the princess trying on one piece of jewelry after another, then primping and turning in front of the tall mirror. It was her favorite thing to do, trying on the Queen's jewelry and looking at herself in the mirror. Being her playmate, Rachel was required to be with her, to make sure the princess was enjoying herself. Dozens of the little drawers stood open, some a little, some a lot. Necklaces and bracelets hung halfway out of some like sparkling tongues. More were scattered around the floor, along with brooches, tiaras, and rings. The princess looked down her nose and pointed to a blue stone ring on the floor. "Give me that one." Rachel slipped it over the finger held in front of her face. Then the princess watched herself in the mirror as she turned her hand this way and that. She ran her hand over her pretty pale blue satin dress, admiring the ring. Letting out a long, bored sigh, she walked over to the fancy white marble pedestal that stood by itself in the opposite corner of the jewel room. She was looking up at her mother's favorite object, one she fawned over at every opportunity. Princess Violet's pudgy fingers reached up, pulling the gold, jewel-encrusted box off its honored resting place. "Princess Violet!" Rachel blurted out before she had a chance to think. "Your mother said you mustn't touch that." The princess turned.
12. Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 309. Richard looked off down the left trail. It looked to be little traveled, and disappeared quickly into the thick forest. Old John stopped and turned, his hands on his hips. "You two coming?" Richard looked back down the left trail. They had to get the last box before Raoul did. Even if Zed needed them, they had to find out where the box was. That was his first duty. "Do you think Zed could wait?" Old John shrugged, then pulled on his beard. "Don't know. But he wouldn't have sent me if it wasn't important. It's up to you, my boy. But Zed is this way." Richard wished he didn't have to make this decision. He wished he knew if Zed could wait. He wished he knew what Zed wanted. Stop wishing and start thinking, he told himself. He frowned up at the old man. "How far?" Old John looked up at the late afternoon sun off through the trees as he tugged some more on his beard. "If we don't stop early and don't sleep late, we'll be there by midday tomorrow." He looked back to Richard, waiting. Kaelin said nothing, but he knew what she was thinking. She would rather not go anywhere near Shota, and even if they went to Zed first, it wasn't that far. They could always come back if they had to. And maybe Zed knew where the box was. Maybe he even had the last box, and they wouldn't have to go into Agadan Reach. It made more sense to go after Zed. That was what she would say. "You're right," he said to her. She looked confused. "I said nothing." Richard gave her a big grin. "I could hear you thinking. You're right. We'll go with old John." "I didn't know my thoughts were that loud," she muttered. "If we don't stop at all," he called up to old John, "we could be there before morning." "I'm an old man," he complained, then sighed loudly. "But I know how anxious you are, and I know how badly he needs you." He wagged his finger at Richard. "I should have listened when Zed warned me about you." Richard laughed a little as he let Kaelin walk ahead of him. She strode fast to catch up with the old man, who was already on his way. He watched her absently as she walked, watched as she pulled a spiderweb off her face, spit some of it out of her mouth. Something nagged at him. Something was wrong. He wished he could figure out what it was. He tried for a minute, but all he could think about was Zed, how much he wanted to see him again, how he couldn't wait to talk to him. He ignored the feeling that there were eyes watching him. "Mostly, I miss my brother," she said to her doll. She looked away. "They said he died," she confided softly. Rachel had been telling her doll her troubles for most of the day, all her troubles she could think of. When she got tears, the doll said she loved her, and it made her feel good. Sometimes it made her laugh.
Rachel put another small stick in the fire. It felt so good to be able to get warm and have light. But she kept the fire small, just like Giller had told her. The fire kept her from being so afraid in the woods, especially at night. It would be night again soon. Sometimes there were noises in the woods at night that made her scared, made her cry. But being out here in the lonely woods was still better than being locked in the box. That was when I lived in that place I told you about, with the other children, before the Queen came and picked me. I liked it there a lot better than living with the princess. They were nice to me there. She looked over at the doll to see if she was listening. There was a man, Brophy, who came sometimes. People said mean things about him, but he was nice to us children. He was nice like Giller. He gave me a doll, too, but the Queen wouldn't let me take it with me when I went to live at the castle. I didn't care, though, because I was so sad my brother died. I heard some people say he got murdered. I know that means he got killed. Why do people kill children? The doll just smiled. Rachel smiled back. She thought about the new little boy she had seen the Queen having locked up. He talked funny and looked funny, but his presence still had reminded her of her brother. That was because he seemed so afraid. Her brother was always getting afraid, too. Rachel could always tell when her brother was getting afraid because he would fidget and squirm. She felt so sorry for the new boy. She wished she was important, so she could help him. Rachel put her hands toward the fire to warm them for a minute, then stuck one in her pocket. She was hungry. A few berries were all she had been able to find to eat. She held a big one out, offering it to her doll. The doll didn't seem hungry, so she ate it herself, then a handful more, until they were gone. She was still hungry, but she didn't want to look for more. The place where they grew wasn't close, and it was getting dark. She didn't want to be out in the woods when it was dark. She wanted to be in her wayward pine with her doll, by the warm fire, by the light. Maybe the Queen will be nicer when she gets her alliance, whatever that is. That's all she talks about, how she wants her alliance. Maybe she'll be happier then, and won't say to chop off people's heads. The princess makes me go with her, you know, but I don't like to watch. I close my eyes. Now even Princess Violet says to chop off people's heads. She gets meaner every day. Now I'm afraid that she'll say to chop off my head. I wish I could run away. She looked over at her doll. I wish I could run away and never come back, and I'd take you with me. The doll smiled. I love you, Rachel. She picked up the doll and gave it a long hug, then kissed it on its head. But if we run away, Princess Violet would send the guards to find me, and then she would throw you in the fire. I don't want her to throw you in the fire. I love you. I love you, Rachel. Rachel hugged her doll tight and crawled into the hay with the doll next to her. Tomorrow she had to go back, and the princess would be mean to her some more. She had to leave her doll when she went back, she knew, or it would get thrown in the fire. You're the bestest friend I ever had, you and Giller. I love you, Rachel. She started to worry what would happen to her doll, all alone here in the wayward pine. The doll would be lonely. What if the princess never sent her out again? What if she somehow found out that she wanted to be sent out and kept her in the castle just to be mean? Do you know what I should do? She asked the doll as she looked up at the firelight flickering on the dark branches inside the tree. Help Giller, the doll said. She rolled over on one elbow and looked at the doll. Help Giller? The doll nodded. Help Giller. Rays from the setting sun ahead reflected off the layer of leaves, making the path bright and shiny between the dark mass of woods to each side. Richard could hear Kalen's boots scuffing across rocks hidden under the colorful mat. A light scent of rot was in the air, fallen leaves beginning to decompose in the low, damp places and the thick piles in the laps of rocks where the wind had collected them. Even though it was getting cold, neither Richard nor Kalen wore their cloaks, being warm from the exertion of the pace old John was setting. Richard kept trying to think about Zed, but his train of thought was constantly being interrupted by having to lope to keep up. The realization that he was getting winded finally made him push Zed from his mind. But one thought wouldn't leave him. Something didn't feel right. At last he allowed that caution to blossom in his mind. How could an old man be out walking like this, yet look fresh and relaxed. Richard felt his forehead, wondering if he was sick or had a fever. He did feel hot. Maybe he wasn't well. Maybe there was something wrong with him. They had been pushing hard for days, but not this hard. No, he felt fine, simply winded. For a while, he watched Kaylin walking ahead of him. She, too, was having difficulty keeping up. She pulled another spiderweb off her face, then trotted to keep up. He could see that, like him, she was breathing hard. For some reason, Richard's caution was igniting into foreboding. He caught a brief glimpse of something off to the left in the woods, keeping pace. Just a small animal, he thought, but it looked like something with long arms skittering along the ground. Then it was gone. His mouth felt dry. It must just be his imagination, he told himself. He turned his attention back to old John. The path was wide in some places, narrow in others, with branches that reached in tight. When Kaylin and Richard went past, they both sometimes brushed against them, or simply pushed them out of the way. Not the old man. He stayed to the center of the trail, avoiding any errant limb, his arms clutching his cloak tightly to him. Richard's eye was caught by the strands of a spiderweb, glistening golden in the setting sun, stretched across the path in front of Kaylin. The web parted against her upper leg when she walked through it. The sweat on his face instantly turned ice-cold against his skin. How could old John not have broken the web? He looked up and saw a branch, its tip sticking out in the path. The old man skirted it, but not the tip. The tip passed through his arm as it would pass through smoke. Breathing faster, he glanced down at the footprints Kaylin made through an open patch of soft ground. There were none from old John. Richard's left hand shot forward, seized a fistful of Kaylin's shirt, and yanked her behind him, causing her to cry out in surprise. He tossed her backward as his right hand pulled the sword free. Old John stopped and half turned at the sound of the sword's ringing.
"What is it, my boy? See something?"
His voice came like the hiss of a snake. Indeed. Richard gripped the sword in both hands, his legs set in a defensive stance, his chest heaving. He felt the anger flooding his fear. How is it that you don't break spider webs when you walk through them or leave footprints? Old John gave a slow, sly smile, appraising him with one eye.
"Did you not expect that an old friend of a wizard would have special talents?"
"Maybe," Richard said, his eyes darting left and right, checking. "But tell me, old John, what is your old friend's name?"
"Why, it's Zed."
His eyebrows lifted.
"How else would I know if he weren't my old friend?"
His cloak was pulled tightly around him. His head had sunken into his shoulders. "I'm the one who foolishly told you his name was Zed. Now, you tell me your old friend's last name." Old John watched him with a dark frown, his eyes moving slowly, appraising, measuring. Eyes of an animal. With a sudden roar that made Richard flinch, the old man turned, his cloak flinging open. In the time it took to complete the turn, he mushroomed to twice his previous size. An impossible nightmare came to life. Fur and claws and fangs where an old man had been an instant before. A creature of snarl and snap. Richard gasped as he looked up at the gaping maw of the beast. It roared and abruptly took a giant step forward. Richard took 3 back. He gripped the sword so hard it hurt. The woods echoed with the ear-splitting cry of the thing, deep, savage, vicious. The mouth stretched wide with each roar. It leaned over him, deep-set red eyes glowing, snapping its huge teeth. Richard urgently backed up, retreating behind the sword. He took a quick glance, but didn't see Kaylin behind him. All at once it came for him. Richard didn't have a chance to swing the sword. He tripped on a root, falling backwards, sprawling across the ground. He couldn't get his breath. Instinctively, he brought the sword up to impale the thing, expecting it to fall on him. Sharp, wet teeth reached over the sword, snapping viciously at his face. He drove the sword up, but the beast stayed clear. Furious red eyes glared at the sword. It backed away and looked toward the woods to its right, its ears laid back as it snarled at something. It picked up a rock twice the size of Richard's head, put its blunt snout high in the air, took a deep breath,
and with a roar squeezed the rock in its claw. Corded muscles tightened. The rock split with a loud crack that reverberated through the forest. Dust and flakes of rock filled the air. The beast looked about, turned, and swiftly slipped into the trees. Richard lay on his back, panting, watching the woods with wide eyes, expecting the beast to reappear. He called out Kalen's name. She didn't answer. Before he could scramble fully to his feet, something ashen with long arms leapt on him, knocking him to his back again. It screamed with rage. Powerful, gnarled hands gripped his, trying to pry the sword from his grip. One of the arms backhanded him across the jaw, nearly slamming him senseless. Bloodless white lips curled back, exposing sharp teeth as it howled. Bulging yellow eyes snatched glances back at him. It tried desperately to kick his face. Richard held onto the sword with all his strength, trying to twist away from the painful grip of the long fingers.
My sword, it snarled. Gimme my sword.
Locked desperately together, the two of them rolled across the ground, leaves and sticks flying. One of the powerful hands reached back, grabbing Richard by the hair, whacking his head on the ground, aiming for a rock. With a grunt, suddenly it reached again for the hilt, pulling one of Richard's sweating hands from the sword, slapping its own hand to the hilt with Richard's other. Its shrill screams split the forest quiet. Sinewy fingers started clawing his left hand off the hilt, sharp nails dug into his flesh. Richard knew he was losing. The wiry little creature, despite its size, was stronger than he was. He had to do something or he would soon lose the sword.
Gimme,
it hissed, in a flash turning its pallid head back to his, snapping, trying to bite his face. Spaces between its teeth were packed with spongy gray debris. Its heavy breath reeked of rot. The hairless, waxy head had dark splotches. The next time they rolled across the ground, Richard desperately reached to his belt and pulled his knife. In a rush, he had it to the folds of the thing's neck.
Please, it howled. No kill, no kill.
Then let go of the sword, now. The thing, slowly, reluctantly, released its grip. Richard was on his back, the putrid-smelling creature on his chest. It went limp against him.
Please no kill me,
it repeated in a whimper. Richard untangled himself from the disgusting creature, laying it on its back. He put the point of the sword hard against its chest. Its yellow eyes went wide. The anger from the sword, which had somehow seemed confused and lost, at last charged into him. If I even think you're about to do something I don't like, Richard jabbed, I'll push. Understand? It nodded vigorously. Richard leaned closer. Where did your friend go?
Friend?
That big thing that almost had me before you did.
The Calthrop, not friend, it whined. Lucky man. Calthrop kills at night. Was waiting till night to kill you. It has power in the night. Lucky man.
I don't believe you. You were with it.
No,
it winced.
I only followed till it kills you.
Why? Bulging eyes went to the sword.
My sword. Gimme, please?
No. Richard looked around for Kalen. Her pack lay on the ground a short distance behind him, but he didn't see her. Suddenly, Richard was cold with worry. His eyes swept the area in quick jerks. He knew the Calthrop didn't have her. It had gone into the woods alone. He continued to hold the point of the sword against the creature on the ground while he yelled out her name, hoping she would return his desperate calls. No answer.
Mistress has the pretty lady.
Richard's face snapped back to the yellow eyes. What are you talking about?
Mistress. She took pretty lady.
Richard pushed the sword harder, indicating that he wanted to hear more, and right now.
We were following you, watching the Calthrop play with you to see what would happen.
His bulging yellow eyes went to the sword again. To steal the sword, Richard glared.
Not steal. Mine. Gimme.
Its hand started to go for it again until Richard pushed the sword a little, making the creature freeze. Who's your mistress?
Mistress.
It shook, pleading for rescue.
Mistress is Shota.
Richard's head twitched back a little. Your mistress is the witch woman Shota? The creature nodded vigorously. His hand tightened on the hilt. Why did she take the pretty lady?
Don't know. Maybe to play with her. Maybe to kill her.
The thing peered up at him.
Maybe to get you.
Turn over, Richard said. The creature cringed. Turn over or I'll run you through. It flipped over, trembling. Richard leaned his boot into the small of its back, below the sharp, raised projections of its spine. He reached in his pack, pulling out a length of rope. He ran a loop with a slip knot around its neck. Do you have a name?
Companion. I am Mistress's companion, Samuel.
Richard pulled him to his feet. Leaves stuck to the gray skin of his chest. Well, Samuel, we're going after your mistress. You're going to lead the way. If you make one wrong move, I'll snap your neck with this rope. Understand? Samuel nodded quickly. Then, giving a sidelong glance at the rope, nodded slowly.
Agaden Reach, companion take you there. No kill me?
If you take me there to your mistress, and if the pretty lady is all right, I won't kill you. Richard put tension to the rope to let Samuel know who was in charge, then put away the sword. Here, you carry the pretty lady's pack. Samuel snatched the pack out of Richard's hands.
Mine! Gimme!
Big hands started rummaging through it. Richard gave a sharp tug on the rope. That doesn't belong to you. Keep your hands out of it. Bulging yellow eyes, filled with hate, looked up at him.
When mistress kills you, then Samuel eats you.
If I don't eat you first, Richard sneered. I'm pretty hungry. Maybe I'll have a little Samuel stew along the way. The look of hate changed to a look of wide, yellow-eyed terror.
Please, no kill me. Samuel take you to mistress, to pretty lady. Promise.
He put the pack to his shoulder and took a few steps until he ran out of slack.
Follow Samuel, hurry,
he said, wanting to prove his worth alive.
No cook, Samuel, please,
he muttered over and over as they went back down the trail. Richard couldn't begin to imagine what sort of creature Samuel was. There was something familiar, unsettling about him. He wasn't very tall, but he was powerfully strong. Richard's jaw still throbbed from where Samuel had hit him, and his neck and head ached from having his head pounded on the ground. Long arms nearly reached the ground as Samuel walked along in an odd waddle, muttering over and over that he didn't want to be cooked. Short, dark pants held up with straps were all he wore. His feet were as disproportionately large as his hands and arms. His belly was round and full with what, Richard could only wonder. There was no hair on him anywhere, and his skin looked as if it hadn't been in the sunlight in years. From time to time, Samuel would snatch up a stick or a rock and say, "Mine! Gimme!" to no one in particular, only to soon lose interest and drop his latest find. Keeping a sharp eye on both the woods and Samuel, Richard followed the companion, prodding him to move faster. He was afraid for Kalin, and he was furious at himself. Old John, or the Calthrop, or whatever it was, had completely taken him in. He couldn't believe how stupid he had been. He had fallen for the story because he had wanted to believe, had wanted so badly to see Zed. The very thing he had always told others not to do. And there he was, giving the monster the information it then repeated back to him as proof. He was furious at how stupid he had been. He was also painfully ashamed. People believe things because they want to, he had told Kalin, and so had he, and now the witch woman had her. The very thing she had been so afraid of, and because he had been so stupid, had let his guard down. It seemed that every time he let his guard down, she was the one who paid the price. If the witch woman harmed Kalin, she would find out what the wrath of a seeker was all about, he vowed to himself. Once again he reprimanded himself. He was letting his imagination get away from him. If Shoto wanted to kill her, she would have done so on the spot. She wouldn't be taking her back to Agaden Reach. But why take her back to the Reach? Unless, as Samuel put it, she wanted to play with her. Richard tried to put that thought out of his mind. It had to be him she wanted, not Kalin. That was probably why the Calthrop left so quickly. The witch woman had scared it off. When they reached the fork they had passed before, Samuel took them immediately down the left path. It was getting dark, but the companion didn't slow.
The trail started climbing up steep switchbacks, and soon they were out of the trees onto an open trail across the rock, climbing steadily toward the jagged, snow-covered peaks. In the moonlit snow, Richard could see 2 sets of footprints, one of them Kalen's. A good sign, he thought. She was still alive. It didn't look like Shota intended to kill her, at least not right away. Skirting the bottom of the snowcaps, the path led over the bottom fringes of the snow, which was wet, heavy, and hard to walk through. Without Samuel leading the way, knowing where this pass was, Richard realized it would take days to make it over these peaks. The cold wind whipped through the gaps in the rock, pulling away long, thin clouds of their breath in the frigid air. Samuel was shivering. Richard put on his cloak, then pulled Kalen's out of the pack Samuel was carrying. "This belongs to the pretty lady. You may wear it for now to keep warm." Samuel snatched the cloak out of his hands.
Mine! Gimme!
"If you're going to be like that, then I won't let you wear it." Richard pulled the rope taut and yanked the cloak back.
Please, Samuel Cold, he whined. Please, wear the pretty lady's cloak.
Richard handed it back. This time the companion took it slowly and put it around his shoulders. The little creature made Richard's skin crawl. He took out a piece of tava bread and ate it as they walked along. Samuel kept looking over his shoulder, watching Richard eat. When he could stand it no longer, Richard offered Samuel a piece. The big hands reached out.
Mine! Gimme!
Richard pulled the bread back out of reach. Pleading yellow eyes looked up at him in the moonlight.
Please.
Richard carefully put the bread into his eager hands. Samuel made small talk as they trudged through the snow. He had eaten the bread in one bite. Richard knew if given the chance, Samuel would slit his throat without a second thought. He seemed to be a creature devoid of any redeeming qualities. "Samuel, why does Shota keep you around?" He looked back over his shoulder, his yellow eyes set in a puzzled frown.
Samuel, companion.
"And won't your mistress be angry with you for leading me to her?" Samuel made a gurgling sound that Richard took for laughter.
Mistress not afraid of seeker.
Near dawn, at the edge of a descent into a dark wood, Samuel's long arm pointed downward.
Agaden reach,
he gurgled. He looked back over his shoulder with a taunting grin.
Mistress.
The heat was oppressive in the wood. Richard took off his cloak and put it in his pack, then stuffed Kalen's back in hers. Samuel watched without protest. He seemed happy, confident to be back in the reach. Richard pretended he could see where they were going, not wanting to give the companion any idea that he was almost blind in the thick darkness. Richard let himself be guided along by the rope like a blind man. Samuel loped along as if it were bright as midday. Whenever he turned his hairless head back to Richard, his yellow eyes shone like twin lanterns. As the light of dawn slowly suffused the wood, Richard could begin to see large trees all about, trailers of moss wafting down, boggy patches with vapor rising from the black, murky water, pairs of eyes that watched and blinked from the shadows. Hollow calls echoed through the mist and vapor as he stepped carefully over the tangle of roots. The place reminded him a little of the Scow Swamp. It smelled just as rank. "How much farther?"
Close,
Samuel grinned. Richard took up the slack on the rope. "Just remember, if anything goes wrong, you die first." The grin faded from the bloodless lips. Here and there in the mud, Richard could see the same pair of footprints that he had seen in the snow. Kalen was still walking. Dark forms followed, keeping to the shadows, the thick brush, sometimes letting out whoops and howls. Richard wondered and worried if they were more things like Samuel, or worse. Some followed in the treetops just beyond sight. Despite his best efforts to halt it, a shiver went up his spine. Samuel skirted off the path around the twisted roots of a squat, fat-trunked tree. "What are you doing?" Richard asked, pulling the companion to a halt. Samuel grinned back at him.
Watch!
He picked up a stout stick, big as his wrist, and threw it with an underhand swing into the roots of the tree. The roots whipped out, knotting around the stick, pulling it under the tangled mass. Richard heard it snapping apart. Samuel gurgled with laughter. As the sun climbed higher, the woods of Agaden Reach seemed to become even darker. Dead branches twisted together overhead, and mist occasionally drifted across their way. At times, Richard couldn't even see Samuel on the other end of the wet rope. But always he could hear things, scratching, clawing, whistling, things clicking at them from just out of sight. Sometimes the mist twirled and spun at the passing of creatures darting by, near but unseen. Richard remembered what Kalin had said. They were going to die. He tried to put the thought out of his head. She had told him she had never met the witch woman, only heard others speak of her. But what she had heard had terrified her. Those who went in never came out. Not even a wizard would go into Agaden Reach, she had said. But still, it was second-hand knowledge. She hadn't ever met Shota. Maybe the stories were exaggerated. His eyes scanned the menacing, forbidding woods. And maybe not. From ahead, through the tangled mass of trees, came light, sunlight, and the sound of rushing water. The farther they went, the brighter it became. Soon they reached the edge of the dark wood. The trail simply ended. Samuel gurgled with glee. Spread out far below was a long valley, green, bright, lit by the sun. Gigantic rocky peaks soared almost straight up all around it. Fields of golden grasses, among stands of oak, beech, and maple, set in rich autumn colors, rippled in the breeze. In the dark forest where they stood, it felt like standing in night, looking out on day. Water tumbled off the rocks beside them, down the vertical drop, disappearing soundlessly through the air until it reached the clear pools and streams below, where it made a distant roar and a hiss. Spray drifted up past them, wetting their faces. Samuel pointed down into the valley. "Mistress." Richard nodded and had him move on. Samuel led him through a labyrinth of brush, tight trees, and fern-covered boulders to a place Richard would never have found without his little guide. A trail hidden behind rocks and vines at the edge of the precipice, leading down the wall of the valley. As they descended, the trail offered panoramic views of the beautiful country below, the trees looking small in patches over the gentle hills, the streams meandering among the fields and banks, the sky a bright blue overhead. In the center of it all, set among a carpet of grand trees, was a beautiful palace of breathtaking grace and splendor. Delicate spires stretched into the air. Wispy bridges spanned the high gaps between towers. Stairs spiraled around turrets. Colorful flags and streamers atop every point snapped lightly and flew lazily in the wind. The magnificent palace seemed to be reaching joyously to the sky. Richard stood silent for a moment, mouth agape, staring, hardly able to believe what he was seeing. He loved his home of Heartland, but there was no place there to compare to this. This was quite simply the most beautiful place he had ever seen. He never would have imagined that a vision of such exquisite loveliness even existed. The two of them started off again down the valley's edge. In places there were steps, thousands of them, cut from the stone of the wall, twisting, tunneling, and turning downward, sometimes spiraling back on themselves, going underneath the ones above. Samuel sprang down them as if he had done it 1,000 times before. He was obviously thrilled to be home again, near the protection of his mistress. At the bottom, in the sunlight, a road led off through the tree-dotted hills and warm grass fields. Samuel bounded along in his odd gait, gurgling to himself. Richard took in the slack once in a while to remind him who still held the other end of the rope. As they crossed the valley floor, following a clear stream for a time, moving ever closer to the palace, the trees became a little thicker, closer together, each a magnificent specimen, shading road or field from the bright sun. The road took them gently uphill. At the top of a rise, the trees seemed as if they were gathered, sheltering, surrounding a place before them. Richard could see the spires of the palace off through the branches ahead. They entered a shady, still, enveloping cathedral of trees. Richard could hear the gentle sound of water running through mossy rock. Hazy streamers of sunlight penetrated the quiet, muted area. There was the sweet smell of grass and leaves. Samuel's arm stretched out. Richard looked where he pointed, to the center of the open, sheltered place. There sat a rock, Water bubbling up from a spring in its center ran down the sides into a little stream dotted with rich green mossy rocks. A woman in a long white dress, soft brown hair, with her back to him, sat on the edge of the rock in the dappled sunlight, running her fingers through the clear water. Even from the back, she looked somehow familiar.
"Mistress,"
Samuel said, glassy-eyed. He pointed again off to the side of the road closer to them.
"Pretty lady."
Richard could see Kaelin standing stiffly. There was something odd about her. Something was on her, moving. Samuel turned his blotchy head back, pointed a long gray finger at the rope. He looked up at Richard with one yellow eye.
"Seeker promises,"
he said in a low growl. Richard untied the rope, took Kaelin's pack off the companion's shoulder, and laid it on the ground. Samuel curled his bloodless lips up at Richard, hissing, then abruptly skittered off into the shadows, sitting in a squat to watch. Richard swallowed hard as he walked to Kaelin, a tight knot in his stomach. With a jolt, he saw at last what it was that was moving on her. Snakes. Kaelin was covered by a writhing mass of snakes. The ones he recognized were all poisonous. Big fat ones were wrapped around her legs, one coiled tightly around her waist, constricting. Others were wrapped around her arms, which hung at her sides. Small snakes squiggled, tunneling through her thick hair, flicking their tongues out. Others curled around her neck. Still more slithered down the front of her shirt, poking their heads out between the buttons. He struggled to control his breathing as he approached her. His heart was pounding. Tears ran down Kaelin's cheeks, and she shook the slightest bit. "Be still," he said in a quiet voice. "I'll get them off." "No," she whispered back. Her eyes, wide with panic, met his. "If you touch them, or if I move, they will bite me." "It's all right," he tried to reassure her. "I'll get you out of this." "Richard," she said in a pleading whisper, "I'm dead. Leave me. Get out of here. Run." He felt as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. In her eyes, he could see how she was struggling to control her panic. He tried to look as calm as he could to hearten her. "I'm not leaving you," he breathed. "Please, Richard," she whispered hoarsely. "For me, before it's too late. Run." A thin, poisonous, banded viper, its tail coiled in her hair, dropped its head down in front of her face. The red tongue flicked at her. Kaelin closed her eyes, and another tear ran down her cheek. The snake wriggled around the side of her face, down over her collarbone. The banded body disappeared into her shirt. She gave out the slightest whimper. "I'm going to die. You can't save me now. Please, Richard, save yourself. Please. Run. Run while you still have a chance." Richard was afraid she would move deliberately to be bitten to try to save him, thinking he then would have no reason to stay. He had to convince her that that would do no good. He gave her a sober look. "No. I came here to find out where the box is. I'm not leaving until I know. Now be still." She opened her eyes wide at what the snake was doing in her shirt. She bit her bottom lip hard. Her eyebrows wrinkled together. Richard swallowed back dryness in his mouth. "Kaelin, just hold on. Try to think of something else." In a rage, he strode over to the woman sitting on the rock with her back still to him. Something inside warned him not to pull the sword, but he could not, would not, hold back his anger at what she was doing to Kaelin. He breathed through gritted teeth. When he reached her, she stood and gently turned to him, speaking his name in a voice he recognized. His heart leapt into his throat when he saw the face that matched the voice. Chapter 31. It was his mother. Richard felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. His whole body went rigid. His rage flinched, and the anger dropped its grip from him, recoiling at the idea of lethal intent and his mother in the same mental image. "Richard," she smiled sadly at him, showing in that smile how much she loved and missed him. His mind raced, trying to grasp what was happening, unable to fit what he was seeing with what he knew. This couldn't be. It was simply impossible. "Mother?" he breathed in a whisper. Arms he knew, remembered, slipped around him, comforted him, brought tears to his eyes, a lump in his throat. "Oh, Richard," she said soothingly, "how I've missed you." She ran her fingers through his hair, gentling him. "How I've missed you so." Reeling, he fought to regain control of his emotions. He struggled to focus his mind on Kaylin. He couldn't let her down again, let himself be fooled again. She was in this trouble because he had allowed himself to be fooled. This wasn't his mother. It was Shota, a witch woman. But what if he was somehow wrong? "Richard, why have you come to me?" Richard put his hands on her small shoulders, gently pushing her back a little. Her hands slipped to his waist, squeezing with familiar affection. She was not his mother, he forced himself to say in his mind. She was a witch woman who knew where the last box of Orden was, and he had to know the answer to that. But why would she be doing this? And what if he was wrong? Could this somehow be true? His finger went to the little scar above her left eyebrow, tracing the familiar bump. A scar he had put there. He had been at swordplay with Michael, with their wooden swords, and had just jumped off the bed, taking a foolish and wild swing at his older brother, when his mother came through the door. His sword had caught her across the forehead. Her cry had terrified him. Even the whipping his father had given him didn't hurt as much as the thought of what he had done to his mother. His father had sent him to bed without supper, and that night, when it was dark, she had come to sit on the side of his bed, run her fingers through his hair as he cried. He had sat up and asked her if it hurt a lot. She had smiled at him and said, "Not as much as it hurts you," the woman in front of him whispered. Richard's eyes went wide. Bumps ran up his arms. "How do you—" "Richard!" came an even, cautioning voice from behind him, jolting him again. "Stand away from her!" It was Zed's voice. His mother's hand cupped the side of his face. He ignored it and turned his head, looking back up the road to the top of the rise. It was Zed, or at least he thought it was Zed. It looked just like Zed, but then this looked just like his mother. Zed was standing there with a look he recognized, a look of cold danger, warning. "Richard," came Zed's voice again. "Do as I say. Stand away from her, now." "Please, Richard," his mother breathed. "Don't leave me. Don't you know me?" Richard turned to her soft face. "Yes, you are Shota." He took her wrists, pulled her hands from his waist, and stepped back from her. Near tears, she watched him move away. Suddenly, she spun toward the wizard. Her hands snapped up. With an ear-splitting crack, blue lightning erupted from her fingers, streaking toward Zed. The wizard's hands instantly brought up a shield, like glass, reflecting light in its gloss. The lightning from Shota hit it with a thunderous peal and glanced off, striking a huge oak, snapping its trunk in a shower of splinters. The tree crashed to earth. The ground shuddered. 13. Wizard's First Rule by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 335. She always wondered why the princess needed such a big bed. It was big enough for 10 people. Where she came from, 6 girls slept together in a bed half the size of this one, and the bed cover was plain. She wondered what the princess's bed felt like. She had never once even sat on it. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, so she crossed the room, walking over the fur rug to the polished desk with the pretty swirled wood. She put her fingers through the gold handle and slid the drawer open. It made her nervous to do it, even though she had done it before when the princess had sent her to get the key. But she had never done it before without being told to by the princess. The big key to the jewel room was lying in the red velvet pocket, right next to the little key to her sleeping box. She put the key in her pocket and slid the drawer closed again, making sure it was shut all the way. As she started for the door, she looked at the corner where her sleeping box was. She knew Giller wanted her to hurry, but she ran over to the box anyway. She had to check. She crawled inside into the dark and went to the back corner where the blanket was pushed up in a pile. Carefully, she pulled the blanket back. Sarah looked back at her. The doll was right where she had left her. "I have to go quick," she whispered. "I'll be back later." Rachel kissed the doll's head and covered her back up with the blanket, hiding her in the corner so no one would find her. She knew it was trouble to bring Sarah to the castle, But she couldn't bear to leave her in the wayward pine all alone. She knew how lonely and scary it got in the wayward pine. Finished, she ran to the door, pulled it open a crack, and looked up at Giller's face. He nodded to her and motioned with his hand that it was all right to come out. The key? She pulled it out of the pocket where she kept her magic fire stick to show him. He smiled and called her a good girl. No one had ever called her a good girl before, at least not for a long time. He picked her up again and walked fast down the hall and then down the dark, narrow servants' stairs. She could hardly even hear his footsteps on the stone. His whiskers tickled her face. At the bottom, he set her down again. "Rachel," he said, squatting down close to her. "Listen carefully. This is very important. This is no game. We must get out of the castle, or we will both get our heads chopped off, just like Sarah told you. But we must be smart about it, or we will get caught. If we run away too quickly without doing the right things first, we will be found out. If we are too slow, well, we'd just better not be too slow." She started to get tears in her eyes. "Giller, I'm afraid to get my head chopped off. People say it hurts terribly bad." Giller hugged her tight. "I know, child, I'm afraid too." He put his hands on her shoulders, holding her up straight while he looked in her eyes. "But if you trust me and do exactly as I say and are brave enough, we will get away from here. And go to where no one ever chops off people's heads or locks them in boxes, and where you can have your doll and people will let you, and they will never take Sarah away from you or throw her in the fire. All right?" Her tears started to go away. "That would be wonderful, Giller." "But you must be brave, and do just as I tell you. Some of it will be hard." "I will, I promise." "And I promise, Rachel, that I will do whatever I must to protect you. We are in this together, you and me, but a lot of other people are depending on us, too. If we do a good job, we will be able to fix it so a lot of other people, innocent people, won't get their heads chopped off anymore." Her eyes got wide. "Oh, I would like that, Giller. I hate it when people get their heads chopped off. It scares me fierce." "All right, then. The first thing I need you to do is to go scold the cooks, just like you're supposed to. And while you are down in the kitchen, get a big loaf of bread, the biggest you can find. I don't care how you get it. Steal it if you have to. Just get it. Then bring it up to the jewel room. Use the key and wait inside for me. I must tend to some other things. I'll tell you more then. Can you do that?" "Sure," she nodded. "Easy." "Off with you then." She went through the door into the big hall on the first floor, while Giller disappeared up the steps without making a sound. The stairs to the kitchen were at the other end, on the other side of the grand stairs in the middle that the Queen used. Rachel liked going up the grand stairs with the princess because they had carpets and weren't cold like the stone steps she was supposed to use when she was on errands. The hall was open in the middle, where the grand stairs came down to a big room with black and white marble squares on the floor. They were very cold under her feet. She was trying to think of a way she could get a big loaf of bread without stealing it, when she saw Princess Violet coming across the room to the grand stairs. The royal seamstress and two of her helpers were following behind, carrying bolts of pretty pink cloth. Rachel looked quick for a place to hide, but the princess had already seen her. "Oh, good, Rachel," the princess said. "Come here." Rachel went and curtsied. "Yes, Princess Violet?" "What are you doing?" "I was doing my errands. I was just going to the kitchen now." "Well, don't bother." "But, Princess Violet, I have to." The princess frowned. "Why? I just said you didn't." Rachel bit her lip. The princess's frown scared her. She tried to think of how Giller would answer. "Well, if you don't want me to, I won't," she said. "But your lunch was simply dreadful, and I would hate to see you eating another dreadful meal. You must be starving for something good. But if you don't want me to go tell them, I won't." The princess thought this over a minute. "On second thought, go ahead. It was dreadful. Just be sure to tell them how angry I am, too." "Yes, Princess Violet." She curtsied. She turned and started to leave. "I'm going for a fitting." Rachel turned back to her. "Then I want to go to the jewel room and try on some things to go with my new dress. When you're finished with the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room." Rachel's mouth felt as if it were stuck together. "But, Princess, wouldn't you rather wait until tomorrow when the dress is finished to see how pretty the jewelry will look with the dress?" Princess Violet looked surprised. "Well," Yes, that would be good to see the jewels with the dress. She thought another minute, then started up the steps. I'm glad I thought of that. Rachel let out a breath, then headed off to the servants' stairs. The princess called down to her. On second thought, Rachel, I need to pick out something for tonight's dinner, so I need to go to the jewel room anyway. Meet me there in a little while. But, Princess, but nothing. After you deliver my message to the cooks, go get the key and wait for me in the jewel room. I'll be there as soon as I'm done with the fitting. The princess went up the grand stairs and disappeared. What was she going to do now? Giller was going to meet her in the jewel room, too. She was breathing hard as if she was going to cry. What was she going to do? She was going to do as Giller said, that's what. She was going to be brave, so those people didn't get their heads chopped off. She stopped herself from crying and went down the steps to the kitchen. She wondered what Giller wanted a big loaf of bread for. Well, what do you think? He whispered. Any ideas? Kaylin was lying close, next to him on the ground, frowning while she looked over the edge to the scene below. I can't even imagine, she whispered back. I have never seen so many short-tailed gars together in one place. What could they be burning? They're not burning anything. The smoke is coming from the ground. This place is called Fire Spring. Those are vents where steam comes up from the ground, and from other openings water boils up from below, and more over there where other things boil. Foul-smelling yellow liquid and thick mud. The fumes keep people away from this place. I have no idea what gars would be doing here. Well, look there, near the back where the hill rises up, where the biggest vent is. There's something on top of it, something egg-shaped, with steam coming out around it. They keep going up to look at it, to touch it. She shook her head. Your eyes are better than mine. I can't tell what it is or even that it's round. Richard could hear and feel rumbles from the ground, some followed by great belches of steam roaring from the vents. The awful, suffocating smell of sulfur wafted up to where they hid in the stunted trees of the high ridge. Maybe we should go have a closer look, he whispered, half to himself, as he watched the gars moving about below. That would be beyond foolhardy, she whispered harshly. It would be just plain stupid. One gar would be trouble enough, or have you forgotten so quickly? There must be dozens down there. I guess, he complained. What's that behind them, just above on the side of the hill? A cave? Her eyes went to the dark maw. Yes, it's called the Shadrin's Cave. Some say it goes all the way through the mountain to the valley on the other side. But I don't know of anyone who knows for sure, or who would want to find out. He watched the gars tearing an animal apart, fighting over it. What's a Shadrin? The Shadrin is a beast that is supposed to live in the caves. Some say it's just a myth, others swear it is real, but nobody wants to go find out for sure. He looked over at her as she watched the gars. And what do you think? Kaylin shrugged. I don't know. There are many places in the Midlands where there are supposed to be beasts. I have been to many and found no beasts. Most of these stories are just that, stories. But not all. Richard was glad she was talking. It was the most she had said in days. The odd behavior of the gars seemed to have overwhelmed her with curiosity and brought her for the moment out of her withdrawal. But they couldn't lie there talking. They were wasting time. Besides, if they stayed too long, the gars' flies would find them. They both crawled backward, clear of the edge, then crept farther away, keeping their heads down and their movements quiet. Kaylin withdrew once again into silence. Once away from the gars, they started down the road again to Tamarang, the borderland of the wilds, the land ruled by Queen Melena. Before they had gone far, they came to a divide in the road. Richard assumed they would go to the right, as Kaylin had said that Tamarang lay to the east. The gars and Fire Spring had been off to their left. Kaylin went down the left road. What are you doing? He had had to watch her like a hawk since leaving Agaden Reach. He couldn't trust her anymore. All she wanted to do was die, and he knew she would manage it if he didn't watch her every move. She looked back at him with the same blank expression she had worn for days. This is called an inverted fork. Up ahead, where it's hard to see because of the lay of the land and the heavy woods, the roads cross over each other and switch directions. Because of the thick trees, it's hard to tell where the sun is, which direction you are going. If we take the right fork here, we will end up with the gars. This one, to the left, goes to Tamarang. He frowned. Why would anyone go to the trouble to build a road like that? It's just one little way the old rulers of Tamarang used to help confuse invaders from the wilds. Sometimes it slowed them down a little, gave the defenders time to retreat and regroup if they needed to, then to fall on the attackers again. He studied her face a moment, trying to judge if she was telling the truth. It infuriated him that he had to worry about whether Kalin was telling him the truth. "You're the guide," he said at last. "Lead on." At his word, she turned without comment and walked on. Richard didn't know how much more of this he could take. She would only talk when it was required, wouldn't listen when he tried to make conversation, and backed away whenever he got close. She acted as if his touch would be poison, but he knew it was really her touch she worried about. He had hoped that the way she was talking when they had spotted the Gars signaled a change, but he was wrong. She had quickly reverted to her dark mood. She had reduced herself to a prisoner on a forced march, had reduced him to a reluctant jailer. He kept her knife in his belt. He knew what would happen if he gave it back to her. With every step, she was drifting farther and farther from him. He knew he was losing her, but didn't have the slightest idea what to do about it. At night, when it was time for her watch, for him to sleep, he had to tie her hands and feet to prevent her from killing herself when he wasn't watching. When he bound her, she endured it limply. He endured it with great pain. Even then, he had to sleep with one eye open. He slept by her feet, so if she saw or heard something, she could wake him. He was dead tired from the strain. He wished they had never gone to Shota. The idea that Zed would turn on him was unthinkable. The idea that Kalin would was unbearable. Richard took out some food. He kept his voice cheerful, hoping to perk her up. "Here, have some of this dried fish?" He smiled. "It's really awful." She didn't laugh at his joke. "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." Richard struggled to keep the smile on his face, struggled to keep his voice from betraying his anger. His head was pounding. "Kalin, you've hardly eaten for days. You have to eat." "I said I don't want any." "Come on, for me," he coaxed. "What are you going to do next? Hold me down and force it in my mouth?" The calmness in her voice infuriated him, but he covered it as best he could with his tone, if not his words. "If I have to." She spun at him, her chest heaving. "Richard, please, just let me go. I don't want to be with you. Just let me go." It was the first emotion she had shown since leaving Agaden Reach. It was his turn to hide his emotions. No. She glared at him with fire in her green eyes. "You can't watch me every minute. Sooner or later, every minute, if I have to." They stood glaring angrily at each other. Then the emotion on her face was gone, and she turned back to the road, walking on. They had only stopped for a few minutes, but it had been enough for the thing that followed them to make another mistake, a rare one. It had let its guard down briefly and let itself get too close, close enough for Richard to see its fierce yellow eyes again, if only for an instant. He had been aware that they were being followed since the second day out of the Reach. Years spent alone in the woods made him aware when he was being followed, tracked. It was a game he and the other guides had played sometimes in the Heartland woods, seeing how far they could follow each other without being detected. Whatever followed now was good at the game, but not as good as Richard. 3 times now he had seen the yellow eyes, when no one else would have. He knew it wasn't Samuel. The yellow was different, darker, and the eyes were closer together, and it was smarter. It couldn't be a hardhound. They would have been attacked long before now. Whatever it was, it only watched. Richard was sure Kalin hadn't seen it. She was too far lost in her own dark thoughts. Sooner or later, the thing would make itself known, and Richard would be ready. But with Kalin the way she was right now, he had his hands full, and he didn't need more trouble. So he didn't turn and look, to show it that he suspected, didn't backtrack, and didn't snap a circle, as he and the other guides had called the maneuver, but rather he let his eyes catch the glimpses when they did, without forcing a glance. He was reasonably sure the thing that followed didn't know he was aware of it, for now that's the way he wanted to keep it. It left the advantage with him. He watched Kalin as she walked, with her shoulders slumped, and wondered what he was going to do in a few days when they reached Tamarang. Whether he liked it or not, she was winning this slow battle, simply because things couldn't go on like this. She could fail time and again. She had only to succeed once. He had to win every time. To slip just once would let her end her life. In the end, he knew he couldn't win, knew he was going to lose, and could think of nothing to change that. Rachel sat on the short footstool in front of the tall chair that was covered with red velvet and buttons and gold carving, waiting, knocking her knees together. "Hurry, Giller," she kept saying to herself. "Hurry before the princess comes." She looked up at the Queen's box. She hoped that when Princess Violet came to try on jewelry, she didn't touch the box again. Rachel hated it when she did that. It scared her. The door opened a little. Giller poked his head in. "Hurry, Giller," she whispered loudly. The rest of him came in. He stuck his head back out, looking up and down the hall. Then he shut the door. He looked down at her. "Did you get the bread?" She nodded. "I got it here." She pulled the bundle out from under the chair and set it on the footstool. "I took a towel and wrapped it around the bread so no one would see." "Good girl." He smiled as he turned around, away from her. She smiled up at him, then frowned. "I had to steal it. I never stole anything before." "I assure you, Rachel, it's for a good cause." He was looking at the box. "Giller, Princess Violet is coming here." He turned back, his eyes big. "When?" "She said after she has the fitting for her new dress. She's pretty fussy, so it may take a while, but maybe not. She likes to try jewelry on and look at herself in the mirror." "Curse the spirits," Giller whispered. "Nothing is ever easy." He turned around again and snatched the Queen's box off the marble stand. "Giller, you mustn't touch that. It's the Queen's." He looked a little mad when he looked down at her. "No, it's not. Just wait and I will explain." He set the box down on the stool next to the bread. His hand reached into his robes and pulled out another box. "How's it look?" With a smile on one side of his mouth, he held the new box toward her. "It looks just the same." "Good." He put it on the stand where the real one had been, then sat down on the floor next to her in the footstool. "Now, listen to me very carefully, Rachel. We don't have much time, and it is very important that you understand." She could tell by the way his face looked that he meant it. She nodded. "I will, Giller." He laid his hand on the box. "This box has magic, and it does not belong to the Queen." She frowned. "It doesn't? Who does it belong to?" "I don't have time to explain that right now. Maybe after we are away from here. The important thing is that the Queen is a bad person." Rachel nodded. She knew that was true. "She chops off people's heads just because she wants to. She doesn't care about anyone but herself. She has power. Power means she can do whatever she wants. This box has magic, and it helps give her power. That is why she took it." "I understand, like the way the princess has power so she can slap me and chop my hair crooked and laugh at me." He nodded. "That's right. Very good, Rachel. Now, there is a man who is even meaner than the Queen. His name is Darkenral." "Father Ral?" She was confused. "Everyone says he's nice. The princess says he is the nicest man in the world." "The princess also says she doesn't spill gravy on her dresses." He lifted an eyebrow. "That's a lie." Giller put his hands on her shoulders real soft. "You listen very carefully. Darkenral, Father Ral, is the meanest man that ever was. He hurts more people than the Queen could even think of. He is so mean that he even kills children. Do you know what that means, to kill someone?" She felt sad and scared. "It means you chop off their head or something and make them dead." "Yes. And just as the princess laughs when she slaps you, Darkenral laughs when he kills people. You know the way when the princess is at dinner with all the lords and ladies, she is real nice and polite, but when she is alone with you, she slaps you?" Rachel nodded. She had a lump in her throat. "She doesn't like them to know she's really mean." Giller held his finger up. "That's right. You're a very bright girl. Well, Father Ral is the same way. He doesn't want people to know he is really mean, so he can be very polite and make it seem like he is the nicest man in the world. Whatever you do, Rachel, you stay away from him if you can." "I will, for sure. But if he talks to you, just be polite right back. Don't let him know that you know." You must not let people know all the things you know. That keeps you safe." She smiled. "Like Sarah. I don't let people know about her so they can't take her away from me. It keeps her safe." He put his arms around her and gave her a quick hug. "The spirits be praised, you are a smart child." It made her feel really good that he said that. No one ever told her that she was smart. "Now, listen close. This is the important part." She nodded again. "I will, Giller." He put his hand back on the box. "This box has magic. When the Queen gives it to Father Rahl, he will be able to use the magic to hurt even more people. He will chop off a lot more people's heads. The Queen is a mean person and wants him to do it, so she is going to give him the box." Her eyes got real big. "Giller, we mustn't let her give him the box, or all those people will get their heads chopped off." A big smile spread under his hooked nose. He held her chin in his hand. "Rachel, you are the smartest girl I have ever met. You truly are." "We have to hide it. Hide the box like I hide Sarah." "And that's just what we are going to do." He pointed up at the box he had put on the stand. "That is a fake. That means it's not the real thing. It's just pretend. So they will be fooled for a while, and we can get away before they find out the real one is gone." She looked up at the fake box. It looked just like the real one. "Giller, you're the most clever man I ever did know." His smile went away a little. "I'm afraid, child, that I am too clever for my own good." His smile came back. "Here is what we are going to do." Giller took the loaf of bread she had stolen from the kitchen and broke it in half. With his big hands, he scooped out some of the insides. Part of it he stuffed in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out, there was so much. He stuffed some in her mouth. She chewed as fast as she could. It was good, still warm. When they finished eating the middle, he took the real box and pushed it into the middle of the bread and put the two halves back together. He held it up for her to look at. "What do you think?" She made a face. "It's all cracked. People will know it's been broken." He shook his head. "Smart. You are really smart. Well, since I'm a wizard, perhaps I could do something about that. What do you think?" She nodded. "Maybe." He put the bread in his lap and made his hands go all around in the air over it. He took his hands away and held the bread up in front of her face again. The cracks were gone. It looked just like new. "No one will know now for sure," she giggled. "Let's hope you're right, child. I have put a wizard's web, a magic spell, in the bread to be sure no one will be able to see the magic of the box inside it." He spread the cloth out on top of the stool and put the bread on it, then pulled up all four corners and tied them in the middle on top. He lifted up the bundle by the knots and put it in the palm of his other hand in front of her. He looked her in the eyes, and he didn't smile. He looked almost sad. "Now, here's the hard part, Rachel. We have to get this box away from here. We can't hide it in the castle, or it might be found. You remember where I hid your doll in the garden?" She smiled proudly. She remembered. "Third urn on the right." He nodded. "I will hide this there, just like I hid your doll. You must go and get it, just like you did with your doll, and then take it out of the castle." He leaned a little closer. "You have to do it tonight." She started twisting her finger in the hem of her dress. She started to get tears in her eyes. "Giller, I'm scared to touch the Queen's box." "I know you're afraid, child, but remember, it's not the Queen's box. You do want to help keep all those people from getting their heads chopped off, don't you?" "Yes," she whined, "but couldn't you take it away from the castle?" "If I could, I swear to you, Rachel, I would, but I can't. There are some who watch me and don't want me to go out of the castle. If they found me with the box, then Father Rahl would get it, and we can't have that, now can we?" "No." Then she got real scared. "Giller, you said you were going to run away with me. You promised." "And I mean to keep that promise, believe me. But it may take a couple of days for me to sneak out of Tamarang. It's very dangerous for the box to be here another day, and I can't get it out myself. You must get it away. Take it to your secret place, your wayward pine. You wait there for me until I can cover our escape, and I will come get you." "I guess I can. If you say it's important, I'll try." Giller moved up and sat on the stool. He pulled her up with his hands around her waist and set her on his knee. "Rachel, you listen to me. If you live to be 100 years old, you will never again do anything as important as this. You must be brave, braver than you have ever been before. You must not trust anyone. You must not let anyone get the box. I will come get you in a few days. But if something goes wrong and I don't come, you must hide with the box until winter. Then everything will be all right. If I knew of anyone else to help you, I would get them to do it. But I don't. You are the only one who can do this." She watched him with big eyes. "I'm just little," she said. "That is why you will be safe. Everybody thinks you are a nobody. But that isn't true. You are the most important person in the world, but you can trick them because they don't know. You must do this, Rachel. I need your help so much, and so does everyone else. I know you're smart enough and brave enough to do it." She could see that his eyes were wet. "I'll try, Giller. I'll be brave and do it. You're the bestest man in the whole world, and if you say to do it, I will." He shook his head. "I have been a very foolish man, Rachel. I have been far from the bestest man in the world. If only I had been wiser before and remembered the things I was taught, my true duty, the reason I became a wizard in the first place, maybe I wouldn't have to ask you to do this. But just as this is the most important thing you will ever do, it is also the most important thing I will ever do. We must not fail, Rachel. You must not. No matter what happens, you must not let anyone stop you. Not anyone." He put a finger on each side of her forehead, and she felt a safe feeling in her head. She knew she would be able to do it, and she would never have to do as the princess said again. She would be free. Giller suddenly pulled his fingers away. "Someone comes," he whispered. He kissed her head real quick. "Good spirits protect you, Rachel." He stood up and put his back to the wall behind the door. He slipped the loaf of bread into his robes and put his finger over his lips. The door opened, and Rachel jumped to her feet. It was Princess Violet. Rachel curtsied. When she came back up, the princess slapped her, then laughed. Rachel looked down at the ground, and while she rubbed her cheek, holding back the tears, she saw a piece of bread between Princess Violet's feet. She took a quick glance at Giller, who stood pressed against the wall behind the door. His eyes went to the bread. Quieter than a cat, he bent down and snatched up the bread, put it in his mouth, then slipped out the door behind Princess Violet's back without her ever seeing him. Kaelin held her arms out to him, hands made into fists, the insides of her wrists pressed together, waiting for him to bind them with the rope. Her unblinking eyes stared off at nothing. She had said she wasn't tired, but Richard surely was. His head pounded so hard it made him feel sick. So she was going to take the first watch. What good her watch was, the way she stared blankly, he didn't know. He held the rope taut between his shaking fists, his mind feeling the last of his hope finally abandoning him. Nothing was changing. Nothing was getting any better as he had hoped. It was one long, endless battle with her. She wanting to die, he trying constantly to prevent it. "I can't do this anymore," he whispered, looking down at her wrists in the light of the small fire. "Kaelin, you may be the one who wishes to die, but it is me you are killing." Her green eyes came up to his. The firelight flickered in them. "Then let me go, Richard. Please, if you care at all for me, then show it. Let me go." He lowered the rope and let it drop. With trembling hands, he slowly pulled her knife from his belt and looked at it for a minute in the palm of his hand. The glint of the blade was blurred in his vision. He clenched the handle tightly in his fist and jammed the knife in the sheath at her belt. "You win. Get out of here. Get out of my sight." "Richard." "I said get out of here." He pointed back the way they had come. "Go back and let the guards do the job. You may botch it with that knife. I'd hate to think you slipped and didn't finish it properly. I'd hate to think that after all this you might not be dead." He turned his back to her and sat on a windfall spruce that lay in front of the fire. She stood watching him in silence, then moved off a few paces. "Richard, after all we have been through together, I don't want it to be finished like this." I don't care what you want. You have forfeited that right. He struggled to make the words come out. Get out of my sight. Kalen nodded and looked down at the ground. Richard leaned over, elbows on his knees, his face in his shaking hands. He thought he might throw up. Richard, she said in a soft voice, when this is all ended, I hope you can think well of me. Remember me more fondly than you do right now. That was it. He came over the log with a boost of one boot on top. In a blink, he had her shirt in his fists. I will only remember you for what you are, a traitor to all those who have died, all those who will die. Her eyes were wide as she tried to back away from him, but he held her with a vengeance. A traitor to all the wizards who have given their lives, to Shar, to Sidon, and all the mud people who were killed. A traitor to your sister. That's not true. A traitor to all those and more. If I fail and Rahl wins, we will all have you to thank, and so will Dark and Rahl. It is you who aids him. I do this to help you. You heard what Shota said? She was getting angry now, too. That won't work. Not for me. Yes, I heard what Shota said. She said that both Zed and you would turn against me somehow. She did not say you both would be wrong. What do you mean? This is not a quest for me. It's to stop Rahl. How do you know that once we have the box, it might not be me who would deliver it to him? What if it's me who would betray us, and the only chance to keep the box from Rahl is for you and Zed to stop me? That doesn't make any sense. Does it make any more sense that both you and Zed would try to kill me? That would require two to be wrong. This would require only one. It's just the stupid riddle of a witch woman. You're letting yourself die for a stupid riddle. We can't know how the future will come about. We can't know the meaning of what she said, how it will be true, or if. Not until it happens. Only then can we know what it means and deal with it. I only know I cannot allow myself to live, to carry out the prophecy. You are the thread that weaves this struggle together. And thread can't get there without the needle. You're my needle. Without you, I wouldn't have gotten this far. At every turn, I needed you. Today, at the inverted fork, I would have chosen wrong without you. You know the Queen, I don't. Even if I manage to get the box without you, what then? Where will I go? I don't know the Midlands. Where will I go, Kalen? Tell me. How will I know where it's safe? I could walk right into Rahl's hands, carry the box right to him. Shota said you are the only one with a chance. Without you, all is lost. Not me. You. She said that if I live... Richard, I can't allow that. I won't. You are a traitor to us, he whispered viciously. She shook her head slowly. Despite what you think, Richard, I do this for you. Richard screamed and threw her backward as hard as he could. She fell to the ground on her back. He came and stood above her, glaring down, dust rising around his boots. Don't you dare say that, he yelled, both hands in fists. You do this for yourself because you haven't got the stomach for what victory entails. Don't you dare to say you do this for me. She came to her feet, keeping her eyes on him. I would give almost anything, Richard, for you not to remember me in this way. But what I do because I must. For you. For you to have a chance. I have sworn to protect the Seeker with my life. The payment has come due. Tears ran down her face, through the dust on her cheeks. As he watched her turn and vanish into the darkness, Richard felt as if a plug inside him had been pulled, and his whole self was draining away. He went to the fire, slid his back down the log until he sat on the ground. He pulled his knees up with his arms around them, put his face against them, and cried as he had never cried. Chapter 33. Rachel sat on her little chair behind the princess, knocking her knees together, thinking about how she would get the princess to put her out so she could take the box away with her and never come back. She kept thinking about the loaf of bread with the box in it, waiting for her in the garden. She was afraid, but excited, too. Excited that she was going to be helping all those people so they wouldn't get their heads chopped off. It was the first time she had ever felt like an important person. She twisted the hem of her dress. She could hardly wait to get away. All the lords and ladies were drinking their special drink. They all seemed happy to be doing it. Giller was standing behind the Queen with her other advisers. He was talking quietly to the court artist. She didn't like the artist. He scared her. He always smiled funny at her. And he only had one hand. She had heard the servants talking before, that they were afraid the artist would draw a picture of them. The people started getting scared looks on their faces. They were looking at the Queen. They started to stand up. Rachel looked over at the Queen and saw that the people weren't looking at her. They were looking at something else, behind her. Her eyes got wide when she saw the two big men. They were the biggest men she had ever seen. Their shirts didn't have sleeves, but their arms had metal bands on them with sharp things sticking out. The men had big muscles all over and yellow hair. They looked like the meanest men she had ever seen, meaner even than any of the dungeon guards. The men looked around the room at the people, then went and stood on each side of the big archway behind the Queen and folded their arms. The Queen huffed and turned around in her chair to see what was happening. A man with blue eyes and long yellow hair and white robes and a gold-handled knife at his belt came through the archway. He was the handsomest-looking man she had ever seen. He smiled at the Queen. She jumped to her feet. "What an unexpected surprise," she said in her nicest dog voice. "We are honored, but we weren't expecting you until tomorrow." The man again smiled a pretty smile at her. "I couldn't wait to get here to see your lovely face again. Forgive me for being early, Your Majesty." The Queen giggled as she held her hand out for him to kiss. She was always having people kiss her hand. Rachel was surprised at what the nice-looking man had said. She never knew anyone who thought the Queen was lovely. The Queen took his hand in hers and brought him forward. "Lords and ladies, may I introduce Father Rall?" Father Rall? She looked around to see if anyone had seen her jump, but no one had. They were all looking at Father Rall. She was sure he was going to look at her and see that she was going to run away with the box. She looked at Giller, but he didn't look back. His face was white. Father Rall was here before she had run away with the box. What was she going to do? She was going to do what Giller had told her to do, that's what. She was going to be brave and save all those people. She had to think of a way to get out. Father Rall looked around at all the people who were standing up now. The little dog barked. He turned to the source of the sound, and it stopped barking. Instead, it began to whine softly. He turned back to the people. It got real quiet. "Dinner is over. You will excuse us now," he said in a soft voice. Everyone started whispering. His blue eyes watched. The whispering stopped as they started to leave, first slow, then faster. Father Rall looked at some of the royal advisors, and they left, looking glad to be doing it. A few he didn't look at, including Giller, stayed. Princess Violet stayed too, and Rachel tried to stay behind her so she wouldn't be noticed. The Queen smiled and held her arm out to the table. "Won't you sit, Father Rall? I'm sure you have had a strenuous journey. Let us bring you something to eat. We have a lovely roast tonight." He looked at her with blue eyes that didn't blink. "I don't approve of butchering helpless animals and then consuming their flesh." Rachel thought the Queen was going to choke. "Well, then, we also have a lovely turnip soup and some other things, I'm sure. There must be something. If there isn't, the cooks will make whatever. Perhaps some other time. I am not here to eat. I'm here for your contribution to the alliance." "But this is sooner than expected. We haven't finished drawing up the agreements. There are many papers to be signed, and you will want to have them looked over first, surely." "I will only be too happy to sign anything you have ready, and offer my word that I will sign whatever additional documents you might have drawn up. I trust your honesty to deal with me fairly." He smiled. "You don't have any intention of tricking me somehow with these agreements, do you?" "Well, no, Father Rall, of course not. Of course not." "There you have it, then. Why would I need anyone to look over these papers if you are being fair with me? You are being fair, you say?" "Well, of course I am. I guess there is no need, but this is most unusual." "So is our alliance. Let's be on with it, then." Yes, of course." She turned to one of her advisors. "Go get whatever of the alliance treaty you have ready and bring it. Bring ink and pens, and my seal." He bowed and left. The Queen turned to Giller. "Wherever you have secreted the box, go and get it.